to have seniors. We wanted it all in a mix, working off of each other. As for affordable, a studio with the developer that the town of Stratford has knighted as the person going forward. A studio, which is 655 square feet, has a rental value of $1,800 a month. That's not affordable. The 3-bedroom homes, which have 1,980 square feet, will rent for $3,750. There is a huge traffic problem. Oh, this is in Stratford Center, by the way, which is a historic district. And what they have done is they want to put in this 100 and how many did I say it was? 160 units, and there is one way in, and you have to circle around and then come back out the same place. That's a huge, huge traffic problem. But they haven't done a traffic study. They haven't done a wetlands study. They're talking about an underground parking garage in an area that is famous for flooding, Stratford Center. We shake our heads a lot. And we have had 2 other TOD projects approved and actually built and rented, and there is no workforce development, there's no affordable housing, there's no retail development on either one of them.
Thank you so much for sharing what you're seeing in the real world. And if you could just comment a bit more, what about are you seeing demolition of historic buildings, or what about
what they took down for the Stratford TOD, the center school? What they did with the center school is they completely demolished everything and clear cut the trees so that they could come in, developers could look at this property. I believe it's 4 acres. Across the street are houses that are deemed to be historic. One of the houses at the edge of it was actually included in the center school redevelopment, is a Copperwaith's house, which was listed in the historic district as a historic house. That has been, at this point in time, temporarily turned into a museum. That's it. But no, they're not listening to the residents at all. It's just, we all shake our heads because it's not what we wanted. It's not what they sat us down. And MetroCog was the leader and presented what we said at these meetings that they put together. And none of that has been even addressed. They are completely ignoring what the residents want. And by the way, there is actually a change.org petition on putting the brakes and not approving this development as it stands that has already garnered in 3 days over 600 signatures.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I really hope there are people hanging on and hearing what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Me too. Thank you.
Thank you. And Barbara, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
You're welcome.
It. Okay, next on our list on the screen here is Alan Cavagnaro.
Hello, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Alan Cavagnaro. I'm a sophomore at Manchester Community College. I'm here today in support of HB 5429. I'm representing myself as an individual resident of the state of Connecticut. I currently serve as chair of Future Leaders in Politics, CT, and I'm also a planning and zoning commissioner from my hometown of South Windsor, Connecticut. One of the questions that I'm asking myself, and I feel like we should be asking, is what are some of the benefits that we see with transit-oriented development of what could come out of 5429? Answer simple. I can see a lot of benefits, whether it be local business owners experiencing more foot traffic due to increased use of public transit or more walkable streets due to this development, or the environment from seeing less cars on public streets, or even families when there are more job opportunities available and affordable homes closer and to choose from for public transit. Municipalities can also benefit from HB 5429, as the grand list can be increased due to this type of development. For clarification, I believe around, I think 40 transit towns should be impacted by this. I know it was touched upon earlier in the hearing. We are one of the most segregated states in terms of race and wealth disparity. There will also forever be a need to address climate change as we act too little too late to make substantial changes. Finally, we are seeing young people leave Connecticut at record pace, like myself. For example, other kids like me, I guess you could say. They can't wait to leave Connecticut, and it's our fault for that. With the consistent limited selection of affordable housing in the states, no reason why they're being left, or we're left being reactive than proactive. From my perspective, I've seen students I was in school with leave the state due to opportunities we can't offer at the moment. With this, we have the chance to change the affordability status in our state, benefiting the next generation of leaders and innovators. We currently lack 87,000 affordable units that would be available to extremely low-income renters, according to National Low-Income Housing Coalition. And according to the W.E. Upjohn Institute for Employment Research, new construction of homes, even if not affordable, can drive down costs of homes being constructed through migration chains. With some zoning reforms like proposed, it's possible to make these changes. States like Massachusetts have even passed a transit-oriented development bill, which we've talked about earlier on this hearing. We can also go on about making these communities affordable by allowing a mixed use of housing, designating it through as of right, which again was mentioned earlier. I firmly believe that with these changes, it can better equip us to face the challenges that the next generation might discover. Affordability will always be an issue, but it doesn't mean we can't try. But it's also why I got involved and ran for office, believe it or not. I couldn't sit back and watch decisions being made by individuals who are generations apart from my own when we'll be the ones impacted by all of this. It's time we act now on substantial change, and it's why I testify for the Planning and Development Committee of Connecticut and advocate for HB 5429. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Senator Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alan, within 3 minutes, and then you were amazing. Thank you for your leadership and also serving as an elected official in the town of South Windsor. I think you already touched on this, and I was talking to Professor Broden earlier today, and she had said that there will be some young leaders who are going to come and speak. And when I saw that you were going to come and speak, I felt it's worthy to have a conversation with you. Right now, again, just like you said, we need proactive leadership. And if you are, which you are, the next generation, we want you to stay here. We want you and your entire generation to make Connecticut your home, because it has been your home for all these years. Why do you have to leave after you are ready to give back to the community? So we are actually one of the biggest exporter of the smartest people. So tell me, what do we need to do to keep this, your generation and future generations in our state?
Thank you for the question, Senator Anwar. Like I mentioned, it all starts with housing options. And like I mentioned with that study, it shows that as we increase housing options, affordability will be there. The prices will go down. And while I know some may not agree with that assessment, it shows. And even during this crisis that we have for housing in Connecticut, the least we can do is increase our options for housing, whether it be down in Fairfield County or home suburbs of Hartford like us or in South Windsor. I know, again, us citizens in South Windsor face something like that, and as well as the other 100-something other towns in this state. Housing is critical, and it's why I'm very involved with the Housing Committee as well, doing a lot of the meetings and helping out there as well. So it really starts with having a way to drive down the cost for housing. And I get it that some may look at it and see it as a challenge, but it doesn't mean we can't try. Like mentioned, we're one of the most segregated states in the country, like I said, with wealth disparity and race. So in terms of that, there's a lot to be done. And it all starts with having more options for affordable housing.
So, Ellen, talk to me about the transportation aspect as well, because that's part of the bill. And then my understanding is, in our conversations and the survey that was done on youth, they want walkable areas. They want to be able to take a public transportation to their workplace. And that is alien to my generation. So well, ideally it should be because we'd be healthier, but that's the part that I think there's a disconnect. And since you are elected and you're young, and then you are part of the demographic that we want to be a part of our community and our society and our state going forward. What is it about this public transportation use and not having your own cars, not having to wanting walkable spaces?
Yes, thank you. And looking at this bill, it sort of reminds me of the research I've done, for example, on like corner shops, for example. If there's something accessible towards you and you have sidewalks accessible to reach said destination, you're more likely to use the sidewalks to reach that destination. Now, of course, if you're traveling across the state to see family, you'll take a car. And it's not necessarily saying that these people in these developments or communities won't be owning a car, but necessarily saying that they'll be more likely to use public transportation to reach a certain destination if you're within the radius on this bill, or even, again, if you're in a community that has walkable sidewalks, you're more likely to use those sidewalks to reach your destination. So it really increases the incentive for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just indulge me for one more question. With this, is there frustration within your generation because of the lack of availability of affordable housing and then having to move to other states?
I can't speak for everyone in my generation, but I have experienced some friends that I've graduated with that have started to look outside South Windsor and even outside of Connecticut. And at first, back then, when I didn't know much, I asked the question, why? Connecticut is a great state. And quickly I realized that we lack the options for affordable housing. And I know there are many states out there that are similar like us, but at the same time, again, I beg the question, what can we do to differ that? And I feel like HB 5429 is a great opportunity where we increase our housing options and we can drive down the cost for that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you for the work that you do and your advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Anwar.
Mr. Chair or Madam Chair now, right? No, Mr. Chair is still there, Chris. Thank you.
I heard your testimony. Good job. Thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Alan, it's so nice to meet you and thank you for testifying. I joined Senator Anwar in enjoying a conversation with a young person as well. I was wondering, when I was in school looking for a job or looking for the next step after school, I looked for a job first and then tried to figure out where I might live. Has that changed for your generation?
And I'll say, I can't speak for everyone, but I feel like for myself, I'm doing everything at once. So of course, I'm currently I work part-time, I'm a full-time student while serving part-time as well. So I mean, the goal is, of course, for me, myself, to always have a job, but at the same time, fulfilling my education as well. So by the time I'm done with my education, I'll have enough money to at least invest in another community in Connecticut, whether it be, of course, I would like to stay in my hometown that I've lived in all my 20 years of life of South Windsor. But of course, again, it comes down to affordability. So of course, for me, again, and I can't speak for everyone else, of course, I got a job right when I was in high school, and I'm still working, obviously, to this day while I'm in school as a full-time student, and of course, serve on PNZ. So that's where I stand, and that's just the goal.
Okay, well, so what I mean to say is, as you look to your future, and you sort of yeah, I'm curious because you're really concerned about housing affordability as opposed to your career or your work. And I'm just trying to understand, are you intending to live in your hometown? And it's fine, you don't speak for all youth. So we can just speak about your own thinking and it sounds like you're a student leader. So maybe you influence other peers as well, but is living in your hometown a major priority for some youth or you yourself? And I'm really trying to understand, because there's such a young people focused on housing, and truly I looked for jobs, and then where was I going to live, where that job was going to be. But I feel like you're saying young people look at housing listings and then figure out where they want to live and then look for jobs next to the house that they can't afford.
It's not necessarily what I'm saying. If there's a job opportunity in Connecticut, for example, that pertains to their career, and they look for, let's say, a housing or a place to live in Connecticut. And like I said, it's very challenging because from the people I've talked to that just recently graduated, for example, UConn, they're getting opportunities in Connecticut to work, which is great. The next part of that is finding a place in Connecticut that's affordable to them. And of course, as we all learned, and I especially learned in high school that in personal finance that you shouldn't really be spending more than 30% of your own income on housing. I know that's not the same for everyone, but for the fact that there's many people that will have to spend more than that, it's astronomical. And while I understand that, I know everyone has a different pattern. For me, of course, if I were to get a job opportunity in Connecticut after I'm done with my education, the next part is, of course, looking for a place to live in Connecticut.
Okay, well, thanks so much for that. I just had one other sort of philosophical question, but housing it's an object. It's somebody has to build it, somebody has to get that land, build it, get the lumber, all the equipment, and there's a lot that goes into it. So my question is housing a right? Are you entitled to have housing that you want?
So I would definitely have to say, to take a step back, it's your habitat, essentially, to simplify it. And so to say that humans are not guaranteed a habitat necessarily, and again, for me, it's asinine. I know there's a bill in the Housing Committee right now that Senator Anwar is sponsor of that designates it as a right, I'm pretty sure. I definitely do support that, because there's a lot of people in our state that are I wouldn't necessarily say lagging behind, but are left challenged trying to find a place, again, affordable in Connecticut. So to simply answer your question, in my opinion, it is.
Okay, well, that's definitely very telling, and I appreciate this conversation with you. But housing is not a right, because housing is built by other people. It's a want, and there's a variety of different housing that people may want. But housing is not a right. You don't have a right to other people's labor. So people will offer it at a certain price, and then you are either willing to pay for it or not. And a thriving market is what we want in housing. And that is what we're missing. But truly, it's about jobs in Connecticut, and then it's about housing. But we're having a conversation strictly about housing, and we're really missing a huge part about increasing affordability in Connecticut, which is that we need to be attracting jobs. And I don't agree that housing is a right. When you get a great job, you can have a voluntary exchange with somebody that's offering any kind of house that you want. And that's really the kind of society we want, is voluntary exchanges with a whole variety of offers that fits everybody's unique desires, and not some government idea of what fits a definition of housing, and it should be provided by right. So thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Frillo.
Yes, Representative Zullo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Alan, for your eloquent and thoughtful testimony. I came on with a quick comment and then a quick ask. First, I just wanted to say, one of my colleagues a little bit earlier talked about the tone and tenor kind of some of the exchanges. And I just wanted to commend you on contributing so positively to that. I was just so very impressed. You and I may not agree very much on some of the substance of the conversation, but we can certainly agree on you being enthusiastic and being a positive contributor to this. So I really do appreciate that. Number two, you did cite some information that you had or had looked at about increasing housing stock contributing to lowering overall housing prices. Did you mention something like that?
Yes, I did.
If I
can
give you
send out
my
the-
email, can you just email it to me? I don't want to eat up a ton of time because there's another 100 people behind you.
No, I completely understand. I can send that out to you through email, of course.
Okay, perfect. Do you want me to give it to you now, or can you look it up offline? You seem like you're more than capable of finding it.
Yeah, I can find it. No worries.
Perfect. That's all I was going to ask you. So thank you again for the time, and I appreciate it. So thanks. And
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Representative Zulo. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Alan, thank you very much. Very impressive testimony. Appreciate you.
Thank you so
coming.
much. Thank you for having me. Have a good night, guys.
You too. Barry Mickelson. Barry, welcome. Barry, you muted.
Sir, Dan Lent is next in
Okay,
the
can you hear me
line.
now? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Barry?
Yes.
Okay, Barry, and then Dan Lent will follow.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank you for your patience this afternoon. I'm here in opposition to HB 5429. I'm opposed to this bill. This bill is nothing more than a Trojan horse. Our Constitution and the entire, let me introduce myself. As I said, I'm a planner by profession. I specialize in land use zoning and a specialty also in Newtown development. Our Constitution and the entirety of our system of government is based upon the proposition of we the people. A one-size scheme that fits all, administered and directed by Hartford, is completely unacceptable. The vast majority of the people of this great state, despite the hoopla of a small number of activists funded by out-of-state sources, are outraged at the attempted curtailment of self-rule and local autonomy. As citizens, we're perfectly capable of administering our planning, our zoning, balancing growth and development, and establishing goals and objectives, controlling congestion, and addressing unique local concerns, and preventing the development chaos that would ensue if HB 5429 were enacted. The promulgation of irresponsible policies and the enactment of an income tax in 1981 provided the impetus for the growth of development in our state, which has led to out-of-control spending that has diminished the luster of our great state, necessitating more taxes and outsized tax increases, diminished our ability to maintain infrastructure, reduced our ability to attract and retain businesses, and brought us to the brink of financial insolvency. One of the greatest assets here in Connecticut is our quality of life. And now you want to seize local controls from the people who are best able to manage their own governance. Please don't do us any favors. The folks in Hartford do not know what is in our best interest and have misery failed to even manage many times in the best interest of the state. We have the highest taxes. We have high utility rates as a result of state policies. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We've previously lost a seat in the House of Representatives. The transportation fund is perpetually being raided for non-transportation purposes. Pensions that the legislature committed us to are not properly funded. Spending caps are exceeded by budgetary gimmicks, and we continually rate last or close to last in our attractiveness to business. Stay away from our cities, towns, and neighborhoods, and prove to us you can responsibly manage the affairs of our state. If Idaho, Utah, Florida, and Texas can do it, we can do it too. Thank you. We expect nothing less.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Barry.
Sorry, Senator Casano, I had a quick question.
I don't see a hand anywhere. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for testifying, Mr. Michelson. You
Gotcha.
said that you were a planner. Is he
Yes.
still here? Oh, great. I just wanted your quick comments on if we wanted to do TOD, which I think is a fair idea. What in this bill bothers you as a planner in trying to get instructions from a law? What would you say to us legislators? The bill, if you're going to do TOD, what clarity does it need to provide?
Okay, we had that situation here in Stanford. If you remember, Governor Malloy put out an RFP, and McClutchy came in with a proposal, and they wanted to put the parking up to a quarter of a mile away from our station and from our platform. We have people who live in the area, who live in the Shiphan area, and who live down in the South End. These people move to that location because they want to be near the railroad station. They work in the city, they're attorneys, they're lawyers. They pay a lot in property tax. One of the reasons that a number of these folks lived here, one, we were a low tax state at one point. They had access to the water because many of them were boaters, and the railroad station was convenient. Convenience is an important factor. With TOD development, it's very nice to talk about people that aren't even here yet. But what about the folks that are here, the folks that depend on these services? I remember many years ago when I started out as a young planner, I worked in Fairfield and I put together their parking lot. And we did that because folks had difficulty being able to commute. Those folks in Fairfield, even in those years, they commuted an hour and a half each way. And they were willing to put up with the commute for a quality of life. You made the point before, and you didn't say the words maybe properly. We're an aspirational society, and for that quality of life, people willing to pay heavily, and commute up to an hour and a half each way, 3 hours a day, to live in the enjoyment. And they have just as much right to have that as somebody else has. And I'm not saying we shouldn't provide housing. We provide a lot of housing here in Stanford for different types of people. But to be dictated to, and to tell people who live here, who pay taxes here, who are basically the pillars of our community, say, okay, we need new people in here, too bad, it'll just be more inconvenient for you. And, and I'm sympathetic to that. We've also had the biking community now has become very, very loud and vocal. How reasonable is that in the months of February? The days are short, it's dark, there's a safety issue involved. People don't seem to consider that. We've got to look at the realities of the climate we live in, and also the aspirations of people. And you have to have a regard for that. Zoning has two main functions. One is a guide to development and construction, but it also protects you. It protects your investment. It protects your way of life. And those are the two balancing features that are lost in the transportation or transit-oriented development concepts that we see before us all too often in this state.
Thank you.
That's my take on it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Dan Lent.
Hello?
Dan, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you now.
I'm trying to get the video started.
Okay. There you go, you're on.
Okay. I also had it on my PC, so let me close that. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, I'm Dan Lent, Easton, Connecticut. I'm an attorney and I'm a scientist, but I'm just speaking as a private citizen. I want to make a couple of points quick. The first is that our local sewage wastewater treatment plants cannot handle increased sewage at this time. For example, in Bridgeport, the West End treatment and the East treatment plants are not in compliance with the Clean Water Act, and that's why they have various lawsuits against them. They need millions of dollars to be upgraded, and that's just not happening. There are plans, but the simple fact of the matter is, wherever you come down on the political spectrum, we cannot handle more sewage into our wastewater treatment plants. Right now, every time it rains in Connecticut, the wastewater treatment plants discharge direct untreated sewage into Long Island Sound. That's just a fact. Also, the runoff occurs from pipes that in the old days, they would just run pipes from parking lots into the Sound. There's all these point sources, they call them technically, that every time it rains, they run into Long Island Sound. So, right now, Trumbull and Bridgeport send all their sewage down to Black Rock, And that plant wasn't constructed correctly because the discharge pipe goes into the harbor rather than out into the sound as originally planned. So Black Rock Harbor is terribly polluted. And, so I just want people to be aware that every time it rains, we have a terrible untreated sewage problem. If you go swimming in Fairfield, or I heard people talking about the Greenwich beaches, like I wouldn't be, hopping in the water in the Greenwich beaches. I would rather swim out east. To me, I don't swim anywhere west of New Haven. But anyway, just be aware that's an issue. The other thing is our water supply and our reservoirs need to be protected. And I know there was some language about, avoiding wetlands, but I'm bringing this up because of the mini wastewater treatment plant that many of these high density developments use. That's not a panacea. And you can look at the town of Westport had a terrible time with their Westport YMCA septic system. It was supposed to be designed right and it didn't work. And so these mini wastewater treatment plants are basically small sewage treatment plants that you put on the site. They don't really work as built, and they're very expensive to maintain. So once the developer's gone, the town gets stuck maintaining them. The other thing about increasing density is that our roads, like the Merritt Parkway was the first historic parkway. It wasn't designed for the amount of traffic it has. Neither is 95. So,
Mr. Lent, you're almost at your 3 minutes.
Okay, so I would just say that we would need less density based on the traffic rather than more density. Thank you very much.
Are there questions? Any questions at all? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Senator Huang.
There.
Mr. Chair,
There's something wrong with the screen here, Tony. Hold on. There
I'm
we
in two
go.
different
Got you.
locations, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you,
okay,
Mr.
I got
Chair.
you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lent, for your information. Now, you live in Easton. I'm gonna say senator there. Talk about the challenges. You were talking about sewer and septic as it relates to the bills in question, but how does that translate to a town like Easton that's 75% watershed? When you talk about density billing, you talk about sewage and septic. How can you do that from a standpoint of density? Can you elaborate a little bit more from a standpoint of incredible challenges that towns like Easton has and being able to maintain an environmental balance with watershed?
Right. And again, I mean, politics aside, you can't avoid environmental impact from pollution points. So, everyone agrees, I think, that the environment is very important. We need to reduce our carbon footprint, and Democrat, Republican, everyone agrees. So the issue really is, can we afford more sewage in our current systems? And you listen to some groups like Desegregate Connecticut says that the maximum lot size should be 1/4 of an acre for any residential home in Connecticut, and that they should all be hooked up to the sewers. Well, if you believe that, you obviously don't have a hard science background, because you know that that's not possible with our infrastructure, and it would be hard to even build enough sewage treatment plants, because Long Island Sound is only so big, right? So the issue is sewage, to be blunt, and there's only so much that can be put into Long Island Sound, and only so much that can be put into the groundwater. And that's why on our town, for example, we have reservoirs on both sides, and we supply all the drinking water to Fairfield County. We have to be very careful to have large buffer zones that are owned by Aquarian Water Company, so that we don't pollute the reservoir with our sewage, for example, and other kinds of pollutants, right? I mean, Black Rock Harbor is a good example of how it's polluted with heavy metals and all kinds of industrial, even there's even a layer of animal fat in the bottom of Black Rock Harbor left over that won't go away. So there's all these pollutants that nobody is considering in these discussions. And you cannot use wastewater mini treatment plants as a panacea. The town of Westport found that out. As I said, there's only so much sewage that you can put into a septic type of area for example, and most of our land is on septic. So I disagree fundamentally with the idea that we need more density for density's sake. I think Fairfield County is overcrowded. We need less density, and the rest of the state is not crowded. I work in Hartford and all the way up there. It's really two different Connecticut's. Fairfield County is much different. It might as well be its own different state. It has nothing in common with the rest of the Connecticut from a density standpoint. The rest of the Connecticut is not crowded. And you can, so increasing density in overcrowded places like Fairfield County, it's just not physically possible. And it doesn't matter what the politics are. It's just not physically and scientifically possible to do that. And Long Island Sound is still terribly polluted. If you go to the beaches, they're closed many days because of the raw sewage. All the fish and lobster are dying out. I mean, I'm a fisherman too. I can tell you firsthand. It's not really clean, in my opinion, all the way from Greenwich to New Haven. You have to go out east to get the cleaner water, and that's where all the fishermen go. We call it the dead zone by Fairfield and Bridgeport to go fishing. So I think, to try to answer your question, for a town like Easton, we have to preserve the water supply for all of Fairfield County. In order to do that, we have some physical limitations. We cannot, build high density developments with lots of sewage discharge, lots of runoff from pavement, lots of air pollution. The other thing is garbage. I mean, right now, Easton sends its garbage to be burned at the Wheelabrator plant in Bridgeport, an incinerator. Well, that's not an environmentally friendly thing. It generates power, but it still generates a lot of air pollution. So this increased density, and it generates heavy metals from ash, which is you need a special landfill to put that in. So, this idea of increased density, increased pollution, increased garbage, increased traffic, I don't care what your politics are. It's too crowded where it is right now. So we need to decrease density, not increase density. And lots of parts of the state are uncrowded and affordable. And if you work remotely, you don't need to live in a city. This idea of making the cities bigger and having more people in cities, we should be making the cities smaller and having people move out to the countryside of Connecticut. That's the environmentally friendly thing to do. But what I think this is just a Trojan horse. And I agree with Mr. Pickering and the other speakers that this doesn't pass muster. This is just a Trojan horse to profit developers, this 5429 bill. And it's an unjust enrichment, because if you look, it's unconstitutional, because if you look at the takings clause of the United States Constitution, you can't have an unconstitutional taking. It violates due process, and a land use regulation which causes a severe economic burden to the property owner will be attacked as an unconstitutional taking of property without the payment of just compensation. That's the Euclid case from 1926, the Euclid v. Ambler case. And the whole idea of Euclidean zoning is what our federal zoning laws are based on. And what happened was they had a Mount Laurel case in New Jersey, and that's a state case originally, not a federal case, that challenged Euclidean zoning. But Euclidean zoning is not fundamentally bad. It's not racist. And I take exception to these groups that say that our zoning is inherently racist. I don't see that supported in the federal case law regarding Euclidean zoning. You can look at all kinds of cases, the Ybarra versus Los Altos Hills cases, where 1 acre minimum lot size was found to be okay. Now, these are older cases, they've been commented on, but the idea that our Euclidean zoning is illegal and it's somehow biased against unrepresented groups, it's just economic bias. It has nothing to do with other components. It's like if I go down to Greenwich Avenue and I want to buy a $2 million Ferrari and I don't have the money, I can't walk into the dealership and say, hey, give it to me for $100. It's a luxury good. And a lot of these lots and towns are luxury towns. So you're talking about economic disparities rather than the traditional diversity issues. So I think that's a part of it too. This is a Trojan horse for greedy developers to make a lot of money, because you do. Everyone knows you make a lot of money by coming into a town, breaking zoning, building 100 units where it was only zoned for one, and then you get out of Dodge and you leave the town with this falling down development. So, you know, you can't stand in a phone booth with an elephant and say, what elephant? I don't see an elephant. And in this case, it's the greedy developers are the elephant in the phone booth. It just doesn't pass muster. Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. Lent, thank you very much. And you mentioned it a number of times that this isn't political, and you don't sound it at all. I think I appreciate your straightforwardness, and what you're saying clearly, what I got out of the conversation beyond the affinity you have for developers, is the fact that this is scientific. You increase significant density, you're going to increase sewage capacity. And right now, along with our coastal communities, there just isn't a capacity. It's not practically possible. Would that be a fair closing statement on that?
Yes. I would say, again, politics aside, there are certain physical limitations to science and in terms of pollution. And these plans don't factor in the simple fact that our current wastewater treatment plants, everyone agrees, cannot do the job. Every time it rains, Long Island Sound gets flooded with sewage because the plants can't handle it. And until you fix that problem, you are over dense right now. You have too much sewage, and we didn't spend the money on the plants we need. And who knows, even if there are plants that could handle the amount of sewage that they want to throw into Long Island Sound. So I find it very hard to believe that people who can be environmentally, active, also can turn a blind eye to the sewage problem of Long Island Sound. And all you have to do is go to a beach down in Greenwich, and you'll see the water is not clear like it is out east in Stonington. There's a huge difference. So we can't ignore that to just simply benefit some greedy developers who want to make a lot of money and then stick the whatever town it is with their problem.
Well, thank you, Dan, and I appreciate your time, and thank you for testifying. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Winkler.
Yes, just a couple of questions. So it's your testimony that from like Greenwich to New Haven, the towns there do not have adequate sewage treatment plants for current usage?
Yes, I mean, if you look at the data from groups like Save the Sound and other groups, you look at the reports, of course, all the plants are outdated. They all need to be updated. They need millions of dollars in work that hasn't happened. And another speaker talked about the nitrate problem. But there's more than just nitrates. There's just surface pollutants that run into the sound. So, all the parking lots, all the pipes that feed into the sound and aren't filtered. There are so many point sources that basically illegally dump wastewater into the sound every time it rains. I'm not sure if people know that. Like Bridgeport's a good example. There's all these pipes that run into Black Rock Harbor that they can't just, get rid of. They're just there, and they're still cataloging them, finding them to this day. So just think about it this way. Every time it rains in Connecticut, Long Island Sound gets polluted to different degrees. And when when it goes into a wastewater treatment plant that is very outdated, like the one in Black Rock Harbor, raw sewage flows into the harbor. So if you go to Black Rock Harbor after a rain, you can see it yourself. And the same thing is in Norwalk, the same thing is in Stanford. And if you're out on the Sound, you can see it. After a rainy day, you can see the difference. And the beaches are also closed. If you go to Save the Sound, they have beach reports when even Fairfield Beach closes quite often. Westport Beach closes due to the sewage problem. So, I mean, it's very clear that it's a big, huge problem.
Okay. So you're jumping between point source and non-point source. So non-point source, we're talking about primarily, I mean, drippings from automobiles on roads, things like that.
No, not at all. I mean, you're talking about entire drainage pipes that are unfiltered. So if you go into the city of Bridgeport, you can go way up, find drainage pipes that lead into another drainage pipe. So you could have a factory. You could have, I mean, Bullard's factory in
Well, they
Bridgeport
would be
was a good
point
example of in the Ash Creek of all the heavy metal pollution that went in.
A
went into
factory
there.
would
So-
be a point source.
and
I'm
they
talking
could,
about
yes,
non-point
because if it didn't go into the sewage treatment, a lot of the pollution also goes into the sewage treatment plant. So people don't just, flush human waste. They flush all kinds of pollutants down there, like, auto shops flushing oil and this kind of thing.
Well,
So
the sewage treatment plant is a point source. A building or an old factory is a point source. I'm trying to talk about non-point sources. So we're talking about storm drains, okay? Storm drains that go right into the sound. They carry things like antifreeze, motor oil, stuff like that from the roads. Would that be accurate?
oh, among many other things, there's a multiplicity of pollutants in our daily lives that most people don't even realize.
Okay, so like a transit-oriented development, the idea is to get people out of their cars so they're no longer leaking oil and antifreeze onto the roads. So how would a transit-oriented development increase non-point source pollution, as I believe you testified?
Well, I think you're just missing the point. I mean, fundamentally, more people generate more pollution. And all those people, even in your proposed development, they won't just be walking around and taking trains. They will necessarily be using cars at some point. It's impossible for someone to move into one of these developments and never be in a motor vehicle. Meanwhile, they have to be supplied but with food and other things that come. How is your food delivered? By trucks. So, I mean, the idea that putting 15 living units where there would be one, and somehow you're decreasing point source pollution, it just doesn't make sense fundamentally. I mean, with all due respect.
So you don't think a walking community is a possibility?
I don't think a 100% walking community in Fairfield County where you don't own a car, no, that's not going to happen in Fairfield County. There was some points in your life where you're going to need to either take an Uber or be in a car. You're going to need to be in a vehicle, and you just cannot walk everywhere. No, that's not true. I mean, there's cities like I go to Tokyo all the time. That's possible that not to have a car in Tokyo, but they also have very good quality trains. I took the train from New York City to New York City from Easton for 6 years. And I can tell you another thing about the trains is that Hartford never invested in upgrading our trains. So it was like riding in the back of a pickup truck all the way from Fairfield to Grand Central. You go to Japan, they have beautiful, comfortable trains. Our trains are terrible. Our Metro North trains are absolutely awful. So you want to put more people on those terribly awful quality trains that we have? First, we need to spend the money on the infrastructure. First, you would need the upgraded sewage plants, and then you would need to upgrade the Metro North. But Metro North always gets short shift up in Hartford. It never gets the funding that we need. Our trains are terrible. There is a 15-mile-an-hour switch in Norwalk that simply needs to be upgraded. And if it was upgraded, you could decrease the commute by 20 minutes.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to have to move on. We've got about 50 people still to testify, and you could go on forever having this discussion. So,
yes, I apologize. I'm just trying to answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Get my forms here. Well, Christine Stewart, there was one before Christine.
Yep, we have number 55, Stephen Garst, followed by 56 and then 57.
Stephen?
Yes, hi, I'm Steve
Stephen is
Garst.
here, yes.
How are you?
Good.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm in the 147th district and I represent myself as a resident. I am also a co-founder of the Stanford Neighborhoods Coalition, and I'm speaking in opposition to Bill 5429 and opposing the TOD locally. In 2015 and 2016, we had a TOD feasibility study in Springdale and Glenbrook. And we felt at the time that it was being forced on us. The residents strongly opposed this. The study and the concept of larger development. We have density issues, traffic issues, overcrowding at schools, pedestrian safety issues. We had 1,000 people sign a petition opposing the development and the TOD. We had a meeting and the mayor came to listen to us. There was 200 residents that came out to oppose this. The mayor came to the meeting and he listened to what the residents have to say. And he agreed not to expand the village commercial district that would allow the more dense buildings. The group that did the study was from out of state. They really didn't speak to the residents. They overlooked a lot of things at the time. They were talking about the New Canaan branch, and the trains were overcrowded during peak rush hour. The trains couldn't handle any more capacity, and that was overlooked. So these things should be left up to the local people to decide. The one size fits all, doesn't work. The concept of walkability sounds nice, but we've seen in our neighborhood, the neighborhoods don't offer all the amenities. People want to go to Trader Joe's. They want to go to Starbucks. They want to go to IKEA. There's no way to get there other than getting in a car. And it's nice to go walk your dog or go out for dinner. If you're within 2 or 3 blocks, other than that, I live a mile from work and I drive. I want to be in my car. I have other errands to do. I have multiple things to do throughout the day. We haven't seen lower car use in Springdale. Stanford has seen a growth of over 10,000 residents in the last decade. We have seen 74 apartment buildings and over 11,000 rental units built. Stanford has done more than their fair share for the housing market. Just in the last 8 days, we've
Mr.
seen—
Garst, you're at the 3-minute marker.
Okay, I'll wrap up. We have seen 4 major projects. There's housing projects that are just coming open. People can come to Stanford and look at what's available. But the mayor recently said that she wants to expand green space in their neighborhoods, and in the TOD for Stanford, they want 5,500 units to fit in the south section of the town. And it's just not reasonable. The schools are overcrowded, and we have to build 5 new schools in Stanford with the cost of $500 million. And there's no plan.
Mr. Garst, you're past your 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
All right. Did I lose volume altogether here?
No, we can hear you. We could hear you a minute ago. Now we can't.
We can hear you now.
All right. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
I'm getting 3/4 of the screen here, but I have Peter Scher next.
Senator, there are 2 people who have their hands raised.
Okay, I'm sorry. Representative Michelle, there it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garst, for coming today and for your testimony. You were about to talk about the school. I have something else to say, but if you wanted to continue and finish on the schools.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this development, and my son was in Stanford High School, and at the time, they said that the enrollment for 2-year period has increased 330 students. So right now, the city's looking for an area to build one school that they want to fit 4 to 5 other schools in that one building. And it's 500 million, maybe they said up to $1 billion if they want to add everything that would be needed. But I don't think, one single school is right for the kids. It's not a good learning environment. It's not going to be good for the kids. I know a lot of kids are suffering from mental health issues through COVID and getting back to school. There's been a lot of incidents at the local high school that's been in the paper. And I don't know, all this development, they keep pushing for it. And then here we are having to rebuild our schools and adding 500 million to possibly the taxpayers, I think, is hard to swallow.
Thank you for that, and thank you for sharing. It's true, we've had like a lot of development, particularly in the South End, which is in my district. And I was going to comment on some of the things we've heard along the way, that stormwater has been an issue, and sometimes it makes me think that before we encourage more development, we should actually encourage for better practices like green roofs and other things that are that would be updating our infrastructure as well. Talking about mitigation and talking about retrofitting. But I'm getting off track here. But I just wanted to thank you for your testimony today, and thank you for all you do in Stanford. Thank you, Mr. Garst.
I just had one question, and I don't know if you have heard from the mayor, but her campaign platform was that she was going to expand green space throughout the neighborhoods in Stanford. And I'm with the Stanford Neighborhood Coalition, and we're waiting for a meeting with her. And I just wondered if you have heard about that plan.
Not much, and we can definitely take that offline. I look forward to. I'll reach out to you, or you can reach out to me. But we'll definitely talk very soon, and on the municipal affairs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rep. Michelle.
Thank you, Rep. Michelle. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Garst, thank you for your testimony and your involvement in your neighborhood group. It is people like you that make the positive difference in our neighborhoods. You talk about the increased development capacity. Now, in all of the capacity that you talked about in Stanford, you see no discernible increase in affordable, diverse housing. Would that be correct? Because I know many friends that live down in Stanford have seen the overwhelming high density development, but there hasn't been an increase in significant affordable housing. Would that be correct from your observation?
Yes, from my observation, yes. And the Stanford Neighborhood Coalition represents, people from the South End, the North End, and the West Side, and all neighborhoods in Stanford. And we would all like to see more affordable housing for purchase. We think that makes sense. We've seen endless apartments being built, and just by adding apartments, I don't think really addresses that issue.
I think you raise a very important point in regards to home ownership and residential. And I know in this committee, we have proposed some bills in regards to using other financial tools to help people acquire property. But I appreciate that. And one of the difficulties in regards to affordable housing is the deed restriction, because knowing the Springdale area and the Glendale area, it's a wonderful community, but it's not a wealthy community. It's working class, middle class, connected community that you talked about being represented. These are not big dollar people and exclusionary. There are people, many multiple generations in that neighborhood, but their property are reasonably priced and down in Lower Fairfield County, but they're not deed restricted, so they don't qualify from a standpoint of affordable housing. There are wonderful neighborhoods that you represent, right?
Yes, very hardworking people. We work hard to, just get by. I heard earlier, one of the reps said that Stanford has the highest tax base, has a second highest tax base. And I know people don't, they're just making ends meet, and it's been tough, and it is getting tougher. So the affordable housing for purchase, I know I would like to see my children have the option to stay in Stanford and be able to purchase a home, to have equity in a home. We talk about, having fair equity, and many other residents feel that the development projects should match the neighborhoods that they're in, so that my property value doesn't drop. What I worked hard for all my life.
These are very powerful words. I'm grateful to you testifying and for you being a voice for so many of neighborhoods and communities that are looking to speak out. So thank you very much for your work, and really a real acknowledgement for your involvement in representing neighborhood community groups and speaking out. Hardworking middle-class people trying to make ends meet. So I appreciate that, Mr. Garst. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate all the hard work that you've done as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no other hands, Stephen, thank you for your testimony. Very helpful. We'll move on to Peter Scher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I testify to oppose House Bill 5429. The intentions of this bill are good: to increase the development and availability of housing stock in Connecticut. A laudable goal for sure. However, this bill is not a sledgehammer. It's a steam-driven pile driver when a surgical instrument is required. Greenwich is not Old Saybrook. Vernon is not Fairfield. It's wonderful for policy wonks to evaluate this on paper. Our citizens in Connecticut live in reality. In my town, Greenwich, this bill is nothing but a huge gift to developers. Using as of right rules, developers have already torn down much of our moderately priced rental properties in our walkable and commutable downtown area. More than 100 units of $1, $2, and $3 million townhomes have been built instead. Many of these have been purchased by wealthy older Greenwich residents who have re-domiciled to other states, and these homes are now their second homes. This is our reality in Greenwich. Certainly, this outcome is bad for Connecticut. Second, the bill written this way allows developers to wipe out neighborhoods in more moderate income towns. Just look at Fairfield with their second train station at Fairfield Metro. This bill would allow developers to purchase and wipe out whole sections of moderately priced single homes along New England Avenue and even into parts of the historic Black Rock section of Bridgeport. As I said, a laudable goal to create more housing stock in Connecticut, but this bill is just poorly written bad policy that is a gift to developers who will never live in the neighborhoods that will be forever and irreparably destroyed. We need policies that recognize Connecticut is not a homogeneous state where all towns and cities are the same. This bill fails on that score. Please send this legislation back and develop something more intelligent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your testimony. I see Representative Fiorello has a hand, and I'm then going to turn it back over to Senator Cassano for a few moments more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks so much for coming to testify, Peter. You make a really great point that what we're seeing in the kind of TOD and developments that are happening is the demolition of moderate homes, moderate priced homes for the replacement of super luxury homes. Could you describe more about that so people can really understand the reality of what we're talking about? Who's living in these moderate homes, and what are you and your neighbors so concerned and worried about?
Well, as I said in my testimony, I think our greatest concern is, and we visit this from Hartford a lot, there are other people in other parts of the state who have an impression of what Lower Fairfield County is. They think we all drive around in, I don't know, Rolls Royces, and we all live in, 4-acre zoning, small properties, and we resist everything and every bit of change. That couldn't be further from the truth. Representative Fiorello, I served for 12 years on the Board of Education here in Greenwich. As our first selectman said probably 6 hours ago now, we're a pretty diverse town. In the school system that I helped govern for 12 years, we have 30 to 35% children in our school system that are on free and reduced lunch. We have a lot of housing stock here that is moderate income and lower income housing. What's happened is with developers, this is under threat. There's a street here in our town called Millbank Avenue. It was built largely of homes built near the turn of the century. I'm talking about 1900s, not the most recent turn of the century. Those have been converted into 3, 4, 5-unit apartment dwellings. They were beautiful homes along a long street. Is 1 block away from our main avenue, as you may be aware, Greenwich Avenue, which is our retail. It's all walkable. Greenwich Avenue at the bottom empties out to where our train station is, our main train station to go to New York. Developers got a hold of those properties. Nearly none of them are left. I mean, blocks and blocks and blocks of it were all torn down, and they were replaced with units. As of right units meant they met all the rules in Greenwich, but they fundamentally changed the community. There's a school at the end of the street, and I know this well, the Julian Curtis Elementary School. That school had roughly 400 kids. We have 11 elementary schools in Greenwich, and we love, and parents love, that these schools are in their neighborhoods. They serve the many different neighborhoods of Greenwich. When all those housing units disappeared, the number of enrolled students in that school plummeted by 150 kids. And it's largely because these families were just priced out of the market. I don't know where else they went in Greenwich, or maybe they went over to Stanford or whatever. So this bill, I get the objectives of the Desegregate Connecticut who wrote the bill. But they just have no familiarity with how this would be applied in places down here in Lower Fairfield County, where there's great wealth, and coming to Connecticut is still relatively less expensive than being in the very expensive Westchester or what have you. So this kind of policy prescription is just going to destroy some of the towns down here. I don't think I know anybody in Greenwich. I heard Mr. Galvin speak, who's fundamentally against this. I'm highly supportive of it. A diverse housing in our community is a great thing. But the way this is written, it would just really do devastation to our community. It might help Fairfield. It might help, I don't know, up in Hartford, one of these other 40 towns. But where we are, it'll just destroy more housing down near our central core, because the developers will just come in and build, and they won't worry about the auxiliary unit, the 10% unit. They don't care about that. We have lots of those in Greenwich. I started out in Greenwich in 1993 in a condo complex that was 40 or 50 units. And I want to say 4 of them were moderate income housing. They'll just go ahead and build it because the economics down here are so strong to build more luxury housing. And this, I just implore you guys as legislators to go back and take another bite at this. This is just bad policy. And I can tell you from somebody who was a policymaker for 12 years on an elected board, you need to take another bite at this apple. This is not a good bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You're
for having
welcome.
me.
Thank. Anyone
Senator-
else? Any other questions here? No.
Senator Casano, I'm happy to take the baton back if
Well, all right, it's
You're
time
ready.
to switch over. Thank you.
you are welcome. Thank you. It's a tag team effort. And Madam Clerk, just you can make sure that I am on track. We have next, I see Dice O, and I believe to be followed by Christy Stewart, but we will make sure that those on the list. Mr. O is number 57 on our list.
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr. O, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I'm just trying to find you on my screen.
My video's off, but I will testify over audio.
Okay, there you are. Please proceed, Mr. O.
Great, thank you. My name's Dice. I've lived in Stanford for 16 years. I would like to urge the committee to support HB 5429. I believe it's a no-brainer and vital to Connecticut's future. And if anything, I believe the provisions in the bill are too weak. 15 units per acre near transit stops, I believe is far too low density for what Fairfield County and other transit towns can handle. As background, I want to stress that we are in the midst of a massive housing shortage. As an example, Fairfield County, where I live, has about a population of 1 million. If you look at housing growth stats over the last 10 years, housing units have grown by about 0.2% a year, which is an abysmal rate of growth, given our connection to the New York City jobs market. If you look across the region, Connecticut has among the worst housing growth rates of the entire region, might be even worse than Long Island. Fundamentally, the housing crisis is one of supply. There are not enough homes being created relative to the demand for them, given the growth in jobs, population, newcomers, new household formation, etc. I know a lot of wealthy towns like to use affordability gimmicks and set-asides, to create some deed-restricted affordable housing, and that's great. But that's just the Band-Aid on the problem. The fundamental problem is supply. There's a lot of demand to live in this area, and the zoning laws don't allow enough homes to be built. And so we need reform. Local control has been an abject failure in Connecticut. Today, you've heard from a lot of homeowners who benefit from the current system. I believe local governments have been captured by essentially a homeowner cartel. You can see the results. Connecticut is one of the most segregated and unequal states in the entire country. The housing cost burden for working class and lower income people is just off the charts. People are being squeezed out, moving out. People are living in illegal apartments and subdividing homes illegally just because there's not enough homes to go around. There's no justification for 1 acre, 2 acre, or 3 acre zoning in an area that's within an hour and a half of New York City. We have that in Greenwich and these other towns. These zoning laws have their roots in fundamentally classist and racist history. If you look at the history of these zoning laws, they were basically created to exclude racial minorities and poorer people once racial covenants were no longer allowed. I want to stress that towns are not country clubs. Just because you've lived there for 20, 30 years and own a home doesn't give you the right to decide who else can move in and what other people can build on their property. Property rights is fundamentally about
Excuse me,
having
Mr.
the right to
O,
develop.
your 3 minutes are almost up.
Okay, great. I just want to say zoning is a taking, and just because you own a property doesn't give you the right to stop a neighbor from developing theirs responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O, for your testimony today. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Thank you for just pointing out that we have some very different opinions about these issues as we listen to the testimony today. And I think there were some folks earlier who talked about all of us agree. I think we all agree on some fundamental things, but we have some different ideas. So thank you for lending your voice to the conversation. And again, to all those who are waiting to testify, we thank you for your patience and for hanging in there with us. Next on the list today is Christy Stewart, to be followed by Catherine Blanco. Ms. Stewart?
Thank you, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey.
There you are. Please proceed. Welcome.
Chairman Casano, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairwoman Goupel, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Christy Stewart. I am the Chief Initiative Officer for the Center for Housing Opportunity based in Bridgeport, and I lead its collaborative work to regionally facilitate the preservation, production, and protection of housing that is affordable and accessible for people at all income levels and all stages of life in Fairfield County. I thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony today in support of House Bill 5429, which would allow the as-of-right development of multi-use, multifamily housing near rail and Connecticut fast track stations. The Metro North system has long solidified Fairfield County as part of the Metro New York region, and our proximity and rail access to New York City continue to drive our regional economy, which consistently ranks first in the state for GDP. There are three key contextual facts about Fairfield County that inform my support for HB 5429 and my testimony today. Number one, 29 of Connecticut's 50 Metro North rail stations are in Fairfield County. Number two, Fairfield County is the most expensive housing market in the state and one of the most expensive in the country, and must increase its available affordable homes by 25,000 units to meet the documented current demand of its residents. And number three, 52% of households in our region are housing cost burdened, which is an untenable situation for these households, for employers, and for employees alike, and is an ever-growing concern as we attempt to attract and retain a regional workforce and build vibrant, thriving communities. Allowing as-of-right development of mixed-use, mixed-income housing around transit would strategically leverage significant investment that our state and taxpayers have already made in our public infrastructure to attract private development dollars as part of the solution to our housing challenges. Transit-oriented development and the provisions of HB 5429 is one of myriad essential tools we can and must use to shape a more equitable future in Connecticut, particularly in Fairfield County. On behalf of the 135 households in Fairfield County alone who are housing cost burdened and who are not able to testify before you today because their jobs do not allow them to take, I've been on this call since 9 o'clock this morning, an entire workday to do this. I urge the committee and Connecticut lawmakers to support transit-oriented development this year. We must make use of every available tool to reimagine our state as a vibrant and welcoming place where all our towns can offer both an excellent quality of life and a safe and affordable home. Your support of TOD and the provisions of this bill would signal your commitment to an equitable future for Connecticut that remains out of reach for far too many residents today. Thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to testify before you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. And I think we started at 10, if I'm not mistaken. So I hope you weren't here at 9, but I'm teasing because I know that many of you have stayed here with us for many hours today, listening to the conversation. And as I started the day out, I hope listening that we can all learn from one another. I want to ask you a question about the 25,000 units to meet the documented need of current residents. And that number, could you share a little bit more about what that number means, how it's calculated, and where those 25,000 people or families currently are? Because I've had this conversation with some folks who, understandably, have some questions about how that works. So if you could help with that, that would be wonderful.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I'm talking right now just about Fairfield County, but I can tell you we do have this data for every county in the state. We know right now, let's see, let me think about where to start. This is American Community Survey data, first of all. So it's the same data that Connecticut Data Collaborative, Connecticut Data Haven, any research and policy group is using this data. We use it all across the country. We took a look at supply and demand by cost band in each county. And so when I talk about 26,000, I'm talking specifically about the fact that in Fairfield County, we have 29,320 units of housing that are affordable to people making between 0 and 30% of area median income, and that's county area median income. We have 55,251 households in that cost bracket. And so the gap there is roughly 26,000 units. You're asking where those folks are living, and I can tell you thousands of them are homeless and in shelters. More than that are doubled up, living with family. So you get what we call doubled up, so 2 families living together in an apartment, or any other kind of housing. We have a lot of off the books, black market housing, especially in our cities. And others are simply spending 3 times what they can afford on rent. And so we have a saying, which is the rent eats first. And in Fairfield County, it's devastatingly true. And we have families in particular and seniors making really awful choices every day so that they can pay their rent, choices between buying food, medication, transportation. All of that is an issue. So this data it's well documented. It's not disputed by anybody. This is a state report. We were commissioned by the state to publish this. We spent 9 months studying and compiling this inventory. It is public. It is on a website called affordablehousing.tools. I urge you to take a look, but that is how we come up with that number.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. And are you saying that the numbers are available for other counties as well on that same website?
They are, every county in the state of Connecticut.
That's helpful. We did have some questions earlier from committee members about the numbers, and I think it's helpful to be able to point people specifically. I know that there are some numbers from the Regional Plan Associates that are also on the website of yours, but I do see Representative Smith has his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very quick question. Ms. Stewart, thank you for sort of showing us some of the cold hard facts of the situation with those numbers. It's really eye-opening. And I just had a question. It seems to me that you've been working to solve this problem for quite a long time. And I'm wondering, how long have you, hi there, Thomas, how long you've been in this position where you've been studying this problem and working to solve it? It seems it must be quite a while.
Thank you. I often explain that I'm standing on the shoulders of many, many people. We started this work at the Center for Housing Opportunity in 2019. And the first question we asked, which I know was asked earlier today, is how much housing that is affordable to folks do we have? And what are the population needs so that we can determine what we need to build? So spent a long time studying that. For decades, folks like me have been working on this issue, and I think that what the data that we've been able to pull together shows is the status quo is not working in Connecticut. There are hundreds of thousands of families who are left out of the housing market. And so while we've been studying this I've been studying it for a decade in Connecticut, people for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years have been studying this in Connecticut. And I think the time for studying is maybe past. We know exactly what we need. We're very clear on what the housing national best practice and practices are and policies that we can bring to the state to address this issue. The problem is we need the public will, and people are going to have to get behind the fact that the demographics of our state have changed and the housing stock is not, it no longer serves the housing needs of everyone here.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it very much. And as I said, really eye-opening. Thank you
for the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Smith. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Stewart, for being here with us today, and hope you have a wonderful evening. Next on our list, oh, hang on one second, folks. I believe it's Catherine Blanco. And Ms. Blanco will be followed by Kirk Carr. Welcome, and please proceed.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you all for the opportunity to testify today in support of HB 5429, an act concerning transit-oriented development. My name is Catherine Blanco, and I'm a Bethel resident, a recent college graduate, and soon-to-be law student, and a policy fellow with Desegregate Connecticut, although I'm just speaking on my own behalf today. I love where I grew up, just a town over in Newtown, but I also found that being at least a 15 to 20-minute drive, often more, away from school, shops, and friends was a bit isolating, especially as someone who learned to drive relatively late and does not own my own car. When I went to DC for college, it opened my eyes to what elements make a community truly livable. I appreciated the freedom that pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods and public transportation offered. I got more exercise, spent more time outdoors, discovered local businesses, and became more social. This is not to say that I want Connecticut to become DC. I want to be able to return to this area after I finish my education, not only because of proximity to family, but also because the state's beautiful open spaces and charming main streets and downtowns feel like home to me. But I don't want to return to complete car dependency, and I know many people my age feel the same. Fortunately, many of Connecticut's cities and towns are located along public transit routes, including my new hometown of Bethel. If we intentionally create equitable transit-oriented communities, more Connecticut residents can benefit from this resource while simultaneously enjoying the New England atmosphere for which our towns are known. In fact, far from detracting from the traditional appeal of many transit towns, this bill would help preserve and reinvigorate this appeal by welcoming new residents and turning back to our state's roots, because single-family homes with large lawns far from many commercial or transit areas weren't always the norm in Connecticut. If we began allowing diverse housing near existing development and infrastructure again, rather than forcing that development out into our forests and farmlands, we can bring residents closer to one another and closer to other towns on our transit routes. And that's the kind of community I want to come back to. In addition to preserving green space, this bill would also help decrease pollution. According to the Connecticut DOT, the transportation sector alone is responsible for 38% of our state's greenhouse gas emissions, making it the largest single contributor, and 66% of nitrogen oxide emissions, which is a component of dangerous smog. By making public transit a viable alternative to car travel, TOD can curb emissions, helping Connecticut reach its climate goals and improving the quality of the air we all breathe, which again benefits all of us, not only those who choose to live near public transit. Taking our state's environmental challenges seriously is also essential for helping young adults like me see a future in this state. There's no escaping the fact that housing and transportation are closely tied. The way we design our homes and streets must reflect this truth, but that can't happen until we update our zoning laws to allow the equitable transit-oriented communities our state needs. I believe HB 5429 will take us in the right direction. And thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone else who's spoken today.
Thank you very much for being here with us, Ms. Blanco. And seeing no questions, I wish you a wonderful evening, and thanks again for your patience and sticking with us. Next, we have Mr. Kirk Carr, to be followed by Jan Schaefer. Mr. Carr, please proceed.
Thank you very much for holding this hearing. I repatriated with my wife and young son from Hong Kong in 1980 and decided to live in Connecticut because it was the Switzerland of the Northeast. I lived in Stanford for 20 years, and then we built a house in Clinton, Connecticut, where I got to know Christine Goupil, Rep. Goupil. We served on planning and zoning together and co-wrote the Plan of Conservation Development. I'm here today to speak in opposition to 5429. Several people have talked about how this erodes local control, and I'm particularly object to Section 1G. If a municipality fails to adopt new regulations or amend existing regulations to comply with the provisions of this section prior to October 1st, 2022, any such non-compliant existing regulation shall be void, and such municipality shall approve or deny applications in accordance with the requirements of this section. I agree with a number of people like Francis Pickering and Peter Scher, who've bemoaned how this would take away local control. The closer to the problem you are, the better the solution. The more responsive you are to the local needs. And it's certainly much more democratic. The issue of affordable housing is very misunderstood. A lot of people think it's about me being able to afford a house, but affordable housing means, under the state statutes, low income housing, restricted housing. It's really important to understand what the total needs are. According to the Connecticut Data Collaborative, the population of Connecticut has increased less than 1%, while this is between 2010 and 2019, while the housing units increased 3%. In that same period, the median rent did go up 20%, but the median household income went up 18%. There is a certain equilibrium that's implied there in terms of the cost relative to the ability of people to pay. As far as this particular piece of legislation is concerned, though, I think putting planning and zoning into a straitjacket and requiring them to provide certain kind of housing around transportation areas. As Rep.
Excuse me,
Goupil
Mr.
knows,
Carr, you're almost at your 3 minutes.
okay, as Rep. Goupil knows, planning a TOD is a really important part of any plan, but each town is different in what its needs and what its solutions are. So I hope you will reject this and not forward it for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us, Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Carr, for coming to testify. And I also I'm concerned about the lines you pointed to in the bill as well. And given your experience in your town in doing zoning and also your life living abroad, I wonder, how would you advise us legislators as we consider this bill, try to make it better? And how should we wrap our minds around the proponents and they're sort of just the fact that they all seem to be very young people with not a lot of life experience? What would you say to us legislators in weighing, many of us respond to those who show up and say, this is what we want. And truly the squeaky wheel gets greased. So how would you advise us? I think you have a lot of wisdom.
Well, I guess I would quote Winston Churchill, who said that if you're not a liberal as a youth, you don't have a heart. If you're not a conservative as an adult, you don't have a brain. So I don't doubt that these young people have very good intentions. I mean, what was really interesting was, I think it was the first selectman from Greenwich who pointed out that CCM, that he was surprised that CCM came out in support of this. But then he mentioned that Luke Bronin, who is Sarah Bronin's husband, is the chairman of CCM. And we know that Desegregate Connecticut is part of the Regional Plan Association, which is a $4 to $5 million operation that's based upon their filing of their 990 with the IRS. And their board of directors are basically billionaires who will benefit from building low-income housing in places along, in transit-oriented developments. And they are somebody said that, talked about a Trojan horse. I would say these are wolves in sheep clothing. And these young people are being, I think, manipulated by some of that. This is not about altruism. It really is a money-making operation. And there are people behind it who have more tangible objectives than altruistic objectives.
I really appreciate you putting words to those thoughts. And it's not really affordable housing, is it, Mr. Carr? It's luxury housing that we're going to get with this TOD bill.
You certainly would get a considerable amount of luxury housing. I think in the end, it is going to be supply and demand. All this really does is give these developers tremendous freedom. And it takes away the power of planning and zoning to control the destiny of the town. And developers like that freedom. And it's really important that the local community maintains their own control of their own destiny, because it's responsive to what the people in that community really want. And it's important to know that what Hartford wants is not necessarily what Greenwich or Ridgefield, or for that matter, Bridgeport or Stanford want or need. Those needs are all very different. And the best solutions are those that are responsive to the local community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carr. I really appreciate just the clarity of what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Fiorello. I'm going to turn it over to Rep. Goupil in a moment, but I just would note that I think we have to be careful about assuming intent when we talk about other folks who have testified previously and with what they have said. I think that's really important. Representative Goupil.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And it's very nice to see you, Mr. Carr. It's been quite a while since we worked together. I just want to have a quick dialogue about how we were so successful with the plan of conservation development, and when we were looking at creating our inclusionary zoning with the downtown, with a mindset that, you know, we're looking at creating development, bringing in housing, and just sort of your views on that collaboration and how, you know, if you're not in favor of this particular bill, where you see the successes in the state, such as Old Saybrook, and how they can be applied to some of the other areas.
Thank you. And it's great to see you again too. We worked long hours with Alan Kravitz and with our consultant and with Charetz. We brought in people from Clinton to try to find out what their vision was for the town. And it was a lot of hard work that was responsive. I was interested to hear Mr. Fortuna talking about Old Saybrook, and what they've done over there is impressive. And the fact that that's their largest taxpayer. The only concern I would have is in the cost of services for residential development. There have been 10 studies done in Connecticut from 10 different towns, and the cost per dollar of taxes raised from residential development, the cost per dollar is anywhere from $1.05 to $1.33. The median is $1.12. So generally residential doesn't carry its own weight, even if it's in Greenwich or in some place that has a high income and high cost housing. It's really important to have a good balance of commercial, industrial, utilities. And where you have that imbalance, it becomes very hard fiscally to make things work. It's also important, and I think somebody's addressed this or talked to it, to have housing that will provide the employment. Employment is an important part of that too. And that requires a wide range of employment, and from lower income employment. And that's one of the problems that we have. I'm now living in Ridgefield, is that we don't have enough of the lower income employment. It has to be brought in from Danbury, for example. So trying to provide the kind of housing that will support the commercial development is really important too. But one has to understand there has to be a balance. And I don't think the Planning and Zoning Commission is set up or has the charter to think about the fiscal side of it, but understanding that having that the residential does not carry its weight, and trying to understand that you have to keep a certain amount of your area as commercial or zoned in that way, and not have it become residential if you can't fill it with some of the commercial, the high tax rates that pay 2 or 3 times their costs in taxes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Carr. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Goupil. Representative Fiorello for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. I will be brief. Mr. Carr, I just realized I would like to give you a moment to expand more on those dots that you were connecting. I think that's really important. You're the first one to really make that connection of desegregate, that's pushing, advocating for this bill. It's one of their big tenets. And then their connection to this group RPA. Could you please speak more about that and why that concerns, that's a point of concern?
Well, Segregate Connecticut is not shy in fact, your speaker earlier today said he's an employee of RPA and that he's registered as a lobbyist, which is appropriate. Desegregate Connecticut is part of RPA. RPA is a multi-state organization. It has on its board people like Douglas Durst. I mean, these are people who have other interests besides, I mean, I understand doing well by doing good. I mean, I think there is something to be said for that. And I'm sure many of these people are doing well by doing good. I recall in Clinton, we had a housing project that was done in a private public method. And there were a number of people there who I thought did very well by doing good. And that's one of the issues that I have, is trying to make sure that while people are doing well by doing good, that we have that balanced. And I think somebody had a unjust enrichment. That was a comment that someone made earlier, that we don't, in the process, unintentionally create unjust enrichment. I hope that addresses your question.
Thank
you for asking it.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. I will point out that RPA has been in existence for approximately 100 years, serving the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. They provided support and assistance to our own state's Department of Public Housing, providing the Affordable Housing Plan Guidebook. And I just think that is important for context for those who are listening to understand their work in Fairfield County in particular, and in support of the state as a whole. Representative Winkler.
Just one question for clarification. When you said your speaker today said, you meant someone who spoke at this hearing, not the Speaker of the House.
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry if that was not clear. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Winkler. Thank you for clarifying. I missed that one. Mr. Carr, thank you very much for being here with us and for sharing your testimony today. I wish you a wonderful evening. Next on our list, I believe numbers 65 and 66 are not here. We have Jan Schaefer, number 67. Jan, are you here with us?
I am here. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome, and please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I really appreciate it. Let me just say, my name is Jan Schaefer. I live in New Canaan since 1997. And just by, well, first of all, I just want to say I am testifying against HB 5429. And by way of background from life experience, I just want to say I grew up in Los Angeles. I started my financial career in San Francisco, lived there for a couple of years, and then I lived in Manhattan for 13 years. So I have had the opportunity in my lifetime to live in very urban environments, and my husband and I chose to live in New Canaan, a suburban environment, when we adopted our daughter. So we moved out of the city and chose to live in a town where we had good public schools and had a home with a backyard to give our daughter the best life that we could possibly give her. So I feel very strongly that in this country, we have a lot of diversity and choices of places to live, both urban and suburban, as well as rural. And I think we need to preserve all of those choices. I think we have freedom under our Constitution to choose where we want to live and how we want to live our lives. And I think that that is a right that has been given to us and that we have to be really cognizant of keeping that right. In terms of the proposed legislation, I feel very strongly that we need to have local zoning control. The local towns actually know what's best for their town. I think the town of New Canaan has done a really good job of building affordable housing. We have a project underway right now as we speak. I think building more density around our train station, if you build 100 unit apartment building and 10 are affordable housing, then you have 90 more apartments, so you have to get a percentage of that. So then you need 9 more. So in terms of meeting the affordable housing goal of 10%, you would always be put behind by that, having that kind of density. So that is definitely a point. But I think more importantly, the character of our small towns and the way that most of us have chosen to live where we live would be taken away by having the state come in, have a one size fits all for each town. So I think it's very important that we have local control. And certainly we know that we need more housing. And I think all of the towns that I have been involved with and have friends in are all addressing that issue.
Schaefer, you're at your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. And I firmly am against this bill as the way it's written.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for your testimony today and for being here and sticking with us during the course of the day. Next, have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Next on our list, we have Frank D Felice, who I believe will be followed by Thomas Reagan, and I'm not going to pronounce his last name right. Hopefully he'll tell me when we get there. Mr. D Felice, please proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Frank D Felice. I currently serve as the chairperson of the Planning and Zoning Commission of the town of Durham and as the chairperson for the Regional Planning Commission for the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments, RiverCog, which represents 17 Connecticut municipalities. I want to speak to 2 bills. I'll start with 5429. It seems that there's been a great deal of misinformation about the benefits of this bill. There's some issues with its writing, and I'd like to give you my comments on this. First of all, this is not a partisan issue at all. I think everyone recognizes the need for affordable housing, but it has to be truly affordable. It doesn't take 5 years to get permits. Permits are granted in 65 days. That's statute. The applicant can certainly request an extension if he desires, if there's more information that needs to be issued. However, that's not normally an issue. The 15 units is a really, really high density. And I want you to think about this because at 10% affordable, the impact of the 90% of market value development that you're going to have to get 10% or 1 out of 10 affordable units is an awful lot of impact for very little benefit. And by the way, when you look at what is affordable, what's considered affordable, that's a lot of money in Connecticut in any of these cities. And even in my hometown of Durham, it's like $80,000 is affordable. The statute also says that it's exclusively a home or a residence. And yet, if you go back to the one of the other lines on here, I think it's 113, it talks about cottage food operation, which means it's not exclusively a residence. What I think you're going to see happen with this bill is that any properties that are now single family within that half-mile radius are going to be bought up by developers. They're going to come in as of right and build as much as they can on that block. Quite frankly, I mean, there's nothing to stop them that's within this document. The single parking space, there's no place for a guest to park. There's no place for snow to be plowed. And therefore, I think that should be modified. I'll move on to 5361. This is the access for coastal areas. This bill, I want to give you some examples here. A town pays to build a park, police a park, maintain a park, and then people that are non-residents can come in and pay less than half of what the residents have to pay to use that park. And this park could be any park in any town, the way the language is written, including any municipal park or any beach, which might be tidal waters, which is inland as well as coastline. So this is much more than coastline, and I hope that all the municipalities will understand that. Thank you. I'm willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Earlier today, I noted that we had an error in drafting and the language was intended to be 150%, just to clarify that. But I see Rep. Winkler has his hand.
Just a further clarification. Is the percentage, the ratio you cited based on the 50% in the bill or based on some other data?
No, it's in the bill.
Based on the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you, Mr. De Felice. I would love to ask you to speak more about your concerns on the 15-acre high density, because that was portrayed as actually low density according to, I guess, home activist metrics. But you say it's high density, and that's the trouble with trying to understand this bill. Is just there's a lot of he said, she said, but we want to be grounded in reality, because what's on the paper will translate into real buildings with real impact on our towns. So could you expand more on when you say it's high density, and your voice was really adamant? You wanted us to hear that this is a big concern. Please expand on that. Why are you so concerned that we understand 15 is a lot?
15 is a lot because if you think about what is currently as of right, which is a residential single family home, that's basically one dwelling unit for many people, but it's a one dwelling unit. Now, if you had a fourplex, that would be maybe low density. But when you start going upward of 4, 5, 6, first of all, these are all different regulations. The building codes change. You're talking about fire doors and certain access from life safety code. There's all kinds of criteria that has to be built into this. This is an expensive building. If you're going to build something like this within that half-mile radius, this is going to be an expensive piece of property with an expensive building on it that is not going to rent or be sold cheaply. By the way, I wanted to commend you, Representative Fiola, for asking the question about if Mr. Harrison was registered as a lobbyist, the fellow from Desegregate Connecticut. I just wish you had asked Ms. Bronin that question.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony. I just one more thing is you do say there's nothing in this bill that would create a community conversation, because that also I really want to clarify. There's an impression being created that this bill does not preclude community local voices to be able to shape the TOD, but you, with your experience in working as the P&Z commissioner expert volunteer, do you see a chance in here for the community to have a voice in the development of the TOD?
There isn't. When the proponents are talking about the ability of towns and board members and so forth to comment or to weigh in, they're talking about before the application's even been come forth. In other words, yes, you can change all your town regulations. Yes, you could put in the regulations you want. Yes, you could change them to try to accommodate something. You don't know what this is going to be until the application comes before you, which is where the difficulty lies. So yes, you can put some front end loading in, and you can do some things with your regulations to change them, to try to make them address what you'd like in advance. And that's the purpose of a plan of conservation and development. That's the purpose of our municipal regulations in every town. We try our best to be able to say, okay, this is what we want our town to look like. This is what we want our region to look like. This is what we want our state to look like. The problem is with this, once that's done, the special permit goes away. There's no public input. It is simply come in, get your permit, start building.
And one final, there was an earlier comment that Euclidean zoning is not racist. There's no racial component to considering zoning. Could you also comment on that, since you think a lot about zoning as well? What do you have to say to the accusation that zoning is racially segregationist?
Well, the Euclidean zoning laws and standards are quite old. And at that time, I think it was a very different time. But, zoning regulations have evolved, right? We know that we want diversity in our communities. We know that we want diversity of housing stock in our communities. When Euclidean zoning was developed, the idea was not to have a diverse housing stock in one area. It was to say, okay, all of these will be big houses, all of these will be small houses, all of these will be businesses. And now we have mixed use. We have a myriad of tools. And with 830J, which the municipalities are now just getting their plans going, they've got them done and they're going to enact them if they haven't already. We have in Durham. And those are the things that will work. But remember something, affordable housing is only going to be affordable through certain people. Unfortunately, it isn't going to help the homeless people because it's the benchmark to get into affordable housing is much higher than they can afford. We need to do something with maybe home size and encourage small houses and that kind of thing. Increases in density. There are many things we can do, but this increase in density without any kind of controls as far as permit or special exception, special permit is very, very, it's got a number of issues. It's fraught with problems. This regulation should really be reworked and it should be brought back to your commission so that it addresses all of what you've heard today, because you've heard a lot of good and you've heard a lot of bad, but it's in its current form, it's not ready for prime time.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello, Mr. D Felice. And as we testify and speak going forward, I hope we can remain focused on the bills at hand before us. I appreciate the conversation today, and Mr. D Felice, wish that you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. Good to see you.
Next, we have, okay, I'm going to try Mr. Thomas Reagan Lefebvre. Did I get it right? No.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, co-chairs, Vice Chair, ranking members, distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Thomas Reagan Lefebvre, and I am the coordinator of the Transport Hartford Academy at the Center for Latino Progress. We advocate in favor of modes of transportation which are environmentally sustainable, equitable, and accessible. And I'm here to support HB 5429. And do that very excitedly because we know that transit-oriented development is a way forward in order to reduce air pollution and to promote livable and workable communities. According to the Department of Energy and Environment Protection, our state is not on track to meet its own emissions targets. We urgently need to engage in policies that will help shift our mode of transportation out of cars. And we know that reducing vehicles might travel, VMTs, is the most effective way to tackle emissions from our transportation system, which is the largest source of air pollution. Promoting housing around train stations will allow residents to commute, to go to school, to see families, to do groceries without having to rely on automobile. Connecticut has a wonderful network of transit stations. Fast Track has brought real benefits to cities like New Britain. With the incoming federal investment into a rail system, it is a perfect time to invest in the areas around those transit stations, to build housing and to invest in a workable environment that will benefit everybody. We are an aging state as well. A growing number of people do not want or cannot or will not rely on automobile to do their errands. And talk about safety as well. I mean, in 2022, there have been already 18 pedestrians being killed on the road. And if you think of it, last year, the first pedestrian being killed, the first fatality was on February the 18th. So we are on track to having a catastrophic year for vulnerable road users being killed on the road. The same way, car users' fatalities are also on the rise. Without a doubt, an effective way to reduce crashes is to move people away from using their cars. And this is a very timely proposal because, as you know, Executive Order 21-3 mandates the Department of Transportation to come up with a plan to reduce vehicle mass travels. And we know that, again, transit-oriented communities or development is the way forward. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for being here with us. I guess I needed Rep. Michelle to help a little bit, perhaps.
We're with Michelle in 2 different hearings today, so here we go. We have our time. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us, and we wish you a wonderful evening.
You too. Good luck.
Next, I believe number 71 is not here, and so we have number 72, Gail McNair, to be followed by number 73, Dennis Crow. Ms. McNair, welcome, and please proceed.
Hi, thank you. Representative and co-chair Vahi, and good evening also co-chair Senator Casano, Vice Chair Senator Needleman, and Representative Goupel, and other distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. I have already submitted my written testimonies as well as amended version of it earlier this afternoon. So I just want to take a couple of minutes to highlight portion or a short portion of that written testimony. As of late, I have been cognizant and reflective of the empty lot that comprises 13 acres of prime developmental property that is located directly across the Union Station in New Haven. And between the first phase in 2015 and the final phase of demolition in 2018 of the Church Street South housing development that used to sit on that particular property, over 266 low-income households were displaced. I am also cognizant of the talks between the City of New Haven and the property owners, which is the Northland Investment Corporation, that may still be taking place to develop the property into a mixed-use development that will comprise of between 700 and 1,000 household units as well as a retail. It too often, from my vantage, high-end housing units are erected to the extent that based on the market value rates of the unit compared to the set-aside affordable units that are still, the affordable units themselves are still out of reach for the people who need the units the most. As in this case, households that fall within the demographics of those 266 displaced households. And therefore, keeping zoning reform in mind, I urgently request that any new development that emerges on the this particular property and other TOCs throughout the state will be deed restricted, consistent with the needs of the 266 households that were displaced within the aforementioned housing development, as well as residents in our state who need these types of units, affordable units, true affordable units the most. And I just want to take a couple of minutes. I don't have enough time left to really go into why I disagree with the testimony or the statement that was made in a testimony a couple people prior to myself when he said that homeless people are really, the affordable housing doesn't apply to
Excuse me, Ms.
homeless
McNair,
people.
just a heads up, you're at your 3 minutes.
All right, well, thank you again for allowing me this time to testify before your committee this afternoon, this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. McNair. And just to, because you were getting the time warning at the end, I just want to hear what you said properly. You were talking about homeless people and folks who are homeless and having adequate access to
Yes.
housing. Can you just clarify that last statement?
Yes, and thank you. What I was attaining to or alluding to were the people that I'm cognizant of that are actually hardworking people who are just really struggling to make the ends meet. And they are homeless. Some of them are doubled up, as somebody else referred to early on, that they may not be actually living in a shelter. Some people who are living in shelters actually do work as well, but then there's a lot of other thousands of people throughout the state who are deemed homeless, but they're living on the couches of family members as well. So from my vantage point, what I have observed, especially in the greater New Haven area, is outside developers coming in, mega developers coming in and erecting these high-end structures. And based on the market value of most of these structures, with just a junior size unit or junior one-bedroom unit starting at easily $2,000, the affordable units within that particular structure are still out of reach for most people in this area who would need it. And these structures are being raised in urban communities where you have a density of populations of people or households who are low income to borderline middle income households that really could use more affordable housings that fall within their income guidelines.
Thank you for sharing that. So you're talking about the need for deeply affordable housing and
Yes.
for affordable housing at all levels, but particularly for deeply affordable housing.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Gail. So great to speak with you, Ms. McNair. I was on a radio show recently and a caller called in and she was from New Haven and she said, there are so many new buildings coming up in New Haven and they're all luxury. And she has no idea who's going to live in those buildings, but it wasn't her or her neighbors. Is that what you're talking about? And
exactly. Yes. And last week I testified before the Housing Committee. I forget the exact bill that was proposed at that time, but it had to deal with affordable housing as well. And I was mentioning how cities like Hartford, Stanford, and New Haven have pockets of what I refer to as affluent within blighted neighborhoods. So in your particular question, I do agree with the testimony of the person that you're alluding to. Especially, I'm mindful, especially of the area right around Yale New Haven Hospital. And within that, Yale New Haven Hospital is within a zip code of 06519, which comprises of the North and South Hill, as we refer to here. And so if you do any kind of research on the demographics within that particular data track or the census tract, if you zone in to some of those households, you will see that they fall within the HUD guidelines. But because these structures, which are close proximity, if not adjacent to the hospital itself, are basically being built for the convenience of doctors and other high-end professionals in the area, including the faculty members and such, as far as Yale University and Yale New Haven Hospital are concerned, that really skews the demographics at first glance as far as that population or the zip code is concerned. So a lot of people who would otherwise qualify for services through HUD would be excluded or blocked that access to those services because of the incomes in that particular zip code from these professionals, such as doctors and lawyers and so forth, research assistants and so forth, are driving up those incomes and skewing the data track and the census tracks, or driving up what I refer to as, well, not refer to as the fact, is the area median income. So I invited some of the legislators last week to come and actually engage with some of these residents and these communities, residents like you had the privilege of meeting or listening to over the radio conversation that you had, and actually engage with them and get their own stories and take their stories into consideration going forward as you put together your legislation and hopefully reform some of these zoning laws.
I would love to follow up with you, Ms. McNair, and
I welcome any further conversation. I really do. I provided, well, you have my email that is attached to the written testimony. So feel free, and I will look out for your email in the next.
Thank you, Ms. McNair. We do want to craft laws that work for the people we say we want it to be working for. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorillo, and thank you, Ms. McNair. Your service is going out, but we thank you for your testimony here with us today and wish you a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Dennis Crow, to be followed by Suba Clark. Mr. Crow, welcome, and please proceed.
Okay, I'm having a lot of feedback here. I hope it's not my system. My internet going out on me right as I come up after a long wait. But anyhow, not since 9 o'clock, about 10. Okay, so anyhow, Chairman Representative McCarthy Vahey, Senator Casano, Vice Chairs Representative Gupil and Senator Needleman, Ranking Members Representative Zullo, Senator Wong, and the members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm speaking today in opposition to both HB 5429 and in opposition to House Bill HB 5361 regarding open beach access. So this great country of ours was founded on principles of individual rights. We've placed our trust in elected officials to protect our property rights by way of zoning regulations that place reasonable limits on what can be built in proximity to the significant investment we have in our homes. It's our biggest single investment. We've kept the control of those zoning laws and regulations local so that the public most affected by new development would have a voice in the creation of both the zoning, determining whether or not building types and so on would be normally compatible, and specific instances where a building is requested. Unfortunately, over the years, yes, that zoning has had the side effect of somewhat excluding some of the less fortunate. But this bill is a sledgehammer. I've heard this analogy used today. I've heard cudgel and I've heard steam shovel, but I think I'm going to stick with sledgehammer, where a pry bar is the proper tool for the job. The problem is that the sledgehammer is placed in the hands of unelected, unappointed developers who must meet a bare minimum of requirements, environmental standards, 10% goes to 830G requirements, and very few other considerations, almost none. No negative, you can't talk about impacts on the public, no community development planning, no effects on quality of life, very limited considerations for parking or other inconveniences. No elected official representing the neighbors has a say. No regulatory agency has a say as long as environmental effects are satisfied, and town citizens are denied even a right to a public hearing. So for this reason, I urge you to reject and or modify HB 5429 and not grant developers that as of right to swing that sledgehammer irresponsibly. Fix that part of the problem. We have to find a way to keep local control viable in this effort. Okay, now regarding open beach access, July 4th of 2019 was early in the new policy of free access to all the state parks. But that day, Hammonasset Beach State, I live in Madison, was filled so rapidly that shortly after 7 a.m., the gates were closed. The attendants redirected the overflow control to the town beaches in Madison. There's nobody on duty there yet at any of our two small town beaches, very small, and at the surf club. But the surf club gates were open early to allow for parade logistics. We have a parade that day. By 7:30 a.m. when I arrived, the facility was already full. The gates are never open that early, but it was already full. I spoke to several groups of picnickers. They were from Middletown, Meriden, East Hartford, all nice people, not from Madison. They all indicated that the
Excuse me,
Hammonasset
Mr.
Guards
Crow, you're
attendants,
almost at your 3 minutes.
thank you, had the Hammonasset Guards in attendance had sent them. Now, the point here of all this is that once we open this up, the 580 parking spots, which are there for beach access, Little League access, the other fields and so on, the picnic areas, and the building access, all of that goes with the beach there. And once the town people pay all that money in taxes for it, they're charged a nominal fee.
Mr. Crow, you're past your 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll open it to questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony here today and for highlighting some of the issues. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, Mr. Crow, I think you were trying to complete a thought on the beach bill, and that hasn't gotten as much attention today. So what were your concluding thoughts on the beach bill?
So we pay taxes in town here, a substantial amount of taxes because, for homeowners, because we have no industry or anything else. And we support that bill, that facility there. We pay for the football field, the Little League fields, the bocce courts, the sailing area, the buildings around the beach and all of that. We don't get state help for that. We did get some state help in some erosion control work that was done there. That's about it. We don't have anything other than that. So when we pay substantial taxes to maintain that, and then a very modest fee for an annual pass, and then to have a bill like this come in and say we can't charge any more than 150% of that to someone from out of town, we're already paying a lot more than 150% of that because of our taxes. So to assume that only our beach pass is what we're paying to get into that beach, that's not correct. It's you're creating a less of a cost for them than there is for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Crow, and thank you, Representative Fiorello. Wishing you a wonderful evening, seeing no more questions. Next on our list, we have number 74, Suba Clark, to be followed by Michelina Giuliani.
Yes, hello, thank you, Planning and Development Committee. I'm just going to start my 3-minute timer here. I am writing, or actually I'm speaking, to oppose 5429 House Bill, and my reasons are many. The first is, and many of these reasons have already been stated by previous speakers who have also opposed this bill, and I agree with a lot of their reasons. The first is decision affecting the local community, I feel should be made by local planning and zoning boards, not by Hartford. The local residents most affected should be making the decision. Number two, as of right rule does not allow for public hearing, which I actually feel like it's an anti-free speech. This is a democratic process in America, and it does not allow for a democratic process when we do not listen to the public. And I actually took offense at Miss Sarah Bronin when someone asked her about the as of right rule, and she did affirm that it does not allow for public hearing, but then she said, well, there's a get around, that the local communities have a get around. I found out actually a little bit offensive that the public, in order to hear the public's voice, you have to have a get around. I feel like the public's voice should be heard because we are the citizens who live in that community. We pay our taxes, we use all the local businesses, we take our kids to school, we go to the park. So we should have a voice. We should have a right and a voice to make the decisions that affect our local community, not Hartford and not this as of right rule, which doesn't give us a voice at all. So I strongly disagree with that. Number three, the high density building units states it's a minimum with no maximum limit. So it really should state 15 or more per acre, places a burden on the community's roads, highways, public utilities, water, sewage, and electrical grid. It increases traffic and worsens already terrible congestion in many areas. I have a paragraph, but I'm just going to brief it and say that Route 7 has, there's been lots of near misses, actual collisions, and it's a particularly busy around Route 7. And some of these buildings that are being proposed would go off of that Route 7. So I don't think it's a good idea for that reason as well, because of all the traffic and the dangers of the accident and the high risk. And there has been really no proposals to by civic or traffic engineers to really address that, to make, you know, a traffic study to see how it would be managed to reduce those risks. I haven't seen anything or heard of anything to that matter. Number 4, the high density units of 15 or more dwelling units. Of course, it increases population, but this also places a burden on schools, the teachers, who are already struggling with teacher shortages, causes overcrowding in schools and districts, which, you know, oftentimes will need to have another school built, and of course that's an added cost. And all of this also affects learning in children. And we've already had a terrible decline in learning over the last 2 years. Oh, I'm already at my minute. I'm going to speed it up. And number 5, 1D, historic buildings are not exempt. It should be exempt. It just says land conservation, but nothing about historic buildings. Number 1F, line 50 to 55.
Ms. Clark, you're past your 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. I know there's a lot to get in. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Ms. Clark, for your testimony. I think you had maybe 1 or 2 more points, and you were getting to talk about historic buildings, which I have also been hearing a lot from my constituents in Greenwich. Could you complete your thought on the point about historic buildings?
Well, you know, historic buildings, it really is one of the things that makes New England unique. You know, I grew up in the Midwest, and you know, we would have some areas with old homes, but here it's pretty much dotted everywhere. And I really think that that's a unique feature of New England. A lot of them are very historical buildings, and even if it's not designated as for preservation, it's historic. You know, there's a sign on the door. It could be from 1700s, 1800s. It's very, you know, I remember watching this movie, one of these Little Women, actually, I'm sorry, Little Women. And they talked about a year when during the Civil War, and one of the houses in Wilton, where I live on the main road, has a year that's around the same exact period. So it was really a wonderful talking point for my daughter and I to discuss this movie and look at this house. This was around that same time. Now, if you tear down these beautiful historic buildings that have such wonderful talking points for your children, and this is it's something to learn from. I don't think it should be destroyed. Certainly not to put up these multi-unit houses. And the one other thing, and I have to say this, in 4D, there's a line that says must not terminate or deem abandoned a non-conforming use. And I don't know if I'm misreading this, but the way I take it is that if a building is vacant, dilapidated, dwelling units that may pose a danger to nearby individuals would be allowed to remain. And I disagree with this. According to Housing and Urban Development, abandoned and vacant houses and buildings increase crime, especially arson, pose a risk to health and welfare, result in decrease in property values, and add to the cost for maintenance and demolition. So this, I completely disagree with the sentence or paragraph in 4D. I think that, and by the way, I don't think this is racial at all. You know, I come from a multiracial family, and I don't see any race in this. I hate to infuse race in everything, and I feel like we do that in society. This is about really quality of life in schools for me. I moved to Wilton for the quietness. I like the privacy. I like the schools. It's really the schools are the #1 reason I moved here. So it doesn't have anything to do with race. And there is very much diversity. I grew up in Midwest Ohio, and there was not much diversity when I was growing up. And I find a lot of diversity here. So I also disagree with that statement. And I'm done. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello. Senator Wong.
You were muted, Madam Chair. Ms. Clark, thank you very much. You're from Wilton. Wilton was also one of the interesting train stations that, as I look at it from a half-mile radius of nearly 500 acres encompassing, I just can't even imagine what it would do to that community, not to mention the infrastructure challenges that you must endure. So offer from us a Wilton perspective in regards to the half-mile radius.
Well, you're absolutely right. It is a very nice, quaint, small community. It has, you know, not a lot of businesses, but actually we like it that way. I mean, we pay a lot of taxes, but it has what we need. You know, it has your Stop and Shop and your CVS and your library, your coffee shops. And so it's nice, it's quaint. I feel safe sending my daughter goes to the town center, to the library with her friends. I don't worry about her. Now, the train station is pretty much very close to the town center, but because it's a small town, a half a mile radius really encompasses a very large area because it's a small town. And frankly, this kind of density really takes away from the town, and it adds to all those problems I listed as far as overcrowding in schools. And I really think it would affect the quality of many things that I enjoy and like and in Wilton.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time, and it's been a long day. And I know that Wilton is looking to increase their diverse and affordable housing stock. Avalon is one example. So again, obviously, all of our communities, as Mr. Pickering mentioned earlier, as part of WestCog, are all trying to increase affordable, accessible, and diverse housing. So we'll keep on trying, but certainly this high density issue does not address the issue of affordable housing. And I think that's the point that's been made repeatedly, is that it only increases density, but it does not address the problem at hand, which is creating affordable, de-restricted, diverse, and accessible housing. So thank you very much for your comments, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Thank you, Ms. Clark, for being here with us today, and we wish you a wonderful evening. Next on our list is Michelina Giuliani, to be followed by number 76, David Sarno. Ms. Giuliani? Ms. Giuliani, are you available? I see that you're here.
Sorry.
Welcome, and please proceed.
My name is Michelina Giuliani, and I'm testifying against proposed Act 5429, Transit-Oriented Development. My family and I moved to the great state of Connecticut because of its beauty and offering of non-overpopulated small towns. Our town select woman recently sent an email concerning an act concerning transit-oriented development, which would allow 15 housing units per acre within a 10-minute walk to a trail or a transit or rail station. We moved away from a community creating a very similar environment. In fact, when someone asks what brings us to Wilton, I'm not embarrassed to say we escaped overpopulation. We chose Wilton because of its low population, small town feel, rural community, open space, and forest-like environment. We chose Wilton because we're a family that does not fit well or feel comfortable in an urban community. We chose Wilton because of its conservative values and respect for retaining and even improving the environment. This small town living is not for everyone, just as an urban life is not for everyone. We decided Wilton's way of life is our choice and love every inch of this great town in this great state. At the time we moved, we were not aware of the Connecticut statute 830G, and we were especially not aware of the aggressive desire of builders and developers to override our town's zoning laws using this statute. While we can't ask that Connecticut statute 830G be rescinded, we can ask that any additional legislation created to override or even more of our town's zoning laws be vetoed. Allowing legislation to pass that takes away control of our town's law is undemocratic. A statute overriding our town's zoning and development takes away the right of every tax-paying resident and gifts it to a builder or developer without our consent. Many of the lines in this act take away the powers granted to our local elected officials. For example, overruling our current local laws pertaining to dwelling dimensions and even our sewer infrastructure. Additionally, proposing an act that accommodates vehicles when it's specifically designed or labeled as transit-oriented is paradoxical. My family and I witnessed firsthand a small town instantly become urban, and pray that does not happen here in Wilton. We experienced overcrowded grocery stores, overcrowded health centers, overcrowded streets, polluted streets and air, and a community that became angry and very resentful because of the overdeveloped areas. Don't let our beautiful community be taken from our residents or the officials we elected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giuliani. We appreciate you spending the day with us and sharing your testimony. Next on our list, we're going to move to number 76, David Sarno, and to be followed by number 77, Gus Christensen. Mr.
Good evening.
Sarno, welcome and please proceed.
Good evening. My name is David Sarno and I'm coming to you live from Ground Zero. I'm testifying regarding Bill 5429 on my family and my own behalf. And I've been raising my family in a historic home for the past 17 years within a half a mile of the TOD zone in Saugatuck. I'm opposed to this bill, even though if the law is prorated for smaller lots, it would certainly be a financial boon for me and my family. I've spent more time on this issue over the years than I've ever cared to, including engaging in over many months on Saugatuck TOD study, which I might add, spent $450,000 state dollars and yielded nothing. If I tell you that this bill will destroy my neighborhood, many lawmakers and activists may only hear me say NIMBY, not in my backyard. If I say traffic is already horrific, many advocates will claim building density near the train stations will reduce traffic, even though many of those advocates haven't spent a minute in my neighborhood during the rush hour. Since I worry you won't hear me if I share impassioned arguments, maybe several analogies will help. This bill is like forcing a surgeon to use a chainsaw to operate on a patient. This bill is like cracking an egg with a sledgehammer. This bill is like lighting a candle with a blowtorch. I won't mince words. This bill will take a wrecking ball to my neighborhood. What's to stop it? Only developer cost considerations. Who benefits from this bill? Developers, almost exclusively. They're licking their lips. It is a license for developers to print money on the backs of tax-paying, law-abiding residents in these zones. Are lawmakers so angry about affordable housing that you've gone mad? I'm mad, but I'm not crazy. Maybe you think residents are too dumb to know what's going on here or too numb to care, but this bill is insulting. This is a danger. This is the danger of proposing bills that aren't well thought through. Also, just look at how long it has taken for me to give my testimony, over 9 hours. You can't manage zoning at the state level. This is insane. To the lawmakers, I ask that you introduce bills that bring our community together to solve affordable housing and don't simply reward greedy developers with little benefit to those in need. We need win-win solutions, not bills that pit existing residents against future residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarno. And I appreciate that the members of this committee certainly respect all of the residents of this state. And Representative Fiorello to be followed. Actually, I'm going to go Rep. Fiorello. I'm going to start with Senator Wong and then Rep. Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Sarno. I sense your passion. I sense your emotion. This is very real for you. And I appreciate you being able to express it in a manner that was very powerful, but obviously very respectful of the process. So I want to thank you. I want to reiterate to you that your first select woman, Ms. Tucker, as well as Representative Steinberg, Representative Thomas, and myself representing you as well. We hear you loud and clear. So I think this process is very, very important. And I think the ability to have your voices heard, the ability to have you spend time is important. And one of the components of the bill that I'm deeply troubled by is the fact that the as of right would not afford you that opportunity to voice your thoughts and objections. So I want to just simply say thank you, that you were there for such a long time, but at the same time, I felt your testimony was full of passion and emotion. So I appreciate that. Do you have submitted testimony?
I haven't submitted anything in writing. I thought this would do. I think it is worth noting, look, our neighborhood has been under attack by developers using 830G for a long time. We're disproportionately targeted because our land is cheaper. That's the bottom line. I want affordable housing. I want diversity in this town. I grew up in New York City. I value it. I believe that everybody deserves a home to live in. It has to be a plan that actually works, and that can only be done at the local level. How the state can actually suggest that they could pass a law like this and decimate my neighborhood again after what happened in the 50s when they rolled 95 straight through it and destroyed the community is beyond me. And I'm close with my neighbors. We look out for each other. And that is the kind of place I want to live. And if it's not here, I will move away. So there is a consequence to not protecting these local neighborhoods and these local towns and allowing them to make their own fate. So I think you've got to all weigh that in. I think there are many things that we can do for really it is a tragedy, the situation right now in terms of housing. This is not it, and this is just it's fraught with a terrible judgment. I can't believe this is even before us, and I've had to spend 9 hours in order to speak my mind.
Well, I wanted to acknowledge and appreciate your passion. It comes right through. And I think you're speaking for many people who aren't able to testify. Your emotion just was palpable. So thank you. And please do submit written testimony. Even after this hearing today, it is important for us to have that documentation to be able to refer to. Because your words were really powerful and mattered. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cerno.
Thank you.
Please extend to your neighborhood that we hear them loud and clear as well.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the power of your testimony, Mr. Sarno, is the way you started by saying that you're at ground zero and you live in these neighborhoods that are being targeted by the TOD half-mile radius. And you're making the point that there are real people who live there, and which was something that an earlier testifier also brought up. So can you describe what you live in? Because it's potential that you live in transit-oriented development right now. You have walkability, you have a diverse neighborhood, you have a sense of community. You must be living in TOD now, and yet they're trying to bring in a new kind of TOD on top. Could you speak to what you're living and how it's being disregarded, though it's close to what they're saying they want?
Yeah, look, I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to give more people what I have, and I understand why. It's wonderful. I walk to restaurants, and I walk for 4 years. I could not get a pass to the train. I walked to the train through the snow and the sleet and all of that. Our neighbors, most of the lots are 3/10 of an acre. We're very close together. We spend time at one another's homes. We know each other's names. It isn't a joke. It's a real thing. It takes time to build those communities. This bill will absolutely tear this community apart. They'll have no choice but to leave, because the alternative is across the street from my house, there'll be a multi-story dwelling. Across the other way, there'll be a multi-story dwelling. Behind me, there'll be a multi-story dwelling. Why would I continue to spend inordinate amounts of money maintaining a house that was built by the Postmaster General of Saugatuck in 1900 at my own expense if nobody around me has any connection of the neighborhood? It just wouldn't make sense. The logical thing for me to do would be to either sell to a developer or develop it myself and move out to a place where people actually want to be part of a close-knit small community. And I realize America isn't fair. It's terrible. That's what we live in. But that doesn't mean that you then eject the people that are playing by the rules and have worked so hard to try to make the best life possible. I'm not the richest guy in Westport. I live in one of the lowest cost areas in Westport, and I know there are people much less fortunate than me, but for whatever reason, we're the ones that continue to get targeted year after year, and it just doesn't seem right. So I think that the state needs to address this, but it cannot be on my back. And believe me, if it happens, I'll cash out and I'll move someplace where nobody can, build a 5-story building next to my house.
I think what you're asking for is basically rule of law, that laws make sense, that they be predictable, and that they represent those upon whom the laws impact. We want, government to serve ourselves. I don't know that America is necessarily particularly unfair. I think life is unfair, Mr. Sarno. And so thank you so much for your remarks. Really appreciate your perspective tonight and your patience and hanging on.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello, and thank you, Mr. Sarno, and to all those who have spent the day with us and who will be spending the night and probably early morning with us as well. Thank you. Next on our list, we have Mr. Gus Christensen, to be followed by he's number 77, to be followed by number 82, Keith Denning. Mr. Christensen?
Hi, my name is Christensen. I have prepared testimony that I sent in, but I have to diverge from it for a second to address that rampant scaremongering and fear-mongering that we just heard from David Sarno. I, for one, would say that if David Sarno is prepared to
Mr. Christensen, may I,
passes,
Mr. Christensen,
I am a new resident.
Mr. Christensen, I'm going to ask you to stop your remarks. Thank you. I believe the clerk has muted you momentarily. I'm going to ask that we, as I stated earlier, keep our remarks to the bills that are before us, not to individuals. And I'm going to ask you to start again.
I will
keep
return
remarks to the bill.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. I apologize, but fear-mongering gets my ire up. I return to my prepared testimony. My name is Gus Christensen. I'm a recent transplant to Westport into an effective zone by the Greens Farms train station. I have deep Connecticut roots. I grew up in Brooklyn. My grandparents lived in Stanford. So my earliest memories are looking for hermit crabs in the tide pools, catching fireflies in the yard, and generally living this idyllic Connecticut lifestyle that opponents of 5429 believe themselves to be defending. Went to college in New Haven, started a business there some years ago. That business failed, but it had nothing to do with the so-called poor business conditions I keep hearing about here. New Haven was and is a great place to start a business. We just happened to start a bad business. The fact is, there's essentially one reason why Connecticut has grown at about half the national rate over the course of my lifetime, and that's because housing is too expensive. And that's because it's too hard and it's too expensive to build housing. Connecticut is one of, if not the most segregated state in the country, and that's wrong. But it's not just wrong on moral and ethical grounds, it's also wrong on economic development grounds. If you talk to today's new suburbanites, people like me who had a second child in Manhattan, looking for more space, we are not the same as the perception is of home buyers a generation or two ago. We want more diversity. We want more racial and economic diversity. And we want more diversity of housing options. If you look at suburbs with higher home prices, which are hard to find in Connecticut, like Maplewood, New Jersey, substantially higher home prices than surrounding suburbs because of diversity, racial, economic, and housing options. People are good. All of the opposition to this bill, to housing in general, stems from a feeling that more people are bad. Connecticut government has things completely backwards. New residents are assumed to be a burden, and at best, we're asking for towns to take their, quote, fair share. But I believe, I hope, and I've seen some evidence of it here, that the next generation will turn that around 180 degrees. We should want more housing. No offense, Representative Fiorello, but housing is a right. People do have to live somewhere. And it's not a burden, it's a joy, like a new baby. Far more conservative places than Connecticut get that. In Florida and in Texas, they let people build. That's why they have a lower cost of living, not this fallacy that it's the taxes here. People are not a burden, they're a joy. Stop making them live someplace else, let them live here. If you're worried about runoff and flooding, as we all should be, that's great. Take care of that with building codes and with infrastructure investment. The state, the cities, the towns of Connecticut will have more money to modernize our infrastructure if we allow growth. Why does Connecticut have a high municipal pension burden and aging infrastructure? Because we don't allow the growth that would pay for it. We have a collective action problem here. If you start from the assumption that people are a burden on municipal governments rather than the reason why municipalities even exist.
Excuse me, Ms. Christensen, just a heads up, you're almost at your 3 minutes.
And then you give local governments control over how much housing gets built. We end up with too little housing. That's abundantly obvious to anyone who pulls back their field of vision from a single town. We need collective action to cross town lines and build more housing because neighbors are good and more neighbors are better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen, and I appreciate you rerouting your remarks to the bill. And I understand there is certainly passion all around this issue. I think for many of us.
I didn't call every opponent a racist until now. but now,
Mr. Christensen, and others listening, again, there are many feelings and passions all around this issue, and that's part of our job here today, is to hear and discuss the bill. So I thank you for being here with us tonight, and we next will be followed by, we wish you a good evening. Next will be followed by number 82, Mr. Keith Denning, to be followed by number 83, Mr. Luke Reynolds. Mr. Denning, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Development Committee. I'm a member of, I'm a resident of Wilton, Connecticut. I'm here to oppose 5429 for some of the reasons that other people have mentioned, but more importantly, I think everybody on this call and today wants the same thing. We want a nice place to live. We want neighbors. We want to have a community that supports us and has a good business opportunity. However, this particular bill doesn't do what we want it to do for a variety of reasons. When it doesn't address the affordability issue, and at least with 830G, it required 30% of the housing to be affordable. This only requires 10%. So it doesn't put a dent in to the affordability issue in some of the prime real estate that we actually have in our town that we want to keep for those particular areas. These are people that we're talking about don't need cars. Secondly, 830G didn't work. What makes you think this bill will work? And to be honest, in Wilton, the trains are too infrequent to give us a service to get to another town, for me to get to my job in Waterbury. Basically, we use the train to get to and from New York. And if we had increased train service where we knew that every 30 minutes we had a train taking us to or from where we wanted to go, then I think the market would automatically adjust, and that then people would want to come to Wilton and live in those types of housing that you're proposing. And three, I'm finally looking at all these young kids and the world that they're building. In fact, we're building it too. Is going to be very different than the world we have now. With electric cars, electric bikes, our energy sources are changing. Our living standards are going to shift. And I just think this bill does not do what the authors of the bill would like it to do. And I think it can be redirected into a more positive point that we can build housing in these areas with transit stations without giving developers all this freedom to do what they want without any local say that we can control to match the lifestyle that we're living right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denning. And my apologies that my camera was off momentarily. I just needed to stand up and stretch for just a moment. We thank you for your patience and for staying here to share your testimony with us today, and wish you a wonderful evening. Next on our list, we have Mr. Luke Reynolds, number 83, to be followed by number 87, Mr. Richard Schultz.
Distinguished Chair, thank you for allowing me to testify before this committee. My name is Luke Reynolds, and I am from West Hartford. I'm immensely proud to testify in support of HB 5429. Connecticut is great because of all of its cities, towns, natural resources, and most of all, its people. It's a place that pulled me back from living in Seattle, where I developed affordable housing and managed homeless shelters. I was able to come home and attend law school, but that meant taking out loans and living with my parents until I had roommates and a place to live. While my story is not unique, many people my age do not have the opportunity to move back where they grew up. The lack of affordable, diverse, and abundant housing options has stagnated our ability to attract young talent and grow the communities that are being dated by our inability to change. The lack of development and housing choice around transit has created consequences which will reverberate across generations. Children who grow up in low-income neighborhoods often lack the ability to relocate because of housing choice and affordability. Recent college graduates, like many of my friends, moved to New York and Boston, seeking a place where they can ditch their car and lengthy commute to work. Seniors are leaving as they do not have viable options to downsize while remaining in their communities. Just the other day, my parents, both school teachers, told me how they desired to sell their single-family home and move closer to town where they can walk to stores, restaurants, and access public transit. The unfortunate reality is we don't have the affordable housing options that meet my parents' wish list. However, if we increase housing in all towns, market rents will fall. My parents will remain in the community they love. My friends will venture home from big cities to start families here, and the economically vulnerable will find housing security. Not to mention, bills like this support our existential need to reverse global warming that Connecticut cars and sprawls are contributing to. Today, and I have submitted written testimony, but I also just want to mention that today I have heard repeated attacks against young people who are testifying in favor of this bill. Representative Fiorello stated that we lack the experience. Others have alluded to us speaking with our hearts, but not our minds. I resent the notion that young people don't know why or what they are testifying about. Experience is not defined by the years you have lived. For example, I'm 25 years old. I've spent multiple years studying segregation, zoning laws, and affordable housing. For multiple years, I developed and managed affordable housing complexes and homeless shelters. I myself have known what it's like to live under the poverty line and attempt to find affordable housing and everything else. I went to law school and learned more about how we have exclusively zoned our communities in Connecticut for centuries. And I continue to engage with some of the most housing burdened people in our state. So while other people on this call may be young and may not have the same experiences as others, I would not discount our support of this bill because of our age. HB 5429 is an opportunity to meet an urgent moment in our state to create more housing. It is an opportunity to lower rents, attract those who we have lost, and those seeking something new. It is an opportunity.
Mr. Reynolds, just a heads up, you were almost at your 3 minutes.
Thank you. It is an opportunity to create the Connecticut we all know it can be. HB 5429 makes Connecticut better, and I hope you vote in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I appreciate you being here to share your experience. And here in Planning and Development, we welcome all voices at all ages and stages and all perspectives. And that's the beauty of the public hearing process. So I appreciate you taking the time to be with us today and wish you a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Next on our list is Mr. Richard Schultz, to be followed, number 87, to be followed by number 88. Tara Restieri. Mr. Schultz, are you here? I actually don't see Mr. Schultz. Madam Clerk, is Mr. Schultz here? Oh, there he is. Mr. Schultz, are you prepared to testify?
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed the flag there.
That's fine. Are you able to turn your camera on or just?
I thought it was on.
Okay, if you want to try to do that, we'd love to see you. Oh,
now
there
I've
you
got
are.
the capability. Thank you so
Yes.
much. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Development Committee for letting me speak in opposition to 5429. I am a board member of the Northeast Greenwich Association, NEGA, which represents some 2,200 homes here in Greenwich. You've already heard from our first selectman, Fred Camillo, and Bill Galvin, also of Greenwich, about what we are doing to try to develop a more affordable housing. We already are significantly ahead of what 830G would indicate in terms of affordable housing. NEGA is in fact very much a supporter of and encouraging the use of mass transit. And for those of us that drive around in the state of Connecticut and have used I-95, you have to be understanding supportive of mass transit and also in building of affordable housing. My problems with this proposed proposed law is that the town will not be able to provide input. There were a number of discussions over the last 9.5 hours about the definition of as of right, and therefore the ability of the each town to regulate zoning, and it is imperative that that be done. A couple of the speakers have also spoken quite well about the already overtaxed infrastructure that we have. And sewage was the one that really struck home for me. But our electric grid, recent flooding as a result of global warming is also an issue. Parking, one of the aspects of in here deals with parking. There's a problem with that. If we don't provide more parking, there will not be enough room for local merchants, restaurants, offices to be able to function. And finally, I'd make the point, we've invested in our community. I moved here after living 13 years outside of our country, and I've been living here for 40 years. And I did that because I like the community. I like the historic areas. I like the town. What this bill is promoting is that only wetlands can stop a project like this, but things like historical districts.
Excuse me, Mr. Schultz, you're at your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sewage and parking cannot be issues, and they should be. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schultz. Representative Fiorello.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. So great to see you tonight, and amazing in your patience to hang on. You were just touching on two topics that's so vital to myself too. The historic buildings in Greenwich, and I'm sure you've seen a lot of changes in 40 years. Could you speak to this, these legislators here about why a bill that doesn't give regard to historic buildings is not great? And what are we losing when we lose these historic buildings, in your opinion?
If one drives around in Greenwich and sees the lovely homes and historic homes, you feel like you're home. And it's really, even if you don't live on that particular street or nearby, but you feel very much at home. If you end up with a set of apartment blocks up there, then I could have chosen to move into Stanford or Hartford or even New York City. I didn't move here to live with apartment blocks. And the historic districts are, and there have been a few other speakers who have also commented on this. Clearly, the historic nature of New England communities is what makes New England and Connecticut so valuable.
And I'm just curious, is this your first time testifying before the legislature?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you so much. And you did comment on how important you felt it was to have the public hearing component, that neighbors have a say, and yet you hung on here for 9 hours. Can you comment to how important it is that we keep hearing each other talk? You must have been hanging on for 9 hours, and you said you learned a lot here too. So doing away with the public hearing opportunity, what is at risk when we do that?
Well, thank you for asking. And yes, I did hang in here since 10 a.m. My response to your comment, I have not spoken in front of the state legislature or anything like that. But here in Greenwich, we had a school that wanted to be built about a quarter of a mile from my home. And there were some people who wanted to have wanted to stop it through planning and zoning and inland wetlands committees. I spoke at every one in support of the school, because schools are the highest and best use of land. In fact, I had somebody who almost flattened me in the parking lot because he didn't want me to talk. And so I'm very supportive of the ability to hash out issues. And a number of the issues that were raised were people, for example, slightly downhill from the school where the school would be built, who said, we're already getting flooded out anytime there's heavy rain. We want you to build something, try to keep that water from flowing down. There was an issue of no town water back in that part of town. And the school agreed to pay for Aquarian to run a pipeline up there so that a lot more people have access to water and fire hydrants.
Thank you for your little story there, because you're pointing to how we can meet each other's needs if we keep talking. And even this Zoom conversation, which is going on nearly 10 hours, is a wonderful thing for our state, whether we agree or disagree and we're on different sides. This very conversation is as vital as the one that you point to about the school in your neighborhood. So thank you very much, Mr. Schultz. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello, and thank you, Mr. Schultz, for being here with us tonight. We wish you a wonderful evening. Before we go forward, we actually missed number 86. I just want to remind those who are listening and preparing to testify in the future, just to be sure that you are prepared as your number comes up and to accept the panelist invitation. I know our clerk has had some issues with folks accepting that invitation, so please be sure. I will continue to try and read out the numbers, so pay attention to what number you are, and we will do our best to be sure that we are keeping things moving and on track. So we have number 86, Robbie Hill, to be followed by 88, Tara Restieri. Mr. Hill, please proceed.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being accommodating of the time. Representative McCarthy-Vahey, Senator Huang, Representative Zullo, and members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Robbie Hill, and I'm testifying in strong support of HB 5429. I'm calling you from a storage closet outside of my church choir rehearsal because I'm one of many young people across our state, many of whom are testifying in support of this legislation, who recognizes that our shared future depends on enacting more sustainable land use policy. Like many other young people, I don't own a car, and I don't see myself owning a car anytime soon. Car dependency is expensive, it's environmentally destructive, and it's rooted in development patterns that have segregated neighborhoods through highway construction and low-density housing creation. Thankfully, I live within cycling distance of 2 train stations. This wouldn't be possible were it not for my community's underlying zoning that has encouraged transit-oriented development. In dozens of towns, however, others are denied this opportunity because towns impose one-size-fits-all single-family zoning in the worst locations possible, around our train stations. Not only are our single-family homes more expensive and less energy efficient than modest multifamily homes, they are not the style of living that many people my age want. We want easy access to transit, shops, restaurant, and coffee shops. HB 5429 will enable the diversity of housing that makes communities stronger. Our current land use regime leaves us with 2 options. Either we destroy forest and farmland to build sprawl housing, or we build nothing at all. Neither of these options is environmentally or morally acceptable. This bill takes a modest step towards improving housing diversity while respecting the value of local input through as-of-right decision-making. But local input cannot become local exclusion. When we only listen to current residents, we ignore those who were denied access in the 20th century due to housing discrimination, and we ignore those who are denied housing today because the wealthy few refuse to change. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to pass this legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hill, and we appreciate your testimony and your time with us this evening. Next, we will go to Tara Restieri and number 88 and number 89, Peter McGinnis, who I believe is having some technical issues, so we'll be working with the clerk after Ms. Restieri. Welcome, please proceed.
Hi, thank you guys so much. Boy, the timing is everything. Having been on here for 9 hours and 41 minutes, and I have to be at my RTM meeting in 19 minutes. So I'm going to try to do this quickly. Thank you guys so much for taking the time. I have to say, a public hearing is so important, and it is a testament to who we are as a country. and to the ability to have our voices heard. And in addition to that, to your commitment, I have to say, it's really, it is really spectacular, and I really want to thank you. So I'm speaking today in opposition to TOD, to HB 5429. My name is Tara Restieri. I'm a resident of Greenwich. I'm a member of the Town Board of Human Services. I'm on the Town RTM. I am also a representative and committee member of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in Greenwich. So I'm speaking as a representative of myself and not anything else. I do want to say that this bill is attempting to alter all that has already been asked of us in the 169 towns in Connecticut in regards to the development of affordable housing. We've been asked to evaluate, assess, and plan for the provision of an affordable housing trust plan that we are to be submitting by June 1st. And what this bill does is it proposes exactly the opposite. It proposes less affordable housing per development. For example, under 830G, 30% of all of those units to be developed should be affordable versus 10%. It's creating more population density, stress on infrastructure, and on the environment. So when we look at that as of right, and I know it's been talked about a lot today, once again, we're proposing the loss of local planning and zoning oversight. And when was the last time, I would ask, that folks in Hartford have spent time to visit each and every one of the 169 municipalities to assess the impact of the proposed development on local infrastructure, sewers, historical preservation, schools, the environment, health and safety? I frankly would welcome the visit. Local planning and zoning control is necessary because it's not just evaluation of affordable housing, it's the evaluation of all housing within the community and its impact, whether it's under 830G, fair share, TOD, whatever it is. Cannot be one size fits all. In addition, I want to point out something that really is troubling to me, and which is this less than 6 idea. Of less than 6, there's no need for any set aside for affordable. Well, so in our town, what that would mean is a developer is going to decide to build a property that has essentially is going to be development of units that are luxury units, that are expensive. And, listening to the testimony of people who really need housing, these developments, whether they're on an 830G or not, are not really affordable. They have base levels that are based on SMI or AMI. And then these units have all of these conditional fees that get added to it. That's not affordable. So I would say there's not a lot of specificity. There's vagueness. I don't know where this, the calculation comes in as a half-mile radius around train stations. Our town has historic districts that are at or around our train stations, and this would essentially destroy those. The older infrastructure in these towns and areas, while you might say we should
excuse me, Restieri, just a heads up, you're past your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. It's not enough. So I would just say, please evaluate, come visit, take the time to really understand what these impacts are. And I really appreciate the opportunity to testify in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Restieri. Representative Fiorello.
Hey, Cara, I know you got to get going, but I did want to give you a chance to speak about the risks of this TOD. One of them that we haven't heard anyone speak of is flooding. And that's very real. And I want to give you a chance to speak about your very real experience with flooding.
I do appreciate that, because one of the proposals that there's a development proposal, the building of impervious of units that create impervious surfaces it's really detrimental to what happens when there are storms, flash floods of any type. I represent an area and a neighborhood that has seen complete decimation when it comes to flooding. I have neighbors who still from Ida are not back in their homes, who are single moms who live in a small house on my street, who have had everything destroyed. And it's because the infrastructure was never meant to have this much development. It just can't handle it.
And basically we're seeing, streams just fill up and the roads become rivers.
We
So-
had a Suburban submerged during the Ida storm. I'm an EMT. And we had a Suburban submerged on our street and 2 elderly people that had to be rescued from the car, whether they could have basically been swept away. We cannot handle, the infrastructure is just not here.
Thank
And
you.
it really is easy to say, oh, spend the money and build on the infrastructure. It's not that simple. It really is not.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Fiorello and Ms. Restieri. Thank you for your service to your community and for spending time to be here with us today.
Thank you. I really appreciate
Have a
this.
wonderful evening and meeting. So next.
It'll be another long one.
Yes.
Not as long as this one, but
Next
thank you.
on our list, you're welcome, Mr. Peter McGinnis, and I believe Mr. or Madam Clerk, we will not be able to see Mr. McGinnis, but we will be able to hear him due to some technical issues. Mr. McGinnis, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear. I'm sorry you can't see me.
Wonderful. Well, please proceed.
All right, thank you so much. And we get through the technical issues. So thank you so much. I think what gives me so much joy is in hearing all the sides at this point. And these hearings are so important to us, Madam Chairwoman. And to hear the different perspectives is so very important, I think, for our state and for this issue. Somewhere, I do think someone is sitting behind watching this and thinking that Connecticut is something of a backwater. We have a part-time legislature, and they're really not going to figure out how devious this language is because it is simply very misleading as written. And I think so many people have caught on, and you've heard that testimony. I think also what's very interesting is we heard the director of Desegregate CT say in testimony that he's actually an employee of the Regional Plan Association. Well, the Regional Plan Association is a New York City-based, New York City not-for-profit. So if the director is an employee of this New York City, then what is Desegregate CT? It's a label. The Regional Plan Association has as its chairman an individual who is also the chairman and the CEO of RXR. RXR is a major owner and developer of commercial and residential real estate developments, having a gross asset value of $20.5 billion and 7,100 multifamily units. As part of its strategic plan, RXR 2.0 states that its mission is to create, and interestingly, an emerging market. They're interested in creating transit-oriented developments. In 2016, a real estate industry publication noted that the RXR business strategy on emerging markets is as follows. One opportunity, I'm quoting, is suburban transit modes. They are great places and efficient access to Manhattan, yet they're surrounded by low density or surface parking. Think places like New Rochelle, Yonkers, Hempstead, Huntington Station, Glen Cove, and Stanford, where RXR has projects in pipeline. If you try to cram too much material, I'm quoting, into the same sized bag, essentially you're going to reach capacity, he continued. So our only option is to increase the size of the bag and to have an ability to do and to do that with our transportation infrastructure. So really what we have here, it's very interesting. We have a TOD-oriented development that falls really squarely in line with the business mission of a profit-making organization. I think it's very efficient that we align a business mission with a not-for-profit mission under a label of desegregation, all in the course of doing so, very conveniently opening up Connecticut to a very large and profitable business opportunity for real estate developers.
Mr. McGinnis,
Construction
heads
companies.
up, you are past your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. So in conclusion, let's not increase the size of the bag, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. Representative Fiorello, to be followed by Senator Needleman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McGinnis, I do appreciate you connecting these dots like this. And I was wondering, in your testimony, you speak about RXR's work in Stanford. And could you sort of comment on that? And then how do you see the other idea of TOD across the state? Is what they did in Stanford not great, or is it good for Stanford but not good for every of the other 40 towns that could be targeted by this particular TOD bill? I just want to give you a chance to expand on your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Representative Fiorello. So RXR did develop a tower called the Atlantic Station West Luxury Tower in Stanford. And it's a very interesting building, but you will not find any affordable apartments in that building. Their marketing material indicates that it, quote, exudes style, respect, and an enduring sense of excellence with oversized windows and sophisticated finishes. And you get the idea, it has the pool and the whole thing, but there are no affordable units in that building. Instead, RXR opted to pay a fee in lieu of affordable housing, which is perfectly permissible under Stanford set-aside regulations for affordable housing. But the question I would have is, isn't that the real definition of segregation?
Could you answer your own question and expand on what you're thinking?
Of course, it's not. I mean, if we're really going to have desegregation, then these luxury apartment developers should in fact have desegregated units and should not be paying fees in lieu. I know it's perfectly permissible, again, under Stanford city rules. But it's very obvious that it's a lot easier for a developer, and I'm not talking about RXR because I do not know about their specifics, to get a full tax deduction to pay a fee in lieu of and to let their equity grow 100%. So, there's a lot of sophistication to the real estate industry. I've met a lot of real estate developers in my lifetime, and I've dealt with a lot, and I've financed some of them. And, pretty much real estate developers are very sophisticated people. The other thing I should also add here is that the push for ADUs and the push for transit-oriented development has also been pushed out to New York State. So this is not exclusive to Connecticut. I think there's a much bigger picture involved in terms of these initiatives.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony to sort of encourage us to look beyond what's just on the surface. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. There's a reasonable discussion to be had about the best way to provide affordable housing. And I support a reasonable discussion. I don't like labels. As the first selectman, I've done a lot of affordable housing in my town relative to all prior administrations. We try to take a common sense approach. Some of it's been market-based, some of it's been nonprofit-based, and it generally finds its way through. But I just want to clarify something, because one of the advocates of Desegregate Connecticut works for a nonprofit in New York. Are you implying that there's a conspiracy theory here?
No, not at all. Not at all. Look, there is a legitimate not-for-profit in New York called the Regional Plan Association. The Regional Plan Association is a major funder to desegregate Connecticut. That's all appropriate. They're not-for-profit organizations. What I am saying is that the leadership of the Regional Plan Association have business interests. I'm not suggesting at all that the Regional Plan Association is self-dealing. That would not be proper. So you can have situations, though, where your business interests align with your not-for-profit interests. And, that is a very convenient fact, no?
Did I?
Senator Needleman? Senator Needleman, are you having internet issues at this point? Our co-chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. I believe Senator Needleman. Senator Needleman, can you?
If I may just, Senator Needleman, just to follow up a little bit more.
Mr. McGinnis, if you would
Yes.
just pause for one moment.
Sure.
Senator Needleman has had some technical issues and is frozen, so he is not able to communicate at this point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Senator Wong and see if we are able to get Senator Needleman back on the line. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't resist laughing. The chair of the Energy and Technology was frozen. Mr. McGinnis, I found your testimony very interesting. Are you an attorney?
I am indeed, yes.
You write very effectively and very analytically. I'm reading through this and just a commentary. I find it interesting that you talked about RPA and the supporter of it, and I found it very interesting that the chairman of RPA is also the chairman of RXR. While you were speaking, I went online and checked on RXR, and it is a significant real estate development organization, and some of the biggest real estate developers and organizations are involved with RPA. And you see an incredible structure of infrastructure of Desegregate Connecticut. And I found it ironic because these are individuals and big entities that are advocating, quote unquote, for access and affordable housing. And you have a counter organization that is called CT 169 Strong, which is a grassroots of individuals, kind of strong budget, and I don't even think they have $500 to their credit, trying to contrast information. It just seems ironic, right? That the portrayal of these entities that are opposed to 5429 are being portrayed as elitist and affluent, while at the same time, the big advocates for accessibility, affordability, are some of the biggest corporate entities and real estate development companies in the country. So I appreciate your testimony that is in writing, that is able to articulate this kind of contrast. And as I said in the beginning of this conversation, literally almost 9 hours ago, is that this is information for us to absorb, to hear from all sides. And I know we had a couple of occasions where emotions kind of came through, and I want to compliment the Madam Chair for reining it back in. This is what we want to do. We want to get information, we want to process it, and we want to understand. And I always found it another point of great irony is the fact that we are having this public hearing, we are having this debate, we are having the dialogue back and forth. But one of the major components of 5429 is the as of right, which would override the local input and exchange of ideas and transparency. So I really appreciate your testimony and submitting it and writing it and doing the research and pointing out the contrast between the advocates on behalf of the different viewpoints. So
yes,
thank
so
you.
Senator Wong, if I may just add 2 more points, is I just want to make it clear that I am not suggesting in any way that anyone is doing anything illegal, improper, or any self-dealing, but there are interesting anomalies in the power of the testimonies and the funding of the testimonies of the various sides to this issue. I would also direct you to a publication called Real Estate Weekly, January 20th, 2016 edition, where an executive director of RXR does specifically outline his mission statement with respect to expanding the bag, as he calls it, to go out to suburban transit nodes and to develop transit-oriented development.
I appreciate your contribution and thank you very, very much. And look, we're just looking at information that's readily available, and I appreciate your testimony. Let me be perfectly clear. We're not disparaging any entities. It is an exchange of information and ideas, and the transparency that we have in this public hearing is the power of our democracy in action. And it is people like you that bring forth insightful conversation pieces based upon facts. So I appreciate that. And the second point you wanted to make clear, sir?
Yeah, the second point I'd like to make clear is in the legal structure, there's a thing called res judicata, which means that things been decided. And the question I would present to this committee as a query, but also a challenge, is we had long nights last year, well past midnight, as I'm sure you will all have again this year, well past midnight, really covering the same issue. So I frankly am not sure why this bill would have been raised again when, after exhausting this just 1 year ago, last session, we came out with a number of laws that we thought had made some compromise. And yet here again, we're spending long hours. And I am cognizant, frankly, of the pay that the legislators get. And if we divide it by the number of hours that you all spend dedicating to this, which I'm very appreciative for, I dare say you're close to being at minimum wage level.
Mr. McGinnis, I think we're below minimum wage. It's a labor of love. That being said, and this issue was indeed vetted over in 2 different committees. And this year, especially being a short session, because we all go off and try to get reelected or get elected. And your point is very well taken. I appreciate your second point. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. And thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Needleman, great to have you back. While you were gone, we did joke about the fact that the chair of the Energy and Technology Committee has had some
Doesn't have internet. My internet went down. I will be having that conversation with Comcast pretty soon. Anyway, I'm very sorry that I missed a significant part of your comments, Mr. McGinnis, but I gather you were clear about saying that you were not implying that there was no conflict of interest. Organizations, especially young people who volunteer for organizations, and I don't even know who's the head of Desegregate Connecticut now, but they tend to work for multiple organizations because they really believe in their causes. I want to explain, at least as far as I understand this, to the committee, because there appears to be an ongoing conversation about predatory developers who come in and ride roughshod over the law to make a lot of money. Well, and sort of collaterally do affordable housing. I'm sure that that goes on, but I will tell you, I worked with a developer from Fairfield County who built 54 units of housing in Essex. 30% of them were affordable. The advantage to going that route is that the state really doesn't put in any money. And we have some market-based houses, some 70% and some affordable based on the community standards. And that development met some negative discussions at zoning, but it ultimately passed. And 3, 4, 5 years in, I think most people in town think it's been a very good thing. The other way that affordable housing can be done is if a bunch of interested citizens form a nonprofit and work with the state and banks and private donors to develop affordable housing. That is another way, and we've done that also. And then a third way is to have housing authorities, which we also have in Essex. So we cross the gamut here of doing affordable housing in a lot of different ways. I wouldn't, the latter two take a lot more state money And as somebody who actually wants the state to spend a bit less money, I think having developers come in and do development for affordable housing, I think that's a good idea. I think 830G, which is frequently the statute that they work under, is not the best statute. But I'm relatively new to this legislature, but I think there are people who've been in the legislature a lot longer than I have, who haven't been able to make it that much better. I know as a first selectman that zoning commissions really don't like it, because you can kind of ride rough over the zoning commission. But most, this morning, First Selectman Carl Fortuna from Old Saybrook testified that he worked with developers who did basically transit-oriented development of 168 units at the last stop on Shoreline East, which is a major Amtrak stop. And it worked out great. And he worked closely with the developer. They made it fit in as best as possible. They complied with all rules and regulations in town. Most of these people come in and want to do it that way, not to screw people and not to screw towns, because it's not in their interest to do that. So I want to be clear. There are a lot of ideas out there, and a lot of people have ideas. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. But people are well-intentioned in trying to solve a problem that is multifaceted. Certainly, one side of it is the inequity in our state, where we have a extreme concentration of poverty in our cities. But also, those of us that run towns in more suburban/rural areas like I do, have a real problem with finding workforce housing, with finding places for teachers to live, where our kids could actually afford to live if they ever move out of our houses. So I applaud all efforts in this regard. As far as transit-oriented development goes, I have a town planner. This is a well-worn theory on how to help. It is densification around transit hubs, which sometimes happens as a result of the organic nature of the market. Sometimes it happens other ways. But basically, it's important because some people like it and have the access to trains and other mass transportation. So I just want to be clear for the committee members, for the public, looking at this, listening to this, that there are no bad intentions. And I think Senator Wong sent it very well. We're trying to exchange ideas. We're trying to find the best path. It is no small surprise that bills come back for more than 1 year, because as you said, Mr. McGinnis, we are a part-time legislature. And I absolutely agree with Senator Wong in that I personally take no money for serving, but the people that do are working for sub minimum wage rates. It's all about the power and the glory. That's what it's about. Seriously, it's absolutely about people trying to do a good job. There's no one in this General Assembly that isn't trying to fight for what's right. We disagree, we work on bills. Sometimes the voters speak with who they elect. Sometimes we try to work together and come up with the best possible solutions, regardless of what the advocates or the naysayers say, because we all want to get to solutions. We know what the problems are. We live the problems, and we live them at home. We live them in the legislature. No one has bad intentions here. We represent different groups of people and different municipalities and different regions of the state, but we're all trying to do what's right.
I clearly see that, and I do understand that. My only suggestion on that is these bills reappearing every year, and each past bills reappearing out of two committees just flames up the discourse, maybe perhaps, and that one of my suggestions might be to that there should be, I use the word res judicata. We can't make, I understand a a bill or make a decision not to pass a bill and to leave that forever, that things change. But there should be a breather from year to year, I would think. But I do appreciate all the effort that all of the legislators give to this state, because I know you all work very hard.
I just thank you for that, by the way, and I'm glad you understand that, as do the advocates for and against different ideas. They're here because they care, and I never want to diminish that. Just so you know, the rules are written that any bill that isn't passed within its session dies on the calendar. Even if we get to the sine die, the last day of the session, and there's a bill that everybody thought was really the best thing since sliced bread, if the clock strikes midnight and they go back into special session the next day, you have to relitigate the whole bill. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. But it is the way the system works, as is a part-time legislature that works 24, that is responsible for what they oversee in the state 24 months out of 2 years, and they work 8 months out of 2 years in theory. No one I know works only 8 months. This state, when you spend $24 billion a year of taxpayer money, should not be working 3 months 1 year and 5 months the next year. It is imprudent, it's bad management, it's bad business, it just really antiquated. And I think that most of my colleagues know that. This is serious work, and the way the system is structured actually creates room for too many mistakes, quite frankly. And does not lend itself to the legislature being a co-equal branch of government with the executive and the judicial. So we are handicapped both in how much time we work and how much staff we have. So therefore the agencies make a lot of the policies, and I don't think that that's what the founders had intended in the state or in the country. So with that, I'm gonna sign off. I think I've spoken enough. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the exchange with Mr. McGinnis. And Mr. McGinnis, your clarification in terms of that. I concur with Senator Needleman in the fact that we all do have different ideas, but agree wholeheartedly that those of us serving together, we're trying to work in the best interest of the state. And as we've heard over and over today, there are widely diverging viewpoints about how to best handle the need for economic growth, for dealing with climate change, for affordable housing opportunities for families. And we're going to have to continue to have these conversations to figure out the best way forward. And I do think that the language and words we use matter. So I appreciate that exchange very much and wish you a wonderful evening. Thank you for staying here with us. Before we go on, I just want to remind those who are in the waiting room, so to speak, that when you receive your invitation from the clerk to be a panelist, to please accept that invitation so that when it's your turn to testify, you will be ready. And going next on our list, we have Betsy Garrett, number 90, to be followed by number 91, Michael Grant. And Miss Guerra, welcome here in the evening hours again. It's nice to see
back to the evening. Thank you, Representative, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. I have submitted testimony on several bills, but I will reserve my comments for a couple. Just briefly, House Bill 5361, an act concerning public access to certain coastal resources. COST does have concerns with the bill. I am aware of the decision in Layden versus the town of Greenwich, which holds that a municipality may not prohibit access to beaches and other public areas to non-residents. However, it's also been generally understood that municipalities may charge non-residents for a reasonable fee for accessing public beaches and other facilities. The problem is it's really difficult to determine what constitutes a reasonable fee based on the amount of resources that a town has to expend in order to either develop or maintain beach and lakes and other facilities, including trash pickup, police, traffic control, lifeguards, et cetera. So I do know that there have been some articles that detail how much towns are charging for resident versus non-resident fees, and also what their costs are. And they vary over a wide range. And as Senator Needleman pointed out earlier, there's some very small public town-owned beaches in this state. And it's a very different situation than some of the larger facilities that you see. And I think I would also caution lawmakers not to look at this through the lens of the COVID-19 pandemic, because unfortunately towns had to restrict capacity at those facilities to enforce social distancing. They had to ensure that people were not creating parking issues and other traffic issues because they were parking all over the place. And so towns did have to take certain actions to restrict access. And that was unfortunate because it was one of the areas that people can congregate and enjoy themselves. But again, I do have concerns with the bill as drafted. Although I'm not a huge fan of task forces, I do think this is an issue that may benefit from having some people look at the constitutional and other legal issues, as well as the resources that towns expend in maintaining these facilities to see what would constitute a reasonable range of fees for non-residents. And then just briefly on House Bill 5429, just to clarify, although cost supports efforts to promote affordable, more attainable housing, we also support efforts to facilitate transit-oriented development. We are very concerned with the as of right provisions in the bill for reasons that you've heard from many of our municipal leaders today. I think they articulated it very well. Transit-oriented development is a big success in this state. I think if you go to some of the links I've included in my testimony, you'll find that there have been some wonderful projects, as the First Selectman Carl Fortuna referenced and Senator Needleman referenced.
Excuse me, Ms. Gara, just a heads up, you're past your 3-minute marker.
All right. Well, again, my testimony is posted online, so thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. And what was it that Mr. Fortuna was speaking about that was a particular note to you?
The fact that the transit-oriented development project in Old Saybrook did incorporate affordable housing units, a significant amount of affordable housing units that they were able to do within the existing law, within the existing incentives and funding available through the state.
Thank you, Ms. Guerra. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to follow up on that. And one of the commentaries I'm kind of getting blurry is the fact that it was Mr. Pickering who said transit-oriented development is mixed use. And the Old Saybrook example of Mr. Fortuna was indeed mixed use, wasn't purely residential or density construction. It was a mixed use. Was that correct?
That is exactly correct. Yes.
So as we look at that, I think the combination of that, I think another important point to emphasize is the fact that this was undertaken by town leaders without a top-down mandate, but the town leaders made the decision that it would be in the best interest of their affordable housing as well as their Main Street commerce. It really is, as I repeated multiple times in our committee, is in order for us to be successful and create sustainable models, you have to collaborate with local authorities, state, federal, and community neighborhoods that are being impacted. So I really appreciate the work you do on your small communities, the small towns, but sometimes I think there's a disconnect with CCM in regards to the unique challenges and needs of small towns that are throughout the state of Connecticut. And thank you, Betsy, for always being an advocate and bringing their perspective to the forefront of this committee as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you,
Sen-
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Wong. And Representative Zawistowski, it's nice to see you.
Good to see you as well, Madam Chair. Betsy, thanks for being very patient and being here this evening. I wanted to mention, you had mentioned some very successful transit-oriented development projects, and I wanted to mention also Windsor and Windsor Locks have had some very good success without having to go down this route of forcing it. The market was able to very easily absorb some of the units. People wanted it. They're really nice projects. And there's a, they're just, rather than, I'm glad that you just threw up the caution flag on this, because not everything is going to fit everywhere, as we've been hearing the one size fits all argument. And we've been hearing the one size fits all argument out of both sides tonight as well. One size definitely does not fit all in our state. I have a question for you. Have you heard about from anything from your towns where the circles around the transit districts in one town may actually encroach on another town?
I haven't heard that, but that certainly makes sense. Given how some of the borders run in our state, I can certainly look at that. But that would certainly be something that would be considered as part of the local planning process, which is why we don't support the as of right provisions. I think some of those things tend to get overlooked, and in some cases may have a chilling effect on efforts to expand some of these transit areas in communities, because they're concerned that they may then be subject to some of these as of right provisions. So something to look at, and I'm happy to look into that and get back to you.
Yes, and I know that they're going to be putting a train station in Enfield, and you draw a circle around that, and you wind up encompassing a portion of Suffield across the Connecticut River. Which makes no sense whatsoever to put transit-oriented development in Suffield if the train station is across the river. So I'm sure there's other incidences. Same thing with like Windsor Locks and East Windsor. I'm sure there are other incidents, and I think it's worthy to bring up to your towns just to see if they are impacted. Anyway, I said, do appreciate you being here. I appreciate everything that you do for the small towns of our state. It's really important for them to have a voice.
Thank you, Representative.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Zawistowski. Senator Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just need to ask this, Betsy, does cost support the bill or not?
The transit-oriented development bill? No.
Yeah, so you do not.
We do not support it.
All right, the notes I got that you did support the bill in general at 5429.
Notes from my testimony, I always start off, because I started here as a clerk of a committee. And so I always start off our position in the first line. So when they're doing those JF reports, it's completely understood. We oppose the bill, House Bill 5429.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Champagne. Senator Wong for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, and I want to thank Senator Champagne for simplifying and getting a powerful answer that cost and through the testimony that was given opposes 5429. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And yes, I heard that. And I also heard that Ms. Guerra said, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Guerra, that you do support the idea of transit-oriented development. I think perhaps just the issue is with some of the specifics of the bill itself. Is that?
Yes, to clarify the as of right provisions. I don't think the bill is necessary, actually. I think that we have a lot happening with transit-oriented development, and the Department of Economic and Community Development has been working very closely with communities to provide targeted incentive strategies to address some of the local land use and other conditions that they face. And in addition, the Commission on Connecticut's Development and Future, which was created last session, also includes a working group on transit-oriented development. So I think if there are any recommendations, that's probably the more appropriate mechanism to look at that.
And Betsy, thank you. And I appreciate the reference to that commission that is an ongoing conversation with those 5 working groups. So I also would just say thank you for the work that you do. for all of the work you do with us here in the committee, and the collaborative nature of our work is very welcomed and appreciated. So thanks for being here with us tonight. And with that, we are going to go to number 91, Mr. Grant, to be followed by, I believe it's number 94, if I'm not mistaken, Ann Gadbois. Welcome,
Hi,
Mr. Grant. Please
Hi, how you
proceed.
doing? Thanks for having me, committee. Long day, obviously. The perils of going 91st, I will be challenged to make sort of new arguments or new statements. In fact, Mr. Wong just, or Senator Wong just took a significant point I was going to make. I've heard a lot of proponents today talk about affordable housing. I'll try to move quickly through the first ones because they've been made, but I've heard a lot of proponents talk about affordable housing, and I speak to people in our community in Fairfield. I speak to zoning commissions here. I speak to neighbors, and I don't know anybody. I've never spoken to anybody who's opposed to affordable housing. I've not spoken to anybody who's opposed to transit-oriented development. In fact, in Fairfield, where we have the Metro and Black Rock, exit 24 Black Rock area, is already has an urban feel. We already have units going in. We've already had 3 projects approved, and there are people already in them in the transit-oriented development. We have a 4th one nearing construction in Fairfield. We didn't do that with a state mandate. Nobody slammed us on the head and forced us to do that. There was a comprehensive study done, I think in 2019, and the town moved forward in concert with its zoning commission and decided to do it. And I think that just highlights why it's so important to engage the community, engage the zoning commissions. I'm not comfortable with the term as of right when it comes to our zoning commissions. I'm not comfortable with as of right as it pertains to abutting properties, neighborhoods whose property values may or may not be negatively impacted as far as value. I think people have invested in neighborhoods for a reason, and I think their voice should be heard. And I don't think that that should be controversial, that we should be asking our community to weigh in on these things, and that the zoning commissions that have been locally elected should have a right. If anybody has a right, it should be the elected officials and the town. You know, citizens, taxpayers, residents, not even, they don't have to be taxpayers, just residents who are already there, living there, that live in these neighborhoods. They should have a say in this stuff. So I would say I'm really opposed to the as of right. Back to, you know, I've heard a lot of proponents talk about affordable housing today. This to me is not affordable housing. Transit-oriented development, the way this is written, I'm not seeing this, the 10% minimum. Maybe, I think Senator Needleman mentioned like well-intentioned developers, and I appreciate that. But if I'm a developer and I'm reading that, I don't know why I would go over the 10%. I can get 90% market value on the other units, and I only have to meet 10%, and I can slam that in anywhere I want as long as it's not wetlands. That to me is problematic. I don't see that working. I don't see people. Listen, people are running businesses. They're in it to make money. So I'm not behooving them for that. But if you are faced with even an 830G project where you only have to take 30%, or just do 10% and do TOD, I think you're going to see a flood of TOD proposals. And in Fairfield, by the Metro, maybe it makes sense. Southport, Connecticut, it certainly doesn't. We've heard, you know, the Saugatuck resident who was upset about the possibilities.
Excuse me, Mr. Grant, just a heads up, you're past your 3 minutes.
Very well, thank you. I think I've made the points I need to make. So I would just say in conclusion that I have a problem with the as of right and the way that the 10% is going to be used.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. And it's nice to see you here, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Grant, thank you for enduring the long day, and there are many others behind you. Thank you for taking the time to engage in the public process. You're a Fairfield resident, so you mentioned that the Fairfield Metro and the TOD design and the mixed use and the fit for it. So you're not adverse to the TOD concept. You're not adverse to affordable housing. I think that's important to note. But you did mention Southport. And can you articulate a little bit of how this bill, with regards to the half-mile radius, because of your knowledge of the town, how would that impact Southport? I have gotten testimony from the Susquehannogs, from the Southport Conservancy raising significant concern about this. But can you articulate what your thoughts on that as a Fairfield resident, but also how this law, if implemented, would impact Southport?
So Southport, if anybody's not familiar with it, is, you know, classic New England on the water charm. And I rented on Spruce Street on the north side of 95 near, you know, for anybody who's familiar with it, cross street from what was Athena Diner. There's a Dunkin' Donuts there. That side is, you know, it's on Route 1. I believe that's going to fall within the half a mile to Southport train station. I think, you know, there's a Wakeman's Boys and Girls Club. There's already condos on both sides of the exit when you come down. The Artisan has already built a major hotel, not Artisan, Del Mar. There's already a major hotel there, high-end hotel. There's restaurants. You know, it's a really cute community. People in Southport love it. I don't know of anything that's been top down done, forced on that community. If I'm mistaken, then I apologize. But having known that neighborhood for about 25 years, it has seen growth. It's seen its own growth. It's bringing in, you know, the condos that have gone in are unappropriate places. They're sort of along 95. They're along Route 1. I would be very concerned in the residential neighborhoods or near the beaches in Southport about, you know, having something forced in to my neighborhood. Again, I'm not opposed to anything having to do with TOD or affordable housing. I see all the merits. I just don't see these projects address. I don't even see how they address affordable housing in any meaningful way. So I think Southport's done a good job of bringing things into its community to give a chance for more residents to live there without, again, this sort of top-down slam it home. You know, you got no choice in this matter.
Thank you. And Mr. Grant, I've known you for a year or so, and I thank you for coaching football and athletic programs. But yeah. I you know, for you to take the day and testify, where we've heard a lot of people that this bill has engaged them to have their voices be heard. Are you one of those people that felt as though that you needed to have your voice heard in a representative way?
Yes, short answer. I live in Representative McCarthy Bay's district. And our district, actually, the 133rd district is sort of, if you imagine the east side of Fairfield, we're bordering in Bridgeport. And a lot of our district is already quite heavily developed. Good, bad, or indifferent to that. It's just a fact. Our district is already heavily developed. It's got a lot of multifamily homes. It's got 2 830Gs going in on Castle Avenue. It's got a third one on Beacon Square, which is under, you know, they're talking about now. I think we're talking about adding nearly 100 units to the McKinley School District in just the 133rd district alone. So I do have concerns about some of these things and how they're going to impact our schools in our district long term. So I felt compelled. I'd have to check on some of the you know, the metro area, but I have a feeling that might fall under McKinley School District in the 133rd district as well. So I see sort of maybe an opportunity where developers might be buying cheaper land in the 133rd district, which is, to be clear, absolutely the least expensive area in Fairfield to live. So I do have concerns that these projects seems to be maybe, you know, not on purpose, just that by way of the land being cheaper in the 133rd district, where this is starting to impact my friends' kids, my kids, Tomlinson Middle School. You know, this is my community, and it does seem to be that there's a lot of focus on moving these units in to certain school districts where maybe it's a little bit less expensive to live in Fairfield. And like I said, I'm all for affordable housing. I'm all for TOD. I have no problem with it. I think the people in the 133rd, I think the people in McKinley School District, Stratfield School District should have a say. That's all I'm saying.
Well, as a state senator representing all of Fairfield, every neighborhood is special and unique, and there's great fierce pride in the Stratford neighborhood, but it is a neighborhood that's transitioning. And as you say, this is an opportunity, and we've had to contend with a number of different projects that were beyond the scope of the general neighborhood. So I really appreciate you spending the day offering your viewpoint in your opposition to 5429, but also being more engaged as a representative voice in our community. So thank you very, very much. And
Appreciate it.
again, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Thank you for being here, Mr. Grant, and certainly for highlighting the great TOD work by the Fairfield Metro Center and the state funding that actually we supported to help allow that study to happen and occur in Fairfield. So thank you so much. We wish you a wonderful evening. And next on our list is, I believe we had Ann Gadwell. I'm not certain if she is still here or if she may have dropped off. Madam Clerk?
I think she dropped off. I'll keep an eye out.
Okay, thank you. So I believe then next is number 95, Christopher Kelly, to then be followed by number 97, Brian Farnan. Mr. Kelly, welcome and please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair McCarthy-Vahey and members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Christopher Kelly. I'm the Peter B. Cooper Legal Fellow at Save the Sound. I'm here to express Save the Sound support for HB 5429. First, allow me to rid myself of any suspicion. I'm not an out-of-stater importing dangerous ideas. I've lived my whole life in Connecticut and experienced our need for housing and transit-oriented communities. I was born and raised here, and I even went to UConn. Go Huskies. Now, a lot's already been said about this bill, and Connecticut's dire housing needs are already well established. So I'm going to focus on just a few points from the perspective of an environmental organization. The form of residential housing and zoning encouraged by HB 5429 is environmentally and climate friendly, certainly in comparison to single family housing. One of the best things that we can do to protect the environment in Connecticut is to upzone already developed areas to permit the possibility of creating housing near community and business centers outside of sea level rise and flood zones with minimal impact on any nearby natural resources. It encourages the highest and best use of land while making more efficient use of municipal and utility infrastructure. It provides the greatest opportunities to encourage the development of public transit, and it gives residents the option of life without relying upon automobiles. These benefits might sound like environmentalist wish lists, but they're a necessity, as climate mitigation and adaptation require that we proactively plan for current and future housing needs. Save the Sound was consulted about the potential environmental impact of this bill, and we raised concerns with early language. Every one of those concerns was addressed. The language in Section D is the product of those discussions. This bill excludes from its housing calculation a wide variety of environmentally sensitive areas. These include wetlands, drinking water lands, floodplains, and areas not served by water and sewer infrastructure, among others. Those exemptions significantly reduce the amount of land included in this bill, altogether exempting some transit stations or even entire municipalities. And they ensure that this bill achieves its objective of requiring municipalities to take a hard look at the places most appropriate for denser development, rather than in environmentally sensitive and undeveloped areas. Finally, the repeated references to zoning regulations in the bill remind us that it requires municipalities to plan and zone for a minimal amount of housing near transit stations. Planning is a public process that hopefully includes substantial input from the public and the neighbors of future developments. Municipalities are being given a goal. It is their responsibility to plan for their unique circumstances, for a variety of housing types, and for the distribution of housing density across the transit area. Additionally, this bill does not affect the ability of a town to zone for businesses or other uses that can accompany the housing. This bill addresses a widespread failure in planning by charging municipalities with designating appropriate areas for housing. It may not entirely stop unwise development, but it alleviates artificial zoning barriers in places that can support more housing. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. I thought I saw a hand for a second there. Oh, there we go. The screen swapped on me for a moment. Representative Winkler to be followed by Representative Hennessy.
Yes, thank you. You can decline to answer this question if you'd like, but we heard earlier testimony that between, I think, New Haven and Greenwich, there are a group of sewage facilities at towns that during rainstorms, empty raw sewage into the Sound. Since you're from Save the Sound, I thought I might ask if you knew how many plants are involved or how many towns are involved.
Right. I heard that testimony, and when Save the Sound's name was invoked, I started furiously texting people. So off the top of my head, I don't know specifics about the number of plants that are involved or the exact extent of the infrastructure in various towns. I don't think that we maintain a list of that exactly at Save the Sound, but we do track when facilities are specifically flagged for violations. In sort of in response to what that individual is testifying about those waste concerns and the environmental impact of it, it was both right and wrong. He was correct that every time it rains, sewage ends up in Long Island Sound. There are major issues with waste capacity and sewage treatment plants in many parts of the state, and particularly in Fairfield County, for the reason of not because everything's just so densely populated and overdeveloped and there are too many people, but because it's old. And frankly, a lot of time people don't feel very much incentive to invest in infrastructure. And sometimes there's at least one example I know of where the infrastructure for the waistline is under a river and can't be accessed for repairs or replacement unless they really mess with the river. So there are a lot of issues that are involved there, and increases in capacity and infrastructure certainly need to accompany increases in housing availability and population. But the fact is that people are here and people are going to continue to be here, and we should simultaneously with and independently of considerations about how we zone for housing, we should already be repairing and upgrading our wastewater infrastructure, our traffic infrastructure, and all the other utilities that accompany that. So that goes along with it regardless of what we're doing with housing.
Last question. I represent the town of Vernon. I've lived through 2 replacements or upgrades that amount to replacements of our sewage treatment plant. And the town got a lot of money from the state of Connecticut to help with that. Is that program available to all towns in Connecticut?
I'm sorry, I have to say I don't know myself, but it's not something that I'm too intimately involved with.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winkler. Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Chairman Vahey. How you doing?
Thank you, Representative.
Hanging in there?
I thank you for asking. I'm doing wonderfully. How about you?
Doing well, thank you. Christopher, I have, listening to your testimony, you have mentioned a number of compelling good reasons to support this bill. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on the aspect of allowing developers to pretty much do what they want without any kind of oversight. There's been that argument against this bill. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I do. Thank you for the question, Representative. So there's certainly been a lot of contention around the language in this bill, including around the phrase "as of right," and this idea that it allows developers to come in and do away with any existing zoning. Reading this bill, first of all, as I mentioned in my spoken testimony, there are repeated references to zoning regulations, and it refers to the requirements that are included in this bill are requirements of zoning regulations that are issued pursuant to Section 8-2 of the General Statutes. This is something that is begging for a planning and zoning process by municipalities for them to go through their usual public processes and to plan out within their community to a goal of 15 units per acre overall average minimum density as they see fit. That's one thing, is this should all be done and would be allowed to be done under the language of this bill in a public process. Another important aspect of that is the requirements that are within this bill and the don't exist in a vacuum. It doesn't override existing town zoning regulations, except to the extent that they might say that you can't have housing here of a certain type. But again, you're supposed to be going through a public process to change that proactively. It doesn't erase it like a chalkboard and write something new. It also doesn't override public health and safety considerations. So that's something that comes up with, there's been references to section 8-30G about how developers can come in and override zoning regulations in towns to build housing developments with some sort of affordable housing component. That they're allowed to do that, except to the extent that it interferes with public health and safety requirements. And that doesn't go away in this bill. That's something that still would exist in state, municipal, and common law. So to the extent that a developer may do something which a town has not issued regulations for, and which might interfere with some sort of zoning regulation about the availability of housing units there, the height of the building perhaps. Those are things that may be a real point of contention between a town and developer and this bill. But it doesn't eliminate the fact that if you can identify concerns with an inability to deal with the sewage capacity, for a development, for instance, the developer can't just go ahead and proceed no matter what. Those are things that still have to be dealt with. They can't be ignored.
Okay, thank you very much for your clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hennessy. Mr. Kelly, I appreciate the conversation because we've heard a lot today in terms of the environmental piece. There's been a lot of, as I spoke earlier, to the point of assumption of intent when it comes to the drafting of this bill and the construction of this bill and the reasons behind this bill even. You made mention in your comments that you provided input to the language of this bill as to the language actually of the proposal that was being brought forward. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And I appreciate your conversation with Representative Hennessy. I did earlier mean to make mention of the fact that our public works officials here in Fairfield and in many places throughout Fairfield County do a tremendous job with the wastewater treatment. There certainly are significant issues as we continue to face climate change and rising sea levels and more intense storms. We certainly do see the impact on all of our systems, our roads, our rivers, our coasts, and our wastewater treatment. But I did just want to note that. But I appreciate, were there any other environmental organizations that you've been in conversation with respect to this bill?
Specifically environmental organizations and specifically with respect to this bill, only in preliminary conversations about what we might expect to see in the bill and address the concerns, but not in terms of crafting or developing the language. I also would just like to say that I didn't mean to insinuate that Fairfield's public works directors or the public works directors of other towns are doing poorly at their jobs, just to comment on what we are seeing in terms of water quality impacts.
Yes, no, and I didn't take you to be insinuating that. I was just noting, earlier conversations might lead folks to be concerned about the safety and the quality of the water that they're swimming in. And just to be clear that our municipalities do a great job of assuring public health and of recognizing when there are points in time when we need to be avoiding the water. So thank you so much for taking the time here with us today in the committee and for providing your input into this process. Next, actually, we had some technical issues and we had lost Miss Gadwa, who is number 94. I believe we figured that out. Madam Clerk, can you again correct me if I am wrong about that?
She is in the room with us.
I'm here.
Okay, so Ms. Gadwell will be followed by number 97, Brian Farnan. Ms. Gadwell, welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, committee chairs Casano and McCarthy-Vahey, vice chairs Needleman and Gubel, ranking members Juan and Zullo, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Ann Gadwa, and I'm the advocacy and outreach organizer for Sierra Club Connecticut. I thank you for the opportunity to testify here tonight. Sierra Club's committed to defending everyone's right to a healthy world by tackling the serious challenges of a warming climate, unprecedented levels of pollution, the waste management crisis, biodiversity loss, and the dangers of toxics. Fossil fuels are the main driver of climate change, as well as unhealthy air, and our current zoning laws and land use laws have exacerbated environmental degradation and climate change. As global temperatures rise, Connecticut's environmental resources, the health of our citizens, and our economy are all at risk. We must do much, much more that has been done to date to address these issues with real solutions. Sierra Club supports HB 5429 as an important step in updating our zoning laws to protect our environment, make our communities more equitable, and boost our economy. It would build on the zoning laws passed last year to reverse decades of inattention to the nexus between zoning and environmental policy and ensure that our approach to housing policy aligns with our commitment to environmental protection. Transit-oriented communities are essential for sustainability in Connecticut. As we move into the economy of the future, it's vitally important that we think strategically about where we build housing, what kind of housing we construct, and what ancillary requirements we attach to new housing developments. This bill would facilitate development where it's most appropriate near public transit. The current low density zoning laws push development pressure outward, putting strain on our open space and our forests, and concentrating development in downtown areas and near transit furthers equity, economic development, and sustainability. HB 5429 would create more housing, build a more diverse housing stock, and protect Connecticut's farmland and forests from continued sprawl, all while decreasing the harmful greenhouse gas emissions and smog produced by cars in our state. To meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals, Connecticut residents are going to need more access to clean, reliable mass transit and updated energy efficient housing. Connecticut is one of the most segregated states in the nation due to past housing and zoning restrictions. This bill is a positive step in the right direction to creating a more equitable, stronger, and cleaner Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Ms. Gadwell, thank you very much for being here and for fitting a bunch in a short amount of time. Representative Hennessy.
Yeah, thanks for sneaking me back in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you were mentioning transit-oriented development, and it just seemed to me today, listening to this testimony, that that phrase is like becoming a dirty word or a dirty phrase that is not really relevant or applicable to today's world. When I first started in this committee a while ago, my thinking was that was really the direction to go. But in the 18 years that I've been in the legislature, really haven't moved that far, and it just seems like it's becoming more and more denigrated. The aspect of transit-oriented development, even though it does appear that young people are more interested in it and not owning cars. So I would like to hear what you have to say as far as, there's got to be vision about this moving forward. Whether or not this bill has that vision and lifting power, remains to be seen. But I would like to hear your comments on this.
Are you asking me as Sierra Club, or are you asking me as Ann? Or both?
Both, yeah.
Okay. So as with Sierra Club, our vision, of course, for a future is, healthy communities that have access to lots of different kinds of transportation, right? Not just the cars that we've all come to really depend on. So being able to build housing near the transit and being able to build lots of housing near transit will certainly help people get out of cars, will certainly help people have lots of different ways to get to work and to different places. And, lower greenhouse gas emissions, certainly, since we'll, be moving towards electrification more and moving towards more environmentally friendly
practices for transportation, including biking, walking, all that sort of thing. As for myself, I currently live in New Hartford. I have limited access to any public transportation. I think there's one bus that goes in and out of Hartford. I also have lived outside of cities. I lived outside of Boston, and as a young person who was waiting tables and tending bar, as having the option to be able to take the train into work was and take my car off the road so I could afford the rent, which I'm sure some people can appreciate, you know, how high they can be in Connecticut as well, and in the desirable communities. Being able to have access to that transit was a game saver, really is. So I think, you know, in the future, I think, you know, we would have to get away from just the single-use cars as the only mode of transportation. And for a lot of my life, that's been true. So, you know, especially as a young person, I would have definitely liked to have other access to other transportation. And I think we can all agree that it's very expensive to drive a car right now. So when you're trying to just start out, it's good to have the options.
Yeah, people are not interested in encumbering themselves with major debt. And I have to concur that I went to school in Boston and really enjoyed the mass transit there. It had a flavor of Boston, what can you say? And so it was enjoyable and it was economical. Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome. Yeah, red line will get you anywhere.
Thank you very much, Representative Hennessy. And Ms. Gadwall, we appreciate your testimony here tonight and the work that you do on behalf of the people of our state and our environment.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Next on our list, have a good evening. Next, we have Brian Farnan is 97, to be followed by Marcus Palumbo, 98. Mr. Farnan, welcome. It's nice to see you. Please proceed.
You too, and thank you so much, honorable members of Planning and Development. I've been Representative McCarthy-Vahey, Senator Tony Wong, as a fellow Fairfield. I've been really impressed all day. I know it's been a long day and night for you guys, so thank you so much for what you guys do. I'm here tonight in opposition to two bills. HB 5361, an act concerning public access to certain coastal resources, and HB 5429, an act concerning transit-oriented development. Why don't I start with the beach bills? So raise bills number 5254, and now HB 5361, limit the ability of towns with town beaches like Fairfield from offering discounted parking fees to residents. It prohibits towns from setting aside parking for Fairfield residents, and it limits our ability to address traffic and pedestrian safety concerns. I want to make it clear that Fairfield welcomes all residents from our neighboring communities to visit our beaches, and they can use our beaches and facilities at any time free of charge. But as the taxpayers that financially support these beaches, it's only fair and equitable that non-residents pay an additional cost when parking to contribute to the maintenance of our beautiful beaches. Passage of these bills will limit Fairfield's ability to address parking and traffic concerns also, which is a great concern because our beaches are in residential neighborhoods like my own. And lastly, we've been working hard at the grassroots level. We put together a petition in literally less than a week with over 4,000 signatures that have been submitted into the record. And at this point, why don't I move on to HB 5429, an act concerning transit-oriented development. So from my perspective, this is going to water down the role of local planning and zoning commissions, take away our local control. I think more than anything, it's going to create density, not affordable housing, and it's going to dramatically change forever the historic nature of certain towns like Fairfield as it relates to, say, the Old Post Road or the Southport Village, for just two examples. And as for right development, removes the public hearing process, and that same public hearing process that we're using tonight. So I don't really think it's fair or right that the supporters of the bill who are using this public hearing process, and we can see how much is gained through it, would potentially take that away from our communities. And lastly, I think we're kind of missing the bigger issue here is let's focus on making our amazing urban centers better so that millennials, seniors want to move to our urban centers instead of, urbanizing some of our residential areas. We have amazing secondary cities in Connecticut. New Haven, Norwalk, Stanford, Hartford, West Hartford. I mean, they're never going to be New York and Boston, but they have an opportunity to really compete with all the other kind of secondary cities in the United States, and really grow and become a place that attract young people to want to work and live here, and also for seniors to retire. So with that, I'll say thank you and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Farnan. Mr. Hennessy, excuse me, Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Farnan, thank you for your testimony today. And I would just like to make a comment that you don't look at all to be 97. I just, you look much younger than that.
Thanks. It's been a long day. I think I aged a few today, though.
Yeah, I think we all did. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Hennessy. I think we could all use some levity too. I appreciate that very much. I'm going to go next to Senator Wong and then Representative Goupil.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to defer to the Vice Chair, happily.
All right, Representative Goupil.
Thank you, Senator Casano, or excuse me, Senator Wong. And thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Farian, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Just wanted to clarify, I'm not sure I understood the comment regarding pedestrian access in the downtown, your downtown area related to development for within a TOD zone. Can you elaborate or explain that further, please?
Maybe I was talking about pedestrian. Well, I was talking about pedestrian access as it relates to the beach bills. In essence, that anyone is welcome to come to our beaches, use our facilities. The parking is only when there's differential charges between residents and non-residents. But as to the TOD bill and pedestrian access, obviously that's important, I'm just concerned that this bill more than anything is going to create density and it's going to basically cut the town out and the citizens of the town from a chance to kind of weigh in potential developments.
And again, just to clarify, you're speaking regarding the beach bill that pedestrian access would be limited if
No, pedestrian access will never be limited. So that's one thing I want to make clear is that, everyone is welcome to come to Fairfield's beaches, to use the facilities. No one would ever be turned around. There's an important Supreme Court case around the turn of going into like maybe 2002, basically, and it's a good opinion, stating that everyone has access to our beaches in Connecticut.
And I'm not familiar because we've had a number of people testifying on this. Offhand, do you know the rates that are currently charged in your town?
Yes, I do. So in Fairfield right now, we have daily rates which are the same for residents and non-residents, so $50 for weekends, $40 for weekdays. And then the tickets for access to the beaches, I believe it's $75 for residents, and then for non-residents to get access to Jennings and Penfield, that's $250. So I think a lot of people have looked at the legislation. Fairfield has done a pretty good job. I know there's a couple towns that are of greater concern, but Fairfield, I think, has made a very pointed effort to make sure that all are welcomed at our beaches.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Senator Wong, to be followed by Rep. Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long day. Mr. Farnan, good to see you. Thank you for your past service. We're talking about the TOD, and as a resident of Fairfield, you know the difference. For me, the contrast relating to 5429, the challenge I have is the Fairfield Metro may be a perfect setting, and I know the town has already initiated construction efforts and very supportive of that. But how would this bill impact Southport?
Well, so we have Southport Village, and we have a somewhat of a historic area, and it's beautiful. It's like one of the most charming places you could ever find. It's like a postcard. And I'm afraid that if this legislation is passed, any developer could potentially come in, bulldoze a property. Obviously, these are antique homes, and then put up a large development, which would, I think, be a strain on the resources of the community, forever change the historic nature of Southport Village, for example. I think.
And were you aware of the Conservancy and the Susquehannogs, strong advocates of the broader community, and their testimony and opposing aspects of this and how it would impact Southport Village or Greens Farms area?
I was, and I think I live in the beach area very close to the Old Post Road, so I understand it from my perspective in the area I live, but I also know that area very well. It's a small, as much as Fairfield's a big town, it's a small town. And yeah, I understand completely where they're coming from.
Thank you. And the last question, Madam Chair. The Fairfield downtown station is a historical station, but if you were to draw a half-mile radius, you would be going into the historical Old Post Road neighborhood. In fact, that neighborhood within a half-mile radius has one of the original homesteads of Roger Sherman's relatives, and kind of the founding father of this country. And if that was the case within a half hour, the language of this bill has not been clear in regards to historical districts. And I know in Fairfield, we have such great pride in our historical districts, and that's been brought up by a number of different advocates pro and against this bill. Can you articulate what kind of impact it would have on the Old Post Road beach area neighborhood?
Well, it's really a historic.
I'm narrowing it down to Fairfield, but yeah, maybe you can articulate it better than I did.
Yeah, well, it really is a historic treasure, not only for Fairfield, but for the entire state in New England. I mean, it goes back to the burning by the British of the parts of this part of the town. And, there's a great amount of pride amongst the historic district that they take in ensuring that they maintain that consistency of some of those old traditions. So I would be afraid that, this legislation, as well intended as it is, would have a drastic effect on those communities.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us all day. And I appreciate your past service and thank you for your continued engagement in the legislative process. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Barden.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Representative Lamar to be followed by Rep. Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian. Good to see you again. As you might imagine, we'll hit on an issue we hit on last week as well. With respect to a comment you made, that you said it's only fair that the taxpayers who contribute to the upkeep of the beach pay a reduced rate, which is what the comments you made.
Mm-hmm.
Tens of millions of taxpayer dollars from Connecticut residents has gone into the upkeep of Fairfield beaches.
Understood. Sorry, go ahead.
The daily fee for a non-Fairfield resident to go on a Saturday or Sunday is $50. For one day, it's $50 for a Connecticut resident. It's $25 for the entire season for a Fairfield resident. So for less than half of one day, for a Connecticut resident who's helped contribute tens of millions of dollars into Fairfield beaches, Fairfield resident can go all season long, a non-Fairfield resident, $50, right? I mean, that I think, to your point, residents who've contributed to the upkeep of these beaches deserve reduced costs. And I think that's my major point, is that a lot of communities, we had a first selectman earlier today indicate that their town never received any state or federal funding. And a quick Google search shows that town receiving state bonds, Clean Water Act funding, wastewater facility and management upkeeps, new pavilions, all paid for by state and federal dollars. I think sometimes we confuse what the generosity of the state of Connecticut is in upkeep of our beaches. So that's what I'm trying to get at, because we had a constructive conversation, I felt, last week.
No, we did. And I mean,
and I think you hit a point that I was trying to make. The residents deserve a reduced cost too. And the residents have been contributing quite a bit. And I don't think it's fair that a Fairfield resident, you said that Fairfield was a model of equity. A Fairfield resident can attend the beach for $25 all season long. An out-of-town resident, it's $50 for one day.
well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, I'm paying, $13,000, $14,000 in property taxes. Your typical Fairfield resident is paying, Connecticut sales tax, income tax, literally typically getting pennies back. So that's where I do struggle with the argument about, well, we're getting state money, because at the end of the day, your typical resident of Fairfield is getting a very small portion of the amount of money that they sent to Hartford, and only a small portion is coming back. So, I mean, I'd rather have the argument almost on an equity perspective, just the fact that if your typical resident who's paying so much money in property taxes to upkeep these beaches, then yes, they should get that benefit. And again, anyone can come to the beaches and doesn't have to pay a dime. I mean, people can Uber, can taxi, people can carpool. You could fit a lot, and they do, and there's a great amount of diversity. You come down to our beaches, you'll see it.
I guess my follow-up to that is, you don't make sure someone's paying property taxes before you call them a Fairfield resident, right?
No, I think that's true too, because you have people, based on Connecticut tax policy, unfortunately, we have a lot of people would consider, 6 months in a day, right? That are people that live in Florida or other places where there's no income tax, but then will come here and live here for, those 5 and 1/2 months, supposedly, hopefully most of that is the case. Those individuals who are paying property taxes do have to pay the non-resident rate also.
What about renters in your community?
A renter would be considered a resident, of course.
Right. No, I agree with you. I just think you made the correlation that.
I thought you were walking me down a Bobby Valentine story. I was like, oh no, where we go?
And again, I think sometimes people get lost in the different conversations that folks want to make. Like, I pay high property taxes in New Haven, for example. Hennessy pays high property taxes in Bridgeport. We all pay taxes in our local communities. What is it that I'm allowed to bar you from in New Haven because I pay high property taxes in New Haven? Are there things I should be allowed to make it impossible for you to do in New Haven? Should I say you can't walk on our sidewalks because?
If you kept me from Worcester Street, we'd have big problems.
Right. And I think that's part of my frustration, is how do we discern what our local property taxes pay for when the state is also kicking in and our residents are kicking in so much towards the upkeep and development of those assets. And I think that's where my frustration on this conversation stems from. And this idea that Fairfield's doing it right. And the reality is, again, that a Fairfield resident can attend a beach that has received substantial state investment for half of what it would cost a non-resident to go for one day. And I don't think that's a definition of equity under any circumstance, even if you guys feel like you're not getting your fair share because of your high income taxes. And I think that's a challenge that I'm going to face when I look to craft legislation moving forward. Is we have very different terms of what equity means, and I think that plays out in the legislature in a variety of different ways, of course. Then this one, I would hope communities, you express a desire to do things equitably. I hope that we could have that conversation in a more constructive way than defensiveness over a rate that I don't think anyone other than Fairfield residents, or maybe Greenwich and Westport residents too, think of as equitable, particularly given the substantial state and federal dollars have been used for the upkeep of those beaches. And I think that's where you and I will maybe have conversations after this process is over. Maybe we can think of something.
Sounds good to me. I'm in on it.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Representative Lamar. Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you. You made a comment about instead of moving Hartford's density to the suburbs, why don't we make the cities a place that people want to move to? I've been actually looking into that. I'm just curious how you think that could happen.
Oh, wow. Well, that could, we could go down a complete fun rabbit hole I would love to go down. I think a lot of it stems from our manufacturing basis. I mean, I think a lot of residents don't understand that, the best jobs right now for people, without a college degree, that want to be part of the middle class are manufacturing jobs. You can look at an example like, let's compare Boston to New Haven and Fairfield, for example, where Boston has amazing universities. It's kind of like, has all these potential new ideas that come out of it. And then you look at a place like Worcester, for example, who has like a manufacturing base. You can make a similar analogy to say a New Haven that has amazing universities, and say Fairfield University, Sacred Heart and Fairfield, how those could potentially be places of innovation. And you could look at a place like potentially like Bridgeport, another Waterbury and other places where we could really look to encourage the manufacturing base there to get that growth. I mean, that's just one example of many.
I was thinking more of how would the economics of housing in Hartford is such that it's foolish for a landlord to invest a lot of money in housing. Basically, they collect as much as they can and they produce a minimal effort to make sure that the pipes don't freeze and the places are properly taken care of as far as bugs and something like that. What would be the incentive to upgrade the housing in Hartford?
Well, I mean, we can go down the whole path of like the gentrification that happens in certain areas where there's greater job opportunities and things like that when people move in. We saw that in Brooklyn. We've seen that in other places where as you create good paying jobs, it can help spur an area into greater development. For one example.
So my answer is gentrification, which is not exactly the path I wanted to take, but I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Winkler. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Brian. It's good to see you.
You too.
I've just had a quick question. It's come up a couple of times, but you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your conversation. I guess one of the areas around a potential transit-oriented district is a historic neighborhood. And so my question is, do you have a local historic district in that neighborhood in place?
Yes, we do.
Is it also a National Register historic district?
The one on the old Post Road is. I don't believe the section in Southport Village is.
Oh, okay. But it sounded from what I heard that possibly one of the homes is an individually listed property on the National Register.
Some are, and you could see how those would potentially be protected, but then the areas right around that adjacent to it would not.
Right. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure, because if there wasn't, and it's a historic neighborhood, one of the things the town and the property owners ought to consider doing would be either creating one or expanding an existing historic district to encompass more of those properties so that they would be less threatened by any development. Okay, well, that was good. That's my question. Thank you for answering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Farnan, and we wish you a wonderful evening. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I would just say, Representative Lamar, I live in the beach area. I will gladly make a spot in my driveway. He can come anytime he wants. I welcome down. So have a good night, guys.
I look forward to the two of you having more conversation on the issue. So thank you very much. Next, we have number 98, Marcus Palumbo, to be followed, I believe, by 100, Matt Hart.
We do, excuse me, Madam Chair, we do have number 99 as an attendee, and if she could accept the invitation to become a panelist, then she'd be able to testify.
Madam Clerk, I do appreciate you interjecting with that, and I hope that that is the case. In the meantime, we will go with number 98. Marcus Palumbo, welcome. Please proceed.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. All right, well, I will begin. Thank you, Chairman Cassano, Chairwoman McCarthy-Vahey, and members of the Planning and Development Committee for giving me the chance to speak to y'all today. My name is Marcus Palumbo, and I'm a volunteer organizer with Desegregate Connecticut. And I'm here today to express my support of HB 5429, an act concerning transit-oriented development. So I'm from Mansfield, and unless you live in the part of town that's walkable, that's right next to the UConn campus, you basically need to own a car in order to get anywhere because everything's fairly far apart. And so growing up in that environment, I couldn't even imagine, like in my wildest dreams, a lifestyle that didn't involve using a car to get everywhere that one needed to go. However, as I've gotten older, I've become more aware of transit-oriented development as a concept, with its goal being to create those kinds of walkable communities in which one does not necessarily need to own a car in order to survive and to thrive. And so after seeing the benefits of communities like these, I've even decided that I myself would like to live somewhere like this after college. And I believe this is a lifestyle goal that's shared by many young people like myself, both because of the high cost of owning a car, but also because of the environmental harms associated with vehicle traffic. However, Connecticut's overly restrictive zoning means that there are only a handful of places in the state that allow this type of community to flourish. And I think HB 5429 would help fix this by allowing more housing and mixed-use developments to be built near our transit stations. Now, it's been contested in this bill, so I want to reiterate that mixed-use developments are allowed under this bill, and if a town wants to, they could use mixed-use developments to satisfy the minimum units per acre requirement. And additionally, towns can meet that requirement through whatever types of housing they see fit. This graphic behind me depicts one of the ways you can achieve 15 units per acre. I want to point out it's not a skyscraper, it's not cramped, it still has green space. And I think we've been talking very abstractly about this bill today, but this is what it can look like in reality. Now, another important part of this bill is the types of housing it encourages. Of the 40 transit towns in Connecticut, there are only a handful that make it easy to build anything other than single-family homes on large lots near their stations. This is of great concern to me because it seriously limits housing options, especially for people trying to find somewhere to live after college. And though I don't yet know where I'm going to be going to college, I know that Connecticut's still my home, and I love the people and the opportunities it has to offer. However, as I look over the horizon to my post-college life, there's no way I'm going to be able to afford a 4-bedroom single-family home right out of college, but there's also no reason I would need that. And I think that's the kind of housing that we currently don't allow. And so HB 5429 will help fix this by allowing the development of more multifamily housing. Now, lastly, very briefly, I just want to touch on the other main reason I support this bill, which is because it's in relation to equity. So the explicitly segregationist housing policies of the past, such as restrictive covenants and redlining, are no longer with us, but they're reinforced today by modern exclusionary zoning policies, and we desperately need to allow more types of housing near transit stations in order for our communities to truly be open to all. And so I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palumbo. Mr. Palumbo, from your statements, is it correct to assume that you are in high school?
I'm actually currently on a gap year between high school and college, but I'm around that age, yeah.
You're just out of high school. And I just want to give you credit for your testimony, which was very well articulated. And I think we've heard some comments here today about, different ages and experiences. I think you've highlighted for us something really important, which is that post-college having a 4-bedroom or a large house is not something that you would want or need, but that you would look for something that was different to be able to live and return or to stay here in Connecticut. And I appreciate you highlighting that. Representative Goupil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Palumbo, for sharing your views on potential living environments and environments that you're looking to be able to stay in. I do respect it and do understand that. Having grown up in a very suburban environment, post-university, I continue to seek out environments where I could use public transportation and live and work without having to have a vehicle. So I do appreciate you sharing that and your desire to stay in Connecticut, and hopes that we can make it the environment that you're looking for as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Representative Goupil. We do have number 99. Oh, Mr. Palumbo, have a wonderful evening. Thanks for being here with us.
Thank you. You too.
We do have number 99 is Amy Jenner. She is similar to one of our earlier speakers. We have a little technical issue. She's able to speak. Miss Jenner, are you able to hear us? I'm just going to take a moment, if we can, to see if she is available, or to see if our technology will comply.
She is permitted to speak, and I did ask to unmute, so I'm not sure if she's just not there at the moment.
Okay. Great. Oh, I saw a hand raised there. I just want to double check. Okay. We're going to move on, and if Madam Clerk, if we are able to resolve that issue, please do let me know.
Will do.
We will move on next to number 100, Matt Hart, to be followed by number 101, Doug Houselayton, who, yes, I see has been promoted. So Mr. Hart, welcome, and please proceed.
Good evening, Madam Chair and other members of the committee. My name is Matt Hart, and I'm the new Executive Director of the Capital Region Council of Governments, or CROG. And I'm here today to testify in support of an act establishing a pilot program delegating the management of small-scale transportation projects to the Capital Region Council of Governments, raised Bill 393. And I have submitted written testimony. So CROG and the other councils of governments across our state, we do benefit from a very strong and effective work relationship with the Connecticut Department of Transportation, with the DOT. And DOT has been working very diligently with us across the years, or over the years, to implement more efficient processes. And we think that this pilot initiative would strengthen those relationships that we've built and enable both DOT and the COGS to advance more projects more effectively and efficiently. We all know that there's a lot of federal funding coming our way with the IIGA, and our collective workload is going to increase significantly. That's a good problem to have, but it emphasizes the need to continue to make these process improvements so we can complete things on time and on budget. So CROG and the other councils of governments across the state, we have demonstrated the knowledge and the experience to effectively manage a wide range of transportation projects and programs. And just a couple of examples of what this pilot could achieve or what it could be utilized for. COGS, for example, could be given the ability to exclusively manage and administer transportation planning studies. The state could also, under this pilot, increase our role with respect to the administration of various state grants, such as the Local Transportation Capital Improvement Program, known as LOTSIP, the Community Connectivity Grant, as well as the Transportation Alternative Set-Aside Program. So in terms of improving the bill, one suggestion we have is that the legislation be modified to stipulate that the DOT would work with CROG's executive director, myself, as well as other interested COG directors across the state to administer and manage the grant program. Wrapping up, I do want to emphasize that we enjoy a very strong working relationship with the DOT, and that we think that this legislation would allow us to pilot additional ways to work together. And if it's successful, it can be used as a model for future collaboration. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. I want to thank you for hanging in there for a very long day, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hart. Representative Goupil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for joining us, Mr. Hart. I do have a question related to the future structure or types of projects. I'm well aware of this potential, and I think it's a great utilization. My view, or how I could envision it, is a more comprehensive role for the COGS in terms of those funding sources. So I was wondering if you can just elaborate on that. I'm not sure that all the people who are watching understand the different funding sources such as LOTSIP and et cetera.
I'd be happy to do that, Representative. And this pilot would begin with smaller scale initiatives, such as the ones that I just mentioned. The LOTSIP program, for example, that's a state-funded program that we are able to put to good use to upgrade our roads and other infrastructures. CROG, for example, administers roughly $18 million in LOTSIP funding per year. We would really welcome an opportunity to increase that. And the DOT staff are going to be extremely busy with the IIJA funding, as will the COG staff. But if we as COGs are able to take on an expanded role, we think that would allow the DOT and provide them with more time, more staff hours to focus on those larger initiatives. So I hope that commentary is helpful.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Goupil. Quick follow-up from me, Mr. Hart. Have you spoken directly with DOT about the possibility of this pilot?
Yes, I have communicated with the DOT's legislative liaison and discussed it with a few of my fellow COG directors, and we plan to have some additional conversations this week.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important in terms of any possibilities of this bill moving forward. That's going to be really critical. I also just will give you a moment to respond to the OPM comments in testimony. Have you been able to see those at this point? And if so,
I have not.
Okay.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I have not seen those.
No, that's okay. I think there are some comments within OPM. So similar to my comment about DOT, that would be important for those conversations to occur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the work that you do. I look forward to getting to know you more and to working with you as the COG director. I appreciate Rep. Goupil's question because our COGs certainly do so much more than people realize they do for us here in the state. And congratulations on your new role.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next on our list, we have number 101, Douglas Hausleiten from New Haven. And then we have, let me just double check. I believe, Madam Clerk, that number 104, Melissa Kaplan Macy is next.
That is correct.
Okay, Mr. Hausleiten, I do not see you. Oh, there you are. I see you. Welcome and please proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Dear Chairman Casano, Chairwoman McCarthy Vahey, Vice Chairman Needleman, Vice Chairwoman Goupil, and Ranking Member Huang, Ranking Member Zullo, and distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Doug Hausleiten. I'm from New Haven, and I live in a 4-family home within a half mile of the train station here in New Haven, Connecticut. I want to thank the committee for hearing this bill on Pi Day, allowing all of us to test our geometry studies in the use of irrational numbers for area calculations in our rational testimonies. I'm here to support House Bill number 5429, an act concerning transit-oriented development. I'm a resident of New Haven, as I mentioned, and I live here in Worcester Square. You may recall our famous pizza locations, or that it is within a half mile of both State Street and Union stations. Professionally, I'm the executive director for the New Haven Parking Authority, and we manage Union Station, and we'll be taking over management of State Street Station. And before the pandemic, Union Station witnessed over 4 million passengers a year, with over 4 rail lines commuting through it that entered or departed New Haven customers, creating an economic activity and human experiences that make New Haven and the region an envy of the country. The rail system and our transportation investments are economic and community development generators. These investments, both large and small, create jobs and opportunity. But most importantly, transportation investments create the freedom necessary to move around our state and within our economy. Bus rapid transit and rail stations are vital investments by the State Transportation Department on behalf of our residents to get us to work faster, to get us to our families safer, and to get us to our lives easier. The more frequent our systems, the more useful and impactful the investment. Our train system and stations need more customers in order to support the necessary capital and operating investments into our rail and bus rapid transit systems. The most environmentally friendly way to bring more customers to the train is to have customers arrive on foot, walking a short distance from their home or office. HB 5429 modifies the existing statute that enables local zoning to create maximums in parking and create a minimum density of 15 households per acre for a half-mile radius zone around train and BRT stations. For record, my house is 36 units per acre, just for the record. So I'm happy to talk more about what a historic Worcester Square home would or would not be allowed to be built anywhere in the state. And as previous testimony mentioned, Worcester Square is the envy of the state with its pizza establishments and its density and walkability. I presently own a property, as I mentioned, that has 36 households per acre. If the half mile is too large of a radius, I recommend lowering the radius. But if the timeline in the law is too quick, I recommend slowing the timelines. But we need to make this law pass so that we can enable actual housing to be constructed around large state transportation investments in order to drive traffic to our transit systems. For the past decade, we have seen year after year our state struggle to make the necessary investments to keep our transportation system in a state of good repair. For the past few decades, we have struggled to grow the state's population, and for the past few years—
Mr. Haslodin, just a heads up, you're past for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haslodin. I have to laugh because here go the pizza wars. Oh no, and here comes Representative Lamar.
Thank you, Representative McCarthy-Vahey. I just had to highlight how many times Mr. Haslodin was able to mention that Worcester Square is the envy of the state, and I, of course, have to agree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh my goodness, that's too much. Well, I thank you, Rep. Lamar. I do actually want to follow up on something that you said, which does remind me of an earlier conversation today, which is that, where does the demand come? Is it the chicken or the egg? So you said our train system needs more customers. And earlier today, I heard testimony saying we need to improve and increase train service, and then people will want to, be actually taking the train and be in a TOD place. And I just wanted to give you a moment to talk a little bit more about that train system needing more customers combined with the traffic issue. Because again, earlier today, we heard about the concerns about traffic increases in the case of a TOD development. So can you talk about both of those things?
Definitely, and I'm happy to talk a little bit more specifically about how we get customers, or the chicken and the egg problem, as you mentioned. In this case, with train stations and bus rapid transit stations, it's not really a chicken and the egg problem because we have the fixed infrastructure there. As you can tell, there are train stations and train lines all over Connecticut. And so on some level, while it's sort of a service issue, we need more service and better service to justify more density. We have the big fixed costs. So what we need is more operating dollars, not the capital dollars to build more rail lines. We need more operating dollars to have more trains and to have more engineers driving those trains. And so for us, as we are trying to figure out what to do with an aging baby boomer population, and we're trying to grow our state's millennial population, we're trying to think of how we can best orient our houses to have more retiring in place and starting off your professional career. It's really hard, of course, when you're starting off your professional career to actually afford an automobile. I was just doing finances with a friend over the weekend, and we were breaking down the cost of car ownership. And it's roughly about $11,000 a year to own a car in Connecticut. And so if you're either someone who's starting off or an established professional, those are costs that you don't have to spend if you can get out of the car and take transit and spend less money saving it. So for us here, not every train station is created equally, and not all train stations are serviced equally. There's something called transit propensity, which is a calculation of how likely an area is to support transit systems. And it calculates the number of households with zero car, number of, and a few other factors with regards to density and proximity to the train station or to a bus system. And this transit propensity number can help policymakers like yourself determine whether or not we should be making these large subsidized investments in transit systems near in some of our communities. So there's 40 cities that we're talking about here today. And if not all 40 cities are ready to have the density needed to support transit, we have to start thinking about whether or not we can afford the transit that we're currently providing. So it's really a tough conversation, but if, for the last decade, we've been going in this really hard cycle of almost having to cut our noses off to spite our face. I remember a 2016 year where the Bridgeport Transit District proposed 50% cuts to their bus service for their members. And that was 7,000 Housatonic Community College people, students that were about to lose their access to transit because of our operating bus cost. We can't support so many things. And so as we make these tough choices, one way to support more service and to support our transit systems is more people. So for, one way I like to think about it, Representative, to your chicken and egg question, Madam Chairwoman, is we need development-oriented transit in order to support the transit-oriented development. And we also need the transit-oriented development to support development-oriented transit as well.
Well, so now we have logic puzzles and Pi Day. It's all great. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And hopefully we'll have an opportunity to be out on bicycles again someday soon. Thank you for being with us here this evening. We wish you, Representative Smith.
I just had to say, I guess that makes today Pizza Pie Day.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll give you that. That was very well done, Representative Smith. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Houseladen. I believe next we have Melissa Kaplan-Macy, who's number 104, to be followed by Alexis Harrison, number 105. Although, Madam Clerk, is Alexis Harrison? Well, you know what? In the meantime, we're going to go to Melissa Kaplan-Macy. Let me see, Ms. Kaplan-Macy. There you are. It's nice to see you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see you too. Thank you all so much for having me here today. First off, I'll give my testimony, and then I think there's a lot of questions for me about Regional Plan Association, which I'm also very happy to answer. So my name is Melissa Kaplan-Macy, and I'm Vice President for State Programs and Connecticut Director with the Regional Plan Association. RPA is a research, planning, and advocacy organization that has been working in Connecticut for 100 years. We are dedicated to developing and promoting ideas to improve economic health, environmental resilience, and quality of life throughout the tri-state region. And we strongly support HB 5429 to advance transit-oriented communities in Connecticut. The high cost of homes in Connecticut, which has been skyrocketing lately, is often assumed or accepted to be the trade-off for the amenities our state offers. But it doesn't have to be that way. Connecticut can be a great place to live and promote homes to people at all levels of income. RPA research shows that the type of transit-oriented development advanced by HB 5429 is one of the most cost-efficient and environmentally sustainable ways to create more homes. This concentrates homes in areas with infrastructure, preserving natural spaces while putting new residents close to business and amenities. There's broad agreement that we have an affordable housing crisis in Connecticut. The question is, how are we going to solve it? There is no silver bullet solution to creating the homes that we need to meet the needs of all of our state's residents. And we need to use all the tools at our disposal. We have to stop making excuses about why best practices and low-hanging fruit like TOD aren't right for communities in our state, and move forward with concrete solutions like allowing more homes near transit. Are we going to continue to insist on zoning that only allows large lots and single-family homes? The truth is that TOD is in Connecticut's DNA. From the late 1800s to the mid-1900s, we developed around our rail lines, our trolley lines, our streetcar lines. In the later half of the 20th century, we started designing our communities around cars. I won't go into detail about the kind of environmental benefits of transit compared to cars. I'll only point out that this kind of land use is not new or radical. It's quite the opposite. Think about your favorite towns in Connecticut. So many of them are walkable communities near our train stations. In 2013, RPA, together with Partnership for Strong Communities, Connecticut Fund for the Environment, and Tri-State Transportation Campaign, put together a toolkit of great ideas for implementing TOD in Connecticut. Here we are almost 10 years later, and not much has come of it. It's sat on a shelf like so many plans do. Without a state role, as proposed in HB 5429, I expect that 10 years from now, we will still be having the same conversation about how to address our shortage of homes and our affordable housing crisis. Across political, geographic, and economic boundaries, Connecticut residents have begun to acknowledge the consequences of high housing costs and are asking for your solutions. Young people can't afford to live where they grew up. Older people can't downsize from single-family homes to an apartment in the communities where they've spent their lives and raised their children. And people employed in lower-paying jobs can't afford to live where they work. People of color can't access homes in dozens and dozens of communities statewide. These are not just talking points. The data bears this out. Staffing shortages are big news across the country of late, but few states are in as severe a crisis as we are, with more than 110,000 job vacancies in Connecticut. Although the needs of workers have shifted dramatically as a result of the pandemic, the root of our problem is stagnant population growth, attributable in large part to our state's one-size-fits-all housing landscape. So what are we going to do about it? TOD is an opportunity that we can't afford to miss in Connecticut. It's smart planning. And HB 5429 is a baseline of best practices that we need so we can move from just talking about the need for more homes to actually creating them. I applaud the Planning and Development Committee for holding a hearing on this legislation to advance TOD, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kaplan-Macy. And I just wanted to, I'll first defer to Senator Needleman.
I would never have you do that, Madam Chair. But let me first of all thank you, Melissa, for testifying. It's very informed and really important to hear a reasonable approach to trying to solve an existing problem. I think that today I saw somewhere that Connecticut job issues, the job market is at crisis levels all over the state in every field. I know in my own business, we're feeling it. I know the state government's feeling it. They've been trying to pilfer engineers from the private sector. So there's a great need for workers here. And I would like a little more information. Maybe you're willing to talk about the fact that, about how transit-oriented development is like a mainstay in the planning world, isn't it?
It is. It's smart land use planning. If you go on the American Planning Association website, if folks are familiar, there are, our organization nationally, Connecticut, our local chapter, it's a best practice. It's very basic land use planning. Having a little bit more density near our infrastructure is how planners plan. It's smart growth. That's sort of an old term. It's from the 90s. We've been talking about this forever. I mean, that was my point too. I was doing research, thinking about this testimony today and looking at the great work we did in 2013. And I'll be honest, it was really depressing because it was a great report, tons of great recommendations, that we hoped the towns would take up and implement, and very little has really been done. I think make it easier, the way I look at it, and I know, this may be not a popular position, but make it easier for towns by saying, look, here's the basics, take the basics, and have planning discussions and think about how this is going to work in your town. But this is really a best practice that will help communities create the housing that we need. And I mean that very sincerely. We have to come up with a solution, and there isn't one solution. We have to do a lot of different things, but this is one of the things that I think is pretty basic in terms of best practice in planning.
Well, I sort of agree. I think I was pretty clear before that, in my opinion, the different types of affordable housing that you can build, if you don't want to tap all state dollars to build affordable housing, private developers have a role in this. And, I've heard it said so many times that this is a panacea for developers. Sort of yes and no. I've never known a developer to actually do some of the things that people think would be a worst case scenario. But the benefit is it doesn't take direct tax dollars when you have private developers do this. I don't want to pontificate about that, but I do have a question. Within the 830G statutes, one of the things that as a first selectman I've always been concerned about is, how do you guarantee, I know we have health, I know we have safety, but how do you guarantee that in response to what one of the prior people testifying said, that at least whatever's developed sort of fits into the community that it's supposed to be in. We don't have architectural review in Essex, and I'm happy about that. But in some cases, if you're worried about development, if I was really worried about people tearing down old houses in town, I would have it. And I know the town would have it, but maybe some kind of a review process that takes more than health and safety into account, that the property fits in with the community, looks appropriate. If it's a community of old homes, has sort of an antique feel to it. I think that some of the people might feel a little bit better. I know I might if that was a slight amendment to 830G.
Sure, no, I appreciate that, remark on 830G. And I think these are obviously, this is not 830G, it's a separate proposal, but I think the point is well taken on making sure whatever gets developed in towns is appropriate for towns. And this doesn't take that away. I think, just to emphasize that this legislation, if you were to pass it, doesn't say to towns that they can no longer plan. It actually says, please plan and come up with the appropriate zoning, for this with this density, but there's a lot of flexibility for good planning in that. And I would encourage towns also to think about how this relates to the good work that you're all doing right now on your local affordable housing plans as well. Looking for locations where you can create the affordable housing, transit-oriented places are, places that towns should be looking at, where they have that opportunity, where there is transit. So I think this all pairs really well together.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. And forgive me, I had to take a call briefly, so I missed a little bit of the conversation. And if I am repeating anything, please just, Melissa, let me know, and I can touch base with Senator Needleman or yourself. But I just, given the conversation earlier today related to RPA and its role, and I know you talked about that a little bit in your testimony, but I wanted to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that were said. And just how the process has worked. As I referenced earlier, the history that RPA has had, with the 100 years of working together with many planners throughout our state. So if you want to take a moment to respond, that would be great.
I really appreciate that, Representative. And if you don't mind, I actually prepared some remarks because we have, some good history that I haven't memorized, but that I do know pretty well that I would love to share. And I really appreciate that opportunity to do that tonight. So, I'm very glad that you asked. As you can imagine, I'm sure it's hard to hear the integrity of your organization being questioned and then, to not take that personally, which I'm trying not to do, but I do appreciate the opportunity to shed some light on who RPA is, the work that we have done in Connecticut for a century. We're very excited to be celebrating our centennial in this May. And as part of that celebration, we've put together a blog post, and I'll put the link in the chat for all of you that shares our 100-year history in Connecticut from research we've pulled together from our archives. I'd encourage folks to read it because it does a great job of sharing, that long history. And I appreciate the chance to share some of that now. So firstly, RPA is a nonprofit research planning and advocacy organization. And I really want to stress that we do not have an agenda beyond good planning and policy, and have a long-standing reputation of integrity in this field across the entire tri-state region of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut, and an extensive archive of research and policy that I would encourage folks, again, to check out on our website, which is rpa.org. You can see there the range of people who serve on our board, and also those folks who serve right here in Connecticut on our RPA Connecticut Policy Committee. Some highlights from our history that I'd like to share. Going back to the 1930s, Connecticut was represented on RPA's board of directors by Thomas Crimmins and Thomas Holden of Darien, John Sinclair of Riverside, George Waldo of Bridgeport, and Paul Windows of Southport. Paul Windows actually was RPA's president during the 1940s and 1950s and spent much time in Darien before he passed away at the age of 82 in Norwalk. In its early years, RPA helped local governments establish planning boards to advise on development decisions. RPA also published county-specific brochures on the benefits of our first regional plan. In Fairfield County, we supported the efforts of the Fairfield County Planning Association and touted the creation of the Merritt Parkway and the expansion of Sherwood Island State Park. Those were originally regional plan ideas. Our work in the area of housing affordability in Connecticut goes back to the 60s, when we were sounding the alarm on the impacts of suburban sprawl across the entire region. In 1962, we published a report that noted that Fairfield County had some of the largest lot sizes in the region. So we noted that way back in 1962. So
Melissa,
this isn't us. Yeah.
May I interrupt you?
Please.
Yes, I apologize, but I would love if you can kind of condense.
Sure. Yes.
Some folks may have thought that we traded notes on this ahead of time. We did not.
No.
If I could ask you to just kind of condense in just a few more sentences your comments.
Sure. No, I apologize. I don't mean to take up too much time. It's just I have been listening all day long, and like I said, it's hard to hear. So I've been putting together notes as this wasn't pre-canned. It's just my response listening. But no, I mean the summary is we've been at this for a long time. Housing affordability has been a big issue for us in Connecticut for a long time. We're not Johnny come lately to, the work and just showing up and bringing some kind of, other agenda. to it. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be engaged. We're currently very engaged in Fairfield County in particular with the Center for Housing Opportunity. I know you heard from Christy Stewart earlier. We work very closely with them with Partnership for Strong Communities. And we just really much appreciate being part of the conversation and an ability to share our research and our policy expertise. And I'll just put a few links in the chat to some of our recent work we have to share with you.
And I will say, please don't put them in the chat. We discourage folks from using the chat because of our freedom of information, but you can certainly share those with our clerk and we will make sure that those are distributed to committee members as well. So I thank you for the work that you've done. I know that you've done work more recently to support the Affordable Housing Plan Guidebook with the Department of Housing and many other things. I'm sure you could go on actually for a long time. 100 years is a long time, a lot of history. But thank you very much for answering that question. And I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to go, actually, I know we had issues earlier with Miss Jenner, number 99, and Madam Clerk, it looks like you were successful in resolving those issues. So Miss Jenner, if you are available and able to speak at this point, hopefully we have resolved this. Maybe we have not. I'm not sure. Madam Clerk, any?
No, I still don't have any response from her.
All right, so you know what, we're going to move on. I believe next on our list is Kevin Alvarez, number 106. Mr. Alvarez, welcome, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm just pulling up my remarks now, sorry. And for some reason they are not coming up on my screen, and I'm very, very sorry about that. It was working before. I tested it several times.
Mr. Alvarez, we certainly are sympathetic to that. We all know what it's like to juggle the Zoom world and to try and deal with multiple screens or sometimes a shared screen. So
I appreciate that very much, giving me the time to do that. So I'm ready to go. Representative McCarthy-Vahey, Senator Cassano, ranking members Wong and Zullo, members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of the City of New Haven in strong support of House Bill 5429, which is thoughtfully drafted and critically important in creating more housing options in our state. Connecticut is one of the most deeply segregated states in our nation, both as a result of history and contemporary policies that exacerbate economic and social inequity. The exclusionary zoning codes of so many Connecticut towns are perpetuating this, using local government to dramatically restrict what housing is available, regardless of the significant demand for it, is having a devastating implications for the residents of my city and our entire state. Artificial limitations on supply, created by hyper-restrictive government regulations, are driving up the cost of rent and making this state unaffordable for residents. This bill would ensure that housing options are located where it makes the most sense, near transit stations. Ensuring that arbitrary and misguided zoning regulations are not stifling access to significant state transportation assets is critical. This bill gives municipalities enormous flexibility, but does so in a way that prevents what is currently playing out, zoning codes that are devastating to our state's housing market. It, of course, does not solve the problem of segregation or racial inequity on its own, but it is a critical step forward. It bears repeating that we aren't just here for the sake of it. Many municipalities are actively fighting against the creation of new housing options despite significant market demand. Housing is one of the most effective tools to creating economic opportunity and mobility. That is why, for Black residents, there has been such a concerted effort throughout history and today to stop them from accessing it. This state has a moral responsibility to its residents to change the paradigm of racial segregation. It is bad for everyone, and even if it weren't, it would still be wrong. The concept of local control should not extend to keeping residents out or driving up the price of housing where they do live. And lastly, I wanted to say, I so sincerely wish this bill wasn't necessary. I wish we could believe so many of the people that came before this body and claim they care about creating more housing options. I wish that claims of making great progress were true. I wish that towns saw segregation for the plague that it is, and I wish that we had spent the last several decades committing ourselves to be smarter with our land use. I wish that were true. But it wasn't true when towns made those same claims 40 years ago, and it isn't true now. And frankly, it wasn't about local control then, and it isn't about local control now. I urge that you support this bill because it will significantly benefit every town and city in this state, create more opportunities for people who need them, and it will reduce the devastating impact segregation continues to have on all our residents. I thank the members of the committee on hour 12. I'm happy to take any questions and was part of the CCM process that endorsed this 2 years in a row and would be happy to talk about that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. And you're right, we are celebrating hour 12 right here. We are finishing, I should say. And it's nice to see you here and to hear your passion for these issues. Thank you for just naming the last piece in terms of your involvement in the CCM process, and appreciate your willingness to answer any questions about that. Representative Winkler.
Yes, thank you. I've noticed a trend in the legislature that, you know, if somebody agrees with you, their process was flawless, and if somebody disagrees with you, their process was flawed. The process by which this was endorsed by CCM, could you describe it, please?
Yes, absolutely. So this has been, at least the proposal that's included in this was included in our recommendations, our legislative agenda last year, and then again this year. Last year, it went through a process of a specific committee working through it over the course of 6 months, ultimately bringing that to the full body for approval and inclusion in our legislative program. And that is reviewed by the entire organization of CCM. Then it was brought up again in the Housing and Land Use Policy Committee, which is a standing, there are 9 standing policy committees of CCM. And that committee worked together, and there were disagreeing opinions, but and ultimately brought it forward to the full legislative committee, which every single member is represented on. And there was actually a change made to what we had originally proposed. There was discussion and people were well aware of what was being discussed in that committee process, because a change was made to it and a compromise was made to it that ultimately endorsed transit-oriented development in the way that it is reflected now and in CCM's testimony. That was then in the new, so that was taking place over, I think it was around October. And then a new CCM group comes in at the beginning of November, December. That's the first, at the CCM convention. And a new board of directors then approved our legislative program again. So it went through multiple iterations of the CCM organization and was very, and any town could participate. For example, Greenwich did participate in that process. And so it's, I think it's very strange because CCM's default position on any of these bills is to be against it. Any mandate is, even without that whole process, is to oppose it. You'll see they testified against the Fair Share bill in the Housing Committee. That never went through that or that scrutiny. And they naturally took the position against it. That is what CCM's default is. So CCM taking up a position is proactive on the part of its membership. And last year, the vast majority of folks participating in this public hearing were testifying in support. If you do a survey of the public, they will overwhelmingly talk about how they actually support these policies. But it is people who typically have a microphone that want to say, oh, well, those people, they're not the real people that need to have a say in this. Only these people that agree with me are. And it's a real shame.
When you say 106, when you say everybody had a say, are you talking, when you say all the members have a say, are you talking about 168 members?
Yes, there are 168 members. Not all of them show up. And that is, it was not 168 people voted on it. I could look at the minutes of how many people were in attendance that day, but any member of CCM can join any of the 9 policy committees. I'm on 8 of the 9. Another person from New Haven is on the 9th. You can join any committee of CCM if you're a member of CCM. Every member is welcome to, invited to, and sent multiple reminders of the legislative committee meeting. And then there is a smaller group that is the board of directors that also has a review element, but this was approved by both the board of directors and the legislative committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Winkler, for those questions, which I think are helpful. Mr. Alvarez, is it a representative process in terms of the vote happens and it's a 50% +1, or is there a majority or a consensus process? How does that work?
So yes, we took a vote on this, and so there are times where there might be a discussion, say in the board of directors, where there's a consensus of the body that we generally agree about something. This wasn't that type of a process. It is a 50% +1 is the voting mechanism that's the default for CCM. There is an option with CCM for weighted voting, because it makes absolutely no sense that a town with 134,000 residents has the same voting power as a town with 20,000 residents. However, weighted voting has to be called for by a member community, and I've been told, has not been used since before I was born. So it was used every one town, one vote is how it has worked. So it wasn't the cities, plowing over people. It was us saying, hey, look, this is something really important to us. This is what we think is a good idea, and this is what we think is good for your communities. And ultimately, I think we convinced people.
So CCM is a member organization. It's a representative body. It represents the interests of the organization that occurred in the majority of the vote. It doesn't mean that every single member of the organization or every member municipality agrees, but there was a process, and it helps. I think it helps us to just understand how the process works. I think ultimately there's certainly points of disagreement, again, about specific language or within that, but I appreciate the understanding, having the understanding of the process. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. I appreciate your passion, and I'd be very curious, and I'm indeed eager to follow up on the voting process, and I hope you'll verify that for me. But how do you justify and contrast with Cost, who just testified and said that they were opposed to this bill? Is there some inconsistency if you polled all of your members, some of which are also Cost members as well? I'm actually kind of puzzled.
So I actually think that this goes to what the heart of this bill actually represents, which is that when you have more people that are from places that are different than each other, you're likely to ultimately make a better decision, because CCM represents all types of communities, not just the smallest towns in our state. And so we're able to have that conversation. I think Carl Fortuna is a great example of, he testified earlier and talked about his town's experience with housing. I gain a greater understanding of the challenges of different towns in this state when I'm engaging with them. Obviously, I grew up in a small town. I now represent a city. But I think what's so important about this bill, and the reason that we came to that conclusion, is because there were folks that were not alike and who had very different perspectives from their municipality, and engaged in a really robust conversation about how do we get to a place where we can all feel comfortable, where we're not necessarily all happy, because there's plenty that I think that this bill should do that it does not, and that I gladly compromised on in CCM, because that's what I needed to do to make sure that everybody felt that way.
Mr. Alvarez, you didn't answer the question. Can you rationalize between what you just articulated with a process in which you said everybody had a vote, and quantify that and contrast with Cost saying that they oppose this bill? Please answer it.
I believe I did, but I would also, here's who that question belongs, who you should be asking. The members of Cost that voted to oppose this, but didn't in CCM, because they have just as much right, and they get significantly more resources from CCM and are typically more engaged. So if you go to Cost and you vote against this, and you go to CCM, I'm not the guy that you should ask about why they need to reconcile that fact.
And you posed the perfect closing to our exchange in saying, this is why we have public hearings. This is why we have a public transparency in regards to the voting process and people's feedback. So again, I don't begrudge you, and I appreciated your passion and articulation, but this is exactly why we have 12 hours into this meeting. And I began by saying this is about transparency. It's about people having an opportunity to have their voices be heard, not a selective group, not a organizational group, but true transparency in which those executives have come out and publicly made the strong statements that they did. So whatever the vote, whatever they missed, the reality is statements were made, public statements that are now in record. So people are allowed to make their changes, and God bless them. This is exactly why we have public hearings, to have transparency, and I appreciate your passion, and God bless you. You're 106, and there's about 35 other people. So Again, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to always exchange with the articulate Mr. Alvarez, and I look for the future exchanges. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. I would give you an opportunity to just say if there's, I'm going to leave it there with you if you don't mind. I am going to comment though that we did not hear explicitly what the cost process was, and that would be a question for Ms. Guerra. Also, we did not hear from 168 communities. We absolutely, thankfully, have the ability to hear from anyone who chooses to testify today. Representative organizations are going to have a mix of opinions within them. And I think it's important for us today to, as we have, to focus on the content of what people have brought before us in terms of the concerns specifics, and hopefully that we can work together, whether cost TCM. We've been very fortunate in working with both organizations and members to try and craft the best policy that we can going forward. And Mr. Alvarez, I thank you for your time and testimony today and wish you a wonderful evening. Next, we have number 107, Maria Weingarten, and to be followed by, if you just give me one moment, I believe followed by number 111, Kathleen Callahan. Ms. Weingarten, welcome. Nice to see you. Please proceed.
Nice to see you. Good evening. Like 10:11. Wow. Okay, chairs Senator Cassano and Representative McCarthy-Vahey, ranking members Senator Wong, Representative Zullo, and the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Maria Weingarten. I've lived in Connecticut over 20 years, and I'm currently a member of the New Canaan Board of Finance and a realtor. I am submitting personal testimony against HB 5429. This bill is a state mandated takeover of zoning in 40 transit towns and will not move Connecticut in the right direction. Good intentions are no excuse for poor public policy. And while this legislation may be very well intended, often legislators do not drill down the granular impacts on residents. And I ask that you please consider all constituent impacts before making one-size-fits-all changes to zoning. The greatest barrier to affordability in all of Fairfield County is high land costs due to proximity to New York. New Canaan, our housing authority, has had a fund to seed new affordable housing projects since the 1990s. New Canaan has had new units that just came on in October in Canaan Parish that for affordable housing, and phase 2 is currently under construction to provide additional affordable housing. HB 5429 creates little, if any, affordable housing, leaving towns and their residents paying for the costs associated with these social experiments, and like other legislation, ignore the underlying problems facing Connecticut. This bill only requires 10% affordable to override local zoning regulations with as-of-right multifamily development until the 15-unit minimum gross average threshold is met, while developers under existing 830G regs would be required to instead provide 30% affordable. Also, how does this impact New Canaan's 15% inclusionary housing zoning laws? Flooding the market with high-priced, high-end apartment developments, especially in Fairfield County, will not necessarily drop the price enough, even if you create additional inventory to create the intended middle housing. And again, so how is this considered affordable? Advocates of market rate multifamily development say these laws will come at no cost to the state. Senator Needleman stated so just a few minutes ago, that it does not take tax dollars. And to be sure, they are looking to expand state income tax revenues with new residents. But there is a very real cost to the 40 impacted towns with exponential market value development. Flooding the market with this will result in greater infrastructure demands. Those infrastructure costs do not increase in a straight line, but can instead step up, like when you need to build a new fire station, buy a new fire truck, expand existing sewer systems when capacity is exceeded. The very real infrastructure impacts will be passed on to residents through higher mill rates, higher local property taxes, making the towns, again, less affordable to both renters and homeowners alike in the community. Small businesses and offices have clustered around our train station. This bill, focused solely on creating high-density housing, will push up the price of already expansive real estate in around our train stations, ensuring that what is built is mostly high-end luxury apartments. Small businesses may struggle even more to stay where they are. Businesses may be forced out of the center of TOD with this bill, which is in direct contradiction with the intended purpose of transit-oriented development. Trying to compare
TOD in Massachusetts suburbs to Connecticut is also a false equivalent. The state of Connecticut lacks the city size with larger population like New York City and Boston. Connecticut lacks adequate local public transit, a bus or subway service, and the infrequency of Metro North train service does not support transit-oriented development. Suburban residents will continue to need vehicles for transportation. In past studies, 95% of the commuters on the New Canaan branch line commuted to New York City for work. Few, if any, local residents use Metro North as a mode of transport between nearby towns, as the spur lines are not connected to neighboring towns. Metro North is also very expensive per ride. Smaller suburban populations cannot afford to expand local public transit due to the lack of demand, and the state will surely not fund it either. Connecticut suburbs with smaller populations lack adequate infrastructure and limited local public transportation, and as such do not meet the criteria for true TOD. One size fits does not fit all. Adequate affordable goods and services do not exist in most suburban downtowns, and this residential development bill will make that even less likely. Public schools are often not located near downtowns or transit either. Most residents in suburbs require a car for daily routines. Connecticut's larger cities, in contrast, do have existing local transit, commuter transit infrastructure in place and should continue towards
Excuse me, Ms. Winterkin, you're past your 3-minute marker.
Okay, thank you. The challenge that Connecticut faces is how to increase demand in our cities, like Hartford, where housing stock and adequate public transportation infrastructure already exist, while population there has been declining. Focus should be on revitalizing.
Ms. Winterkin, you were past your 3-minute marker. Just a heads up. I'm just letting you know. You need to stop. Thank
If you have any additional questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weingarten. Senator Wong has a question for you. And just noting the big red there.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge our clerk, Mr. Clark, who has been very forceful in reminding people of their times. Hello, Ms. Weingarten. Thank you very much for your time and your endurance. Talk to me a little bit about, from a standpoint of the New Canaan. You're from New Canaan, correct, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
And your testimony is forthcoming. I don't see it on the file.
Yes, it is forthcoming.
Thank you. New Canaan. How would this bill, as it's written, impact the New Canaan train station?
Well, we have some residential development right around that half-mile area. We have some businesses right there in the downtown, right by Elm Street. So we have a lot of businesses, companies. So all of those things might now be at risk because we might have a move toward doing development of higher rise residential development instead to meet the density that's being required by this bill. So I'm not sure. I had heard something about like only 25% might be developable. I have a feeling that by our downtown, it's going to be significantly higher than that. So I would be very concerned about, potential thousands of units that might be required based on this bill. From what I heard today.
And I appreciate that you're sharing that from your experience, not a theory or from one area of the state making judgment decisions. You're local, you're involved, one of the things that we had in the whole 12 hours is there was some commentary that we're not always complimentary of developers. I've had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Hobbs, who is a builder in New Canaan, and he is also a member of your Affordable Housing Task Force. He has adapted his business model to build deed restricted affordable housing beyond the 30% that's required when he's initiating projects. Could you describe a little bit about a developer that is collaborating with local government and state government to be able to take a little bit off the margin, make less, but lives in the community and engages in truly creating affordable, diverse, high quality housing?
So Scott, actually, he is our chair of our Affordable Housing Committee, and he has taken that seed money that we have received and built affordable housing at Canaan Parish, as I had mentioned. So we have 100 new units coming on. And so we just finished our phase 1 and we have phase 2 also getting developed. And it's wonderful that it's because really to meet that 10% goal, as most others know, through 830G is very challenging at best. And then, the denominator keeps going away from you. So where we don't receive funding from the state, this is what we try to do and we've had to reach out for some federal funding and to try to get some of this built, because we had some funding that we were supposed to get from the state a couple years ago, and then that didn't come through. So we've worked hard, and Scott Hobbs donates a great deal of time and effort to making sure that we are trying to meet those responsibilities that are set upon us. And we had been in a moratorium until recently.
Ms. Weingarten, you're talking about 100 units that was built by a very successful builder who heads up your affordable housing task force. Are all 100 units all de-restricted?
Yes.
And it's collaboration with the town and with a builder, a private builder. So that is
Right.
really a model that worked with seed money that the town proactively assessed and built up a fund to be able to kickstart this project. But 100
Absolutely.
units, and you have more forthcoming?
Yes, and phase 2 of that is currently being developed right now.
And it is not an 830G application.
No, it is not. That's not an 830G application, no.
Correct. It was the community taking the initiative. And I think many of the conversation that you hear is the accusation of social equity and disproportionate disengagement. But you're talking about New Canaan, one of the towns that gets disparaged, like the town I represent in Westport. But you have made the decision that no pressure by 830G, a builder that is part of your affordable housing task force, making 100 units. Why is that not written and talked about as a project to be vetted and complemented? Rather, we see all the history of bad policies. And believe me, there have been bad policies. There's no denying it. But the reality is what New Canaan has done, what I've just learned from you and what I learned from the past is the fact that you have made initiatives, creativity to do so without the heavy hand of Hartford dictating to you. You know what you need to do and you're doing it. But darn if I've read it in the major papers.
Generally, that doesn't make the news. You're right. One thing I testified a week or so ago in another committee, I had looked at a recent funding of affordable housing, and what's interesting is I ran some numbers, and over 53% of the funds for the affordable housing projects all went to the largest cities. So, it's sort of, again, when we talk about chicken and egg, I know that I heard that sort of commentary before. If there is an effort to pair with us, the state took away our funding on that project, which sort of delayed us getting that project finished. It would be great if they decided to help with funding for these projects where they want to see the projects. And because what we know is that land cost is very high in Fairfield County. And, what I understand is that it costs about $400,000 to $650,000 per unit to develop these projects, and to have the projects be completed. So it's very critical that we have, the funding in place and we have support. And if you want to see it developed, it's helpful to have that. And I know that in that one funding of all that money, only one project in Stanford is the only place in Fairfield County that received any funding, and it was maybe 1.3 million, and that was it for Stanford. But no one else in Fairfield County received it, and we tend to get a lot of blame for not being proactive. So I think that might be something to consider going forward as well.
Thank you, Ms. Weingarten. And one last question. I know the night is late. You are involved in CT 169 Strong. Do you have an executive director that's on salary as an organization?
No. We're all volunteers. We care deeply
you have
about
field
our
coordinators that articulate. Do you have an IT expert in regards to how to message and do what you
No.
need to do?
No, we have a grassroots handful of people who get together and text and help each other out and care about our communities and making sure that the public is informed. What troubles me most is when the media is not talking about what is in these bills and what the potential impacts are. And I think that that's really doing a disservice to our communities. And I encourage all legislators to make sure that they do share the information with everyone in the community as to what is actually in all these bills, because I think that's only fair that all of us know what these are. And I think to that end, if there are 40 towns that are impacted by this, we should all know how much those percentage of how many units we're going to have built. I think it's fair to let us all know what that is before any decisions are made.
I appreciate your time, Ms. Weingarten, and I know the night's late and all the people that are waiting behind. Thank you for your patience as well. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Weingarten.
Thank you, Senator Wong.
So, Ms. Weingarten, I think you and I certainly agree that the barrier to affordability is the high price of land due to our proximity to New York City, which is something that we in Fairfield County are never going to be able to change. And that's going to be an ongoing issue and challenge for us. You mentioned something about 450,000 to 600,000 per unit to develop. Can you tell me where those numbers are coming from and just confirm which development you were speaking of?
That was, as Scott Hobbs was talking about, just in terms of cost of developing the affordable housing units in town. And that doesn't even include land cost. So it's very, very expensive.
Those are significant numbers, and I'd love to see kind of the backup on that, just to understand.
Scott Hobbs would be the person to speak with about that.
Okay, well, I will follow up and perhaps you can help connect me with him.
Absolutely, happy to.
Thank you so much for being here with us and for staying with us all day. And we wish you a great what's left of this evening. Not much of it, but
likewise.
Thank you. We have next on our list, we have Kathleen Callahan to be followed by number 111, to be followed by number 113, Jordan Force. Ms. Callahan, are you? Oh, I see you. There we go.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Please proceed.
Thank
Nice to
you.
meet you.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, and all other distinguished members of the Planning and Development Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford. Before I begin, I must register my objection to the Winston Churchill quote earlier. As an older woman who is grateful to have maintained my heart and brain as a progressive advocate, my heroes this session have been the youth and young adults equipped with enough heart and brains to provide me with hope for our future. Okay, officially now. I'm testifying on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers, Connecticut chapter, which represents almost 2,400 members. We call upon the committee to vote favorably on HB 5429. We appreciate your work balancing competing needs in the multifaceted world of planning, development, and zoning, especially your efforts last session. Our state is one of the most racially and economically segregated states in the country. Through the decades, the state has enabled municipalities to regulate certain land use through zoning, applying exclusionary practices with devastating consequences on residents, communities, schools, and the state's economy. But as we know, Connecticut is the land of steady habits. It is now the time to regulate certain land use through zoning that benefits all in our communities. Social workers are fundamentally rooted in the belief that an individual must be seen within the context and complexity of their human experience and their shared environment. The connection between where a person lives and their health and well-being includes the quality of housing and access to transportation. Transportation is the social determinant of health, which impacts almost every other determinant by either providing or impeding consistent and reliable access to various food options, healthcare and pharmacies, employment and education, and social connections. In 2019, Kaiser Permanente surveyed people across the country about their social needs. The key takeaway was the holistic view of health. It isn't a doctor visit only. While 92% of respondents believe access to doctors is important to overall health, both stable housing and reliable transportation at 89% and 80% respectively also ranked very important. And of additional significance is that these survey responses transcend demographics of age, income, race, or gender. There was an article in the Stanford Advocate this weekend about COVID and health disparities. In it, the CEO of Community Health Center Association said, "Healthcare is 20% of health. The bigger piece of health is behavioral. It's social. It's where you live, where you breathe. All of our neighbors with diverse income and housing needs and who depend upon public transit will benefit from equitable transit-oriented development. We will all benefit. With respect and gratitude for your service and consideration, and good luck getting through the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Callahan. Just a question for you about the survey that you just referenced. And I'm sure as it gets later, perhaps some of us need to have some repetition as we listen. But you were talking just with respect to the fact that the data shows that age, demographics, that these numbers cut across all of that. So if you could just kind of highlight that again and tell us where that survey.
This was Kaiser Permanente, and in my written testimony, there is a link. I cited it there, so you should be able to click through to it. Kaiser Permanente, and it was in 2019, and they surveyed people across the country about their social needs, relationships, housing, transportation, and there was one other. I cannot remember right now. It was in my notes and they're gone by now. But the key takeaway was that people think of health and what they need. Well, when they think about what they need, transportation is up there as well as housing when it comes to health. So the doctor visit was 92%, as one would expect. I'm surprised it wouldn't be 100%, but it was 92%. But stable housing was 89%, right behind that, that people include in what they think is health for them. And 80% ranked transportation. And transportation came up throughout this study, as well as access to food options. I mean, in my town, we have food deserts. We don't have transportation for people to get to anything but a local market, so there aren't many choices. But the thing that I found interesting as we think about as a social worker and for NASW, as we think about the well-being of our communities and the people in them, that health is not just medical health.
Well, I really, truly appreciate, as a fellow social worker, you being here on behalf of NASW, but also Kaiser Permanente, certainly a very well-respected and just established group. And I think a lot of us rely on them, as we heard about the ACS data earlier. But I also appreciate you just highlighting those other ways that there is impact. And certainly when it comes to mental health, which is an issue besides physical health, behavioral health as well. It's an issue that we've all been talking about lately, but that sense of stress and insecurity really does play a role. And
thank you. And one of the things they said is the highest one was transportation that causes distress and leads to physical issues for people, and the stress of, the mental health of stress. That was the highest ranked of all of them, was lack of transportation and worrying about how they're going to get places.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be here with us this evening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
We're going next to number 113, Jordan Force, to be followed by number 115, Harry Clark. Mr. Force, let's see. Give me a moment. I see you now on the screen. Welcome, and please proceed.
All right. Hi, my name's Jordan Force. I live in Stanford, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 5429. I live in Stanford. I grew up in Connecticut, Connecticut. And the reason I am testifying in favor of this bill is because I live in Stanford. My mom lives in Connecticut. I'm actually at her house right now, and I work in Portchester. And because of that, I work right next to the Portchester train station. Because of that, your primary mode of transportation is to take the train. Sometimes take the bus down to the train station from my apartment. And that is great that I don't have to have a car. I don't own a car. I take Metro North a lot, both up to New Haven and into New York and the Hartford line. And I have to say, Costco, for example, most of the area around here is zoned for single family homes. And, transit is it's a big asset to the community. It's a public resource, and it's a very expensive one, but a very useful one. And so we should be trying to basically maximize sort of our return on investment. Allow as many people to live as close to train and bus stations as possible, so that they can use the transit services. It'll, it's beneficial to people who use the train, and of course, it supports ridership on the train lines. The only thing that concerned me a little bit was the 10% affordable. Now, of course, if you made it 30% affordable, it would be kind of redundant with 830G. That fraction maybe could be made higher. Maybe it can't be. Maybe it would make projects financially infeasible. I don't know. But that's a number that we should try to get higher if it's possible. And in addition to that, do things like subsidizing rents, public housing, etc. All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Jordan, for taking the time to be with us tonight and to share your experience and perspective. As I've said earlier today, it's important that we hear from people all across the lifespan and all across the state and from all different perspectives. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your evening, even if there is just a little bit left. Next on our list, we have number 115, Mr. Harry Clark, to be followed by number 116, Miss Yvonne Klein. Mr. Clark, I did see you before. There you are. Welcome, and please proceed.
Hi, thank you so much. I'll try to keep this short. I'm here to speak in opposition to raised bill 5429 as a citizen with actual real-world experience living near and using transit, just like the young man that came before me. I'm going to speak about Cannondale in Wilton, as it's an area that I'm familiar with. I've owned a home in Cannondale since 1994. Part of the appeal of that home was its small size and easy 5-minute walk to the train station there. I rode the train for many years. I appreciate the restaurant and shops adjacent to the train station, and I am and continue to be a strong supporter for transit-oriented development. However, I don't support this bill because it's a one-size-fits-all approach, completely out of scale, particularly for a small village like Cannondale, and I think this will have many unintended consequences. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about impacts to existing property owners. A half-mile circle around the train station encompasses the area on both sides of Danbury Road, with over 89 single-family homes and a lesser number of undeveloped building lots. There's a nearby water and sewer capacity that could be extended into these neighborhoods, and I think it's quite likely that single-family houses will be replaced by large-scale buildings. Individual impacts to neighboring properties would be significant. Many middle-class families' largest financial asset, their home, could be devalued. More broadly, our town will suddenly have to increase education, emergency, and social services, impacting municipal budgets and probably resulting in large property tax increases. I'd also like to talk about transit as it stands now and as I see that it will likely continue. Public transit in Connecticut has had a wide variance of comprehensiveness, capacity, and utilization. The main line of the Metro North Railroad has traditionally been heavily utilized by folks who live in Connecticut and work in New York City. But the COVID-19 pandemic may have brought permanent change in employment and housing patterns. And not all train and bus lines are created equal. The service on the Danbury line has deteriorated in the 30 years since I've owned that house in Cannondale. Commuting times to New York City and Stanford have lengthened, fewer trains are running, and fewer people are taking the trains from what I can see. Utilization from nearby residents, whether in single-family homes or congregate housing, is likely to stay low. If Metro North and the state decide to further curtail or even shut down the Danbury branch in the future, this bill will have created dozens of permanent units of transit-oriented housing without transit. Now, I believe we ought to be improving transit and at the same time working with individual towns to create housing with reasonable increased density near fixed transit hubs based on local form. All towns are not the same, and all transit is not the same. This bill in some ways is a tool to transfer wealth from impacted middle-class homeowners to large real estate development corporations. I think a much better concept might be for the state to provide financial incentives for towns to create town-owned housing that fulfills the mission of affordable housing and transit-oriented patterns.
Mr. Clark, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you. If you took a town-owned approach, 100% could be affordable and local residents would have a voice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. And I think as I said very many hours ago, you raised an issue that continues to be a conundrum for us, which is the expense of housing and the cost to the state and the federal government. Of course, we receive funds for both versus the balancing with the private developers. It really is a conundrum I think for all of us. But I thank you so much for your thoughtful testimony here, and I appreciate you staying with us through the course of the day. Your persistence is admirable.
It was my pleasure, and it's great to hear from fellow citizens with all viewpoints, whether I agree or disagree with them. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, and I could not agree more. Democracy is a beautiful, messy thing.
It's very messy. I agree. Thank you. Good night.
Next, we have number 116, Yvonne Klein, to be followed by, I believe, 119, John Guskowski. Ms. Klein, I know you're here. There you are.
I am here. Yes.
Welcome, and please proceed.
Well, good evening, distinguished chairs and honorable members of the Planning and Development Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you at this hour of the evening. My name is Yvonne Klein. I am the CEO of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. Today, I am speaking in support of HB 5429. My written testimony stands as submitted. I support HB 5429 as it is an important zoning tool to address Connecticut's housing challenges that we all agree exist. We know there is no magic bullet to solve our housing challenges, but there are a number of ways to take action to meet our challenges, which include and is not limited to providing state funding for developments with affordable housing, rental assistance, developer incentives, and zoning changes. And I would argue we need to do all of this in Connecticut and more. HB 5429 is a zoning tool that will give guidance to municipalities and is common sense zoning near transit. As we know, some of the 40 communities that this would affect have been developing in their transit districts in some way. As we have here in Darien in development, we have over 200 units in development from the Norotan Heights and Darien rail stations. I would also guess that TOD is a tool that we'll be finding in many of the affordable housing plans due in July. And our own history in Connecticut demonstrates that TOD development goes back to the 1800s, which began along our waterways, then migrated to rail. Today and on other occasions, we've heard so much support by elected officials and community members for creating a more equitable Connecticut and support for developing housing both affordable and market rate. Yet, respectfully, zoning change is long overdue and sorely needed to create a more equitable communities and housing options for all. Change is hard. Having zoning that promotes housing options in all communities creates opportunities for all, including individuals and families who may be homeless, on the verge of homelessness, or are housing cost burdened, as well as create a Connecticut that is healthier environmentally and economically. In Connecticut, we cannot continue to delay positive action on solid proposals such as HB 5429. I urge you to support HB 5429. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Klein. I'm seeing no other hands raised. During your testimony, you kind of gave a list. You said there's no one single solution, which I've heard others say. In fact, others on both sides or all sides, all different perspectives on the issue. I think there's general agreement that there won't be one solution to help address what is a really very significant challenge and some would say crisis for us in terms of housing affordability. Can you go back through, as you heard me with Ms. Callahan earlier, just to repeat as it gets later, I think it's helpful just for a moment if you could just repeat that list of
Sure.
what those things are that that you believe we need to be doing.
Sure, and we already do some of this in Connecticut, which does help to build affordable housing throughout the state, and also in Fairfield County, where certainly our greatest challenges are in terms of housing affordability. So obviously state funding for developments that include affordable housing. We do receive federal funding for such development. Rental assistance, we certainly could use more rental assistance throughout the state, and developer incentives, which can be actually offered at a local level. And of course, zoning changes. Last year, we were fortunate to see some changes pass, once again, passing common sense TOD zoning legislation would only help local communities to continue their work and developing affordable housing.
Thank you very much for going back through that list. And I think they are all things that we're probably going to need to do on some level. And you're right about what we may expect to see from affordable housing plans that are coming forward, which municipalities have had the opportunity or kind of been asked to do that for the past 5 years now. Since we passed the legislation last year, we require that they be submitted by this June. So I very much look forward to hearing more from our communities about what the plans are. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we sign?
I really, appreciate this committee hearing testimony and reviewing this important piece of legislation. Connecticut, certainly during my time as housing commissioner, we were a leader on all things housing, but there was more work to be done. And certainly zoning is one of the frontiers that, some would say we need to tackle in the state, but I would say that we certainly need to address our zoning to make it easier so that we can develop housing for people who need homes. And we don't want to lose sight what this conversation is all about. This is about building housing options, providing housing opportunities for people of all ages, all incomes, all backgrounds throughout the state of Connecticut.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Klein. Representative Goupil.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to jump in right at the last minute, but it just reminds me, looking back many months ago when we were trying to codify 12D with the governor's executive orders for Unite CT and how desperate people have been through the pandemic to find housing, stable housing, affordable housing, and how terrifying it was for families, individuals, seniors who were under the potential threat of eviction because they cannot afford and could not find anything that was reasonably priced for them. And that does continue to this day. It's not something that's going to go away anytime soon without any sort of future focus on making sure that we establish better affordable housing. So I thank you for your advocacy and what you're trying to do within the state.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Goupil and Commissioner Klein. Indeed, thank you for your work for the state and for your community for many years, and wish you a wonderful rest of the night. Just that little bit left.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. We do have now with us number 117, Cheryl Sorbaro, who will be followed by number 119, John Biskowski.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed. Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Cheryl Sabaro, and I am a resident of Greenwich, Connecticut, and I have been for the past 28 years. I think we can all agree that affordable housing is important. I strongly disagree with how the state aims to achieve this in Greenwich. I oppose 540-29. I would like to start by saying that I am not a paid lobbyist. And what I have learned from listening today is that some of the strongest proponents for these bills are paid lobbyists. In the interest of transparency, which we all want, I would strongly urge that we require all speakers to inform the public if they are paid lobbyists and for whom they are lobbyists for, starting from 2021, before they speak. As a Greenwich resident, I want to testify that almost every summer, Greenwich residents have to ration water because the reservoirs don't have enough water to meet demands. And what about the Long Island Sound and all the runoff that will be entering the sound from all the asphalt associated with these massive projects? I care about keeping the Long Island Sound clean. What about the mental health of people who live with little to no greenery since trees will be cut down and animal habitats paved over? What about our already overburdened landfill? How about all the historically plaqued homes that are part of the history of Greenwich that are right now slated to be torn down? Greenwich has been successfully balancing all of these things for years, and they all matter. Even Governor Lamont has said that Greenwich is doing an excellent job. Now it seems that Hartford, and of course the lobbyists, want to put the builders in control of our town, the health of our sound, our historical buildings, our vital town infrastructure, our reservoir use, and our green spaces. This one-size-fits-all approach does not work for our Greenwich. Our zoning and planning thoughtfully considers many things when we make decisions. It is appalling to me that builders who have a singular motivation of profit will now be in charge. I wouldn't hire a professional shoemaker to fix my car. These builders do not have the expertise or knowledge to take the place of our local zoning experts. I beg the legislators to consider that 15 units per acre is an environmental assault that will have many negative consequences. This is an environmental rape of our town. We demand clean
Ms.
water.
Sbarro, you were past your
Yes.
3 minutes.
Well, I just want to say that I'm very much opposed. Greenwich is an important part of the economic engine of our state. As we have already witnessed, wealthy residents will vote with their feet and leave our state. And before anyone says, don't let the door hit them on the way out, realize you're losing a massive revenue stream, which funds the important work you need
Ms.
to do.
Sbarro, again, you were past your 3 minutes.
Well, I am so sorry, but I feel very passionately that you are assaulting the people of Greenwich instead of working with the people of Greenwich.
Ms. Sbarro, we're going to open it up. Ms. Sbarro, we're going to open it up to our legislators for questions. We have Representative Fiorello.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Cheryl, thank you so much for your testimony. And I think you're really passionately coming across that your greatest concern is something that you feel so much love for, which is the environment of Greenwich and actually the state of Connecticut. And so I'd love for you to speak more about like what keeps you in Connecticut and why this topic in particular has brought you to speak before the legislature like this.
Well, like I said, I've been in Greenwich for 28 years. I love our town, and I am a very big environmentalist. I care very much about the Long Island Sound. I care about nature, greenery. And quite frankly, I just think that this is only benefiting the builders. And I think that our town does an excellent job with managing affordable housing. And we all want affordable housing. We all think it's important. But this assault on our town is not called for. And it's not really benefiting the people that they want to have help. It's not the best way to go about this. It should be done in partnership with the town. Our town has only demonstrated an interest to help people with affordable housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you. And thank you, Rep. Goupil. Similar to our ENT co-chair earlier, I have had some internet issues, so I'm glad to be back. Thank you, Mr. Sbarro, for being here with us today, and we wish you a wonderful rest of your evening.
Good night. Thank you.
Next on our list, I believe it's John Guzkowski. Welcome. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's so good to be back with the Planning and Development Committee. My name is John Guskowski. I am a certified planner, have been a practicing planner in Connecticut for over 20 years. And I'm here tonight on behalf of the Connecticut chapter of the American Planning Association, which is a membership organization of over 400 professional planners, as well as allied professions, including attorneys, landscape architects, and planning practitioners of other types. I'm here to speak strongly in favor of Bill 5429 concerning transit-oriented development from a planning perspective, and our organization represents essentially the town planning community in Connecticut. We are very strongly in support of the goal and purpose of this bill. Transit-oriented development is a gold standard planning practice, and frankly, contrary to the previous speaker's concerns, is one of the most environmentally friendly and greenest things that municipalities can do, is increase their density around limited transit areas that will take development pressure off of outlying areas and more environmentally sensitive areas. But particularly for this bill, we have found that over the course of the last 50 years in Connecticut, really the only times that municipalities have made significant progress toward advancing the goals of expanding housing opportunities in our state has been when the state itself puts its thumb on the scale and moves towns along from a planning and zoning standpoint and requires certain things. The 830G Affordable Housing Appeals Act is a prime example where the state has stepped in and said, towns, you are not nearly doing enough. And this is another one of the circumstances that towns are making some progress here and there, but not nearly moving quickly enough to meet housing needs. And particularly in those places where the state has made extraordinary investments in fixed transit, trains and busways, municipalities need to step up and do more. And that is what this bill does. I would note that we, the planners, have a couple of clarifications that we would like to see as part of this bill. In part, we would like some clarification, and I think I'm getting some interference, I'm sorry. In part, we would like to see some clarification of the density calculations and perhaps some best practices for density in communities of different types, particularly where we deal with infrastructure, underlying sewer and water infrastructure in these transit areas. And then also to provide perhaps not to at all derail or move this very important initiative to the side, but providing either an extended timeline for implementation or some significant assistance to communities, because if this passes, communities will have less than 6 months to put together the regulations needed. And a number of our smaller communities, I can say as a planner in several of the affected communities, the communities will need a little bit of assistance in putting together the proper zoning regulations to make this this new bill happen.
John, your time is up. If you could
okay.
summarize.
So again, thank you. We are very much in favor of this and stand ready to help the minor tweaking that may be necessary to make this a truly effective proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Guskowski. Questions from Rep. Hennessy to be followed by Representative Goupil. Rep. Hennessy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. So with emotional public hearings, sometimes statements are made that are rather hyperbolic. And so I would like to hear what you have to say about the aspect of that this is unconstitutional overreach of state government over municipalities. Would you agree with that statement?
Would I agree with the statement that this is that the idea of this as being an unconstitutional overreach is hyperbolic? I do think that's hyperbolic.
Well, no,
that's the question.
I'm making a suggestion that it might be. I wanted to know your opinion.
I think there's no question that this is not unconstitutional. All zoning is an authority of the state that is delegated to the towns. And so the state can tweak that delegation as it sees fit.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Representative Hennessy. Representative Goupil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, John Guskowski. I know John well from previous role with the Town of Clinton Planning and also his engagement at the RiverCog level. I'm curious if you can just share with us a little bit deeper dive into what you're hearing, because I know you are working with a number of towns on their 830J reports, and what you're hearing sort of feet on the ground when you have that opportunity to engage with the members who have been assigned to the 830J process, and what you're hearing, again, feet on the ground perspective on affordable housing.
So I will thank you, Representative Goupil, and it's good to see you too. What I have found in the communities that I have worked in to help them with their affordable housing plans, which includes some of the affected towns, including Clinton, including Old Saybrook, who I think all recognize that the communities I've worked for, and I'll acknowledge I have not worked in a lot of the Fairfield County communities on their housing plans, but the communities that I've worked on, I would say the Shoreline East communities, recognize the value that the train station brings their center of town. And it's not just the center of town transportation wise, but it is from a civic standpoint, from an economic standpoint, from a job standpoint, and from a cultural standpoint. The train station areas are tremendous resources that I think First Selectman Fortuna from Old Saybrook expressed earlier this evening, that it's a resource and it is the place in town that makes the most sense to build up. And frankly, I think a lot of these communities are interested in doing the right thing and are interested in moving the discussion forward. But there is a lot of local political uncertainty about it. And I think, frankly, a number of the communities I work with along the shoreline would be grateful for the state sort of putting their thumb on the scale and saying, this is an important state priority, that we, the state, have made major investment in the hearts of these communities from a transit standpoint. And you, the communities, are expected to step up and do a little bit more to provide for housing opportunities, which I think takes a lot of pressure and frankly would come as a relief to a lot of local commissioners who want to do the right thing, but feel, pressure from a minority of citizens, a very loud minority of citizens in many of these communities that are pushing against it, are pushing back against change of any type, really. So I think that in the towns I've worked in that overlap with this concept, I think they would welcome it. And in the towns that I work with that would not be affected, I think a number of them are experiencing a bit of FOMO, of fear of missing out. That these communities are disappointed that they don't have the opportunities that a transit hub brings.
Thank you very much. I can point to part of what you're saying about the investment that the state has made with transportation hubs, and in my district alone with Clinton, once we had that investment with the train station to create an the overpass so that you have access from both sides of the train station and increase parking, we had a significant spark of development take place. And if that spark of development could have been directed towards affordable housing, I think we all could agree it would benefit our community tremendously. We've lost a lot of citizens to other communities that are more walkable, and they've been able to downsize from their larger 3-4 bedroom homes to smaller homes where they needed to find something more reasonable for where they were at their, like, in terms of where they are in life. But thank you very much for sharing your experience with the 830J process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Goupil. And Mr. Guskowski, thank you for sticking with us throughout this process. And thank you and the planners for participating regularly in our conversations and providing us guidance and information to the committee. It's appreciated.
We're grateful to be part of the process. Thank you.
Have a great evening. Next on our list, we have number 123, James Rupert, to be followed by 125, James Sprung. Mr. Rupert, welcome and please proceed.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to come together with you all tonight. I will not be testifying about Bill 5429. My testimony is with regard to 5428. And I am offering this testimony on behalf of the Connecticut Building Officials Association, a group that I currently serve as its president. It is a group of 182 active members, mostly made up of active code officials in the state of Connecticut. We've been fortunate to be engaged in conversation about this topic with a number of individuals for a couple of years. And although we are not in favor of some pieces of this proposed legislation, we do support it with modification because we think it moves things in the right direction. I think we all recognize, and the reason this bill is here before you today is because there's a shortage of qualified individuals to perform these jobs in the state of Connecticut. And that's a real problem, and it creates issues with our communities, both large and small. Unfortunately, as time goes on, that gap is growing larger and larger. And COVID